gathering until they take
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Delegates are kindly requested to take their seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by the attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing the meeting. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the third and fourth balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. Before proceeding to the general debate, as announced in the Journal, the General Assembly will hear an introduction by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization, under Agenda Item 113, in accordance with the Resolution 51/241, and notwithstanding of provisions in Decision 77/504. We shall proceed accordingly. Now I give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antoníu Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in big trouble. Divides are growing deeper, inequalities are growing wider, and challenges are spreading farther. But as we come together in a world teeming with turmoil, an image of promise and hope comes to my mind. This ship is the brave commander. It sailed the Black Sea with UN flag flying high and proud. On one hand, what you see is a vessel like any other plying the seas. But look closer. At its essence, this ship is a symbol of what we can accomplish when we act together. It is loaded with Ukrainian grain destined for the people of the Horn of Africa, millions of whom are on the edge of famine. It navigated through a war zone, guided by the very parties to the conflict, as part of an unprecedented comprehensive initiative to get more food and fertilizer out of Ukraine and Russia, to bring desperately needed relief to those in need, to calm commodity markets, secure future harvests, and lower prices for consumers everywhere. Ukraine and the Russian Federation, with the support of Turkey, came together to make it happen, despite the enormous complexities, the naysayers, and even the hell of war. Some might call it a miracle on the sea. In truth, it is multilateral diplomacy in action. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has opened the pathway for the safe navigation of dozens of ships filled with much-needed food supplies. But each ship is also carrying one of today's rarest commodities, hope. Excellencies, we need hope, and more, we need action. To ease the global food crisis, we now must urgently address the global fertilizer market crunch. This year, the world has enough food. The problem is distribution. But if the fertilizer market is not stabilized, next year's problem might be food supply itself. We already have reports of farmers in West Africa and beyond cultivating fewer crops because of the price or lack of availability of fertilizers. It is essential to continue removing all remaining obstacles to the export of Russian fertilizers and their ingredients, including ammonia. These products are not subject to sanctions, and we will keep up our efforts to eliminate indirect effects. Another major concern is the impact of high gas prices on the production of nitrogen fertilizers, and these must also be addressed seriously. Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly morph into a global food shortage. Excellencies, we need action across the board. Let's have no illusions. We are in rough seas. A winter of global discontent is on the horizon. A cost of living crisis is raging, trust is crumbling, inequalities are exploding, and our planet is burning. People are hurting, with the most vulnerable suffering the most. The United Nations Charter and the ideals it represents are in jeopardy. We have a duty to act, and yet we are gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. The international community is not ready or willing to tackle the big, dramatic challenges of our age. This crisis threatens the very future of humanity and the fate of our planet. Crises like the war in Ukraine and the multiplication of conflicts around the globe, climates like the climate emergency and biodiversity loss, crises like the dire financial situation of developing countries and the fate of the Sustainable Development Goals, and crises like the lack of guardrails around promising new technologies to heal disease, connect people, and expand opportunity. In just the time since I became Secretary General, a tool has been developed to edit genes. Neurotechnology, connecting technology with the human nervous system, has progressed from idea to proof of concept. Cryptocurrencies and other blockchain technologies are widespread, but across a host of new technologies there is a forest of red flags. Social media platforms based on a business model that monetizes outrage, anger, and negativity are causing untold damage to communities and societies. Hate speech, misinformation, and abuse, targeted especially at women and vulnerable groups, are proliferating. Our data is being bought and sold to influence our behavior, while spyware and surveillance are out of control, all with no regard for privacy. Artificial intelligence can compromise the integrity of information systems, the media, and indeed democracy itself. Quantum computing could destroy cybersecurity and increase the risks of malfunctions to complex systems. We don't have the beginnings of a global architecture to deal with any of these. Excellencies, progress on these issues and more is being held hostage by geopolitical tensions. Our world is in peril and paralyzed. Geopolitical divides are undermining the work of the Security Council, undermining international law, undermining trust and people's faith in democratic institutions, undermining all forms of international cooperation. We cannot go on like this. Even the various groupings set up outside the multilateral system by some members of the international community have fallen into the trap of geopolitical divides, like in the G20. At one stage, international relations seem to be moving towards a G2 world. Now we risk ending up with a G-nothing. No cooperation, no dialogue, no collective problem solving. But the reality is that we live in a world where the logic of cooperation and dialogue is the only path forward. No power or group alone can call the shots. No major global challenge can be solved with a coalition of the willing. We need a coalition of the world. Excellences, aujourd'hui, je voudrais présenter 3 domaines dans lesquels cette coalition mondiale doit de toute urgence surmonter les divisions et agir de concert. Il s'agit en premier lieu de la mission fondamentale des Nations Unies, instaurer et maintenir la paix. Une grande partie de la planète continue d'avoir les yeux rivés sur l'invasion russe en Ukraine. La guerre a déclenché une destruction et des violations massives des droits humains et des droits humanitaires internationaux. Les dernières informations sur la découverte des sites funéraires à Izium sont extrêmement perturbantes. Des milliers de civils ont été tués, des millions de personnes ont été déplacées, des milliards d'individus dans le monde sont touchés. Nous voyons surgir la menace de divisions dangereuses entre l'Ouest et le Sud. Les risques pour la paix et la sécurité mondiale sont immenses et nous devons continuer à œuvrer pour la paix dans le respect de la Charte des Nations Unies et du droit international. Dans le même temps, les conflits et les crises humanitaires se propagent souvent loin des projecteurs. Le déficit de financement de notre appel humanitaire mondial s'élève à 32 milliards de dollars, le plus important jamais enregistré. Hélas, on ne compte plus les crises. En Afghanistan, l'économie est en ruine, plus de la moitié de la population est en proie à des niveaux de faim extrêmes, tandis que les droits humains, et en particulier les droits des femmes et des filles, sont bafoués. En République démocratique du Congo, les groupes armés de l'Est terrorisent les civils et attissent les tensions régionales. Dans la Corne de l'Afrique, une sécheresse sans précédent menace la vie et les moyens de subsistance de 22 millions de personnes. En Éthiopie, les combats ont repris. Soulignant l'urgence pour les partis de cesser les hostilités et de revenir à la table des négociations sous l'égide de l'Union africaine. Haïti, les gangs détruisent les fondements même de la société. En Libye, les divisions continuent de mettre le pays en péril. En Irak, les tensions actuelles compromettent la stabilité. Et en Israël et en Palestine, les cycles de violence sous l'occupation se poursuivent. Et les perspectives de paix fondées sur une solution à 2 États ne cessent de s'éloigner. Au Myanmar, l'effroyable situation humanitaire et des droits humains ainsi que les conditions de sécurité s'aggravent de jour en jour. Au Sahel, l'insécurité et les activités terroristes atteignent des niveaux alarmants, tandis que les besoins humanitaires ne cessent de croître. En Syrie, la violence et les difficultés règnent toujours, et la liste est encore longue. Pendant ce temps, les menaces de recours aux armes nucléaires et les risques pesant sur la sécurité des centrales nucléaires ne font qu'ajouter à l'instabilité planétaire. Les parties à la conférence d'examen du traité sur la non-prolifération des armes nucléaires n'ont pas réussi à trouver de consensus et l'accord sur le nucléaire avec l'Iran semble encore lointain. Il y a toutefois quelques lueurs d'espoir. Au Yémen, la trêve nationale est fragile, mais elle tient toujours. En Colombie, le processus de paix prend racine. Et partout, nous avons besoin d'une action bien plus concertée, ancrée dans le respect du droit international et la protection des droits humains. Dans un monde qui se déchire, nous devons créer des mécanismes de dialogue et de médiation pour
and
apaiser les
mediation
divisions.
to heal
Et
divides.
c'est pourquoi j'ai esquissé
This
les
is
éléments d'un
why
nouvel
I
agenda pour la
outlined
paix
elements of a new
dans
agenda
le
for
rapport
peace
sur notre
in my
programme
report
commun.
on our common
Nous sommes
agenda.
résolus à tirer le
We are
meilleur,
committed to make the most
le meilleur de
of
tous les
every
outils
diplomatic
diplomatiques, de
tool
règlements pacifiques
for
et
the
différents
Pacific
qui s'offrent à
settlement
nous,
of disputes
comme le prévoit la
as set
Charte des
out
Nations
in the
Unies.
United Nations
Négociation,
Charter.
enquête, médiation, conciliation,
inquiry,
arbitrage
mediation,
et règlement
conciliation,
judiciaire.
arbitration, and judicial settlement.
El liderazgo y la
Excellencies,
participación de las mujeres debe
women's
estar en
leadership
primer
and
plano.
participation
Y
must
también
be
debemos
front and
priorizar
center,
la
and
prevención y
we
la
must
consolidación de la
also
paz.
prioritize
Eso
prevention
significa
and peace
reforzar
building.
la previsión
That means
estratégica,
strengthening strategic
anticiparse a
foresight,
los focos de violencia que pueden
anticipating
escalar y
flashpoints
hacer
that could erupt
frente
into
a las nuevas
violence,
amenazas
and
que
tackling
suponen la
emerging
ciberguerra
threats
y
posed
las
by
armas
cyber warfare
autónomas
and
letales.
lethal autonomous
Significa
weapons.
asimismo
It
ampliar el
means
papel de
also
los grupos
expanding
regionales,
the role of regional
reforzar el
groups,
mantenimiento de la
strengthening
paz,
peacekeeping,
intensificar el
intensifying
desarme y la
disarmament
no
and
proliferación,
non-proliferation,
prevenir y combatir
preventing
el
and countering
terrorismo y
terrorism,
garantizar
and
la
ensuring
rendición de
accountability.
cuentas. Y
And
significa
it means
reconocer que los
recognizing
derechos
human
humanos son
rights
piedras de
as
toque
pivotal
de la
for
prevención.
prevention.
Mi
My
llamamiento a la
call
acción en
to
materia de
action on
derechos
human
humanos
rights
destaca la
highlights the
centralidad de los
centrality of
derechos
human
humanos,
rights,
así como
refugee,
la de los
and
refugiados y el
humanitarian
derecho
law.
humanitario. En todo
In
lo que
all we
hacemos,
do,
debemos
we must
reconocer que los
recognize
derechos
that human
humanos son el
rights are the
camino
path
para
to
resolver
resolving
tensiones,
tensions,
poner fin a
ending
los
conflict,
conflictos y
and
forjar una paz
forging
duradera.
lasting peace.
Excellencies, there is another battle we must end, our suicidal war against nature. The climate crisis is the defining issue of our time, and it must be the first priority of every government and multilateral organization. And yet, climate action is being put on the back burner, despite overwhelming public support around the world. Global greenhouse gas emissions need to be slashed by 45% by 2030 to have any hope of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. And yet, emissions are going up at record levels, on course to a 14% increase this decade. We have a rendezvous with climate disaster. I recently saw it with my own eyes in Pakistan, where 1/3 of the country is submerged by a monsoon on steroids. We see it everywhere. Planet Earth is a victim of scorched earth policies. The past year has brought us Europe's worst heat wave since the Middle Ages. Mega drought in China, the United States and beyond. Famine stalking the Horn of Africa. 1 million species at risk of extinction. No region is untouched. And we ain't seen nothing yet. The hottest summers of today may be the coolest summers of tomorrow. Once-in-a-lifetime climate shocks may soon become once-a-year events. And with every climate disaster, we know that women and girls are the most affected. The climate crisis is a case study in moral and economic injustice. The G20 emits 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions. But the poorest and most vulnerable, those who contributed least to this crisis, are bearing its most brutal impacts. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel industry is feasting on hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies and windfall profits, while households' budgets shrink and our planet burns. Excellencies, let's tell it like it is. Our world is addicted to fossil fuels, and it's time for an intervention. We need to hold fossil fuel companies and their enablers to account. And that includes the banks, private equity, asset managers, and other financial institutions that continue to invest and underwrite carbon pollution. It includes the massive public relations machine raking in billions to shield the fossil fuel industry from scrutiny. Just as they did for the tobacco industry decades before, lobbyists and spin doctors have spewed harmful misinformation. Fossil fuel interests need to spend less time averting a PR disaster and more time averting a planetary one. Of course, fossil fuels cannot be shut down overnight. A just transition means leaving no person or country behind. But it's high time to put fossil fuel producers, investors, and enablers on notice. Polluters must pay. And today I'm calling on all developed economies to tax the windfall profits of fossil fuel companies. Those funds should be redirected in two ways: to countries suffering loss and damage caused by the climate crisis, and to people struggling with rising food and energy prices. As you heard to the COP27 UN Climate Conference in Egypt, I appeal to all leaders to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. Lift your climate ambition. Listen to your people's calls for change. Invest in solutions that lead to sustainable economic growth. And let me point to three. First, renewable energy. It generates 3 times more jobs. It's already cheaper than fossil fuels, and it's the best way to energy security, stable prices, and new industries. But developing countries need help to make this shift, including through international coalitions to support just energy transitions in key emerging economies. Second, helping countries adapt to worsening climate shocks. Resilience building in developing countries is a smart investment in a reliable supply chains, regional stability, and orderly migration. Last year in Glasgow, developed countries agreed to double adaptation funding by 2025. These must be delivered in full as a starting point. At minimum, adaptation must make up half of all climate finance. And multilateral development banks must step up and deliver. Major economies are their shareholders and must make it happen. Third, addressing loss and damage for disasters. It's high time to move beyond endless discussions. Vulnerable countries need meaningful action. Loss and damage are happening now, hurting people and economies now, and must be addressed now, starting at COP27. This is a fundamental question of climate justice, international solidarity, and trust. And at the same time, we must make sure that every person, community, and nation has access to effective early warning systems within the next 5 years. And we must address the biodiversity crisis by making the December UN Biodiversity Conference a success. The world must agree on a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, one that sets ambitious targets to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, provides adequate financing, and eliminates harmful subsidies that destroy ecosystems on which we all depend. And I also urge you to intensify efforts to finalize an international legally binding agreement to conserve and sustainably use marine biological diversity. We must protect the ocean now and for the future. Excellencies, the climate crisis is coming on top of other heavy weather. A once-in-a-generation global cost of living crisis is unfolding, turbocharged by the war in Ukraine. Some 94 countries, home to 1.6 billion people, many in Africa, face a perfect storm. Economic and social fallout from the pandemic, soaring food and energy prices, crushing debt burdens, spiraling inflation, and the lack of access to finance. These cascading crises are feeding on each other, compounding inequalities, creating devastating hardship, delaying the energy transition, and threatening global financial meltdown. Social unrest is inevitable, with conflict not far behind. And it doesn't have to be this way. A world without extreme poverty, want, or hunger is not an impossible dream. It is within reach. This is the world envisaged by the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. But it is not the world we seem to have chosen. Because of our collective decisions, sustainable development everywhere is at risk. The SDGs are issuing an SOS. Even the most fundamental goals on poverty, hunger, and education are going into reverse. More people are poor, more people are hungry, more people are being denied health care and education. Gender equality is going backwards, and women's lives are getting worse, from poverty to choices around sexual and reproductive health to their personal security. Excellencies, developing countries are getting hit from all sides, and we need concerted action. Today, I'm calling for the launch of an Sdg Stimulus, led by the G20, to massively boost sustainable development for developing countries. The upcoming G20 summit in Bali is the place to start. This Sdg Stimulus has 4 components. First, multilateral development banks, the World Bank and regional counterparts must increase concessional funding to developing countries linked to investments in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the banks themselves need more finance immediately. And then they need to lift their borrowing conditions and increase their appetite for risk so the funds reach all countries in need. Developing countries, particularly small island developing states, face too many obstacles in accessing the finance they need to invest in their people and their future. Second, debt relief. The debt service suspension initiative should be extended and enhanced. But we also need an effective mechanism of debt relief for developing countries, including middle-income countries in debt distress. Creditors should consider debt reduction mechanisms, such as debt climate adaptation swaps. And this could have saved lives and livelihoods in Pakistan, which is drowning not only in floodwater, but in debt. Lending criteria should go beyond gross domestic product and include all the dimensions of vulnerability that affect developing countries. Third, an expansion of liquidity. I urge the International Monetary Fund and major central banks to expand their liquidity facilities and currency lines immediately and significantly. Special drawing rights play an important role in enabling developing countries to invest in recovery and the SDGs. But they were distributed according to existing quotas, benefiting those who need them least. We have been waiting for a reallocation for 19 months, and the amounts we hear about are minimal. A new allocation of special drawing rights must be handled differently, based on justice and solidarity with developing countries. Fourth, I call on governments to empower specialized funds like Gavi, the Global Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. G20 economies should underwrite an expansion of these funds as additional financing for the SDGs. Excellencies, let me be clear. The SDG stimulus I'm proposing is essential, but it is only an interim measure. Today's global financial system was created by rich countries to serve their interests many decades ago. It expands and entrenches inequalities. It requires deep structural reform. And my report on our common agenda proposes a new global deal to rebalance power and resources between developed and developing countries. African countries in particular are underrepresented in global institutions. I hope member states will seize the opportunity to turn these ideas into concrete solutions, including at the Summit of the Future in 2024. Excellencies, the divergence between developed and developing countries, between North and South, between the privileged and the rest, is becoming more dangerous by the day. It is at the root of geopolitical tensions and lack of trust that poison every area of global cooperation, from vaccines to sanctions to trade. But by acting as one, we can nurture fragile shoots of hope. The hope found in climate and peace activists around the world, calling out for change and demanding better of their leaders. The hope found in young people working every day for a better, more peaceful future. The hope found in women and girls living and fighting for those still being denied their basic human rights. The hope found throughout civil society seeking ways to build more just and equal communities and countries. And the hope found in science and academia racing to stay ahead of deadly diseases and then the COVID-19 pandemic. The hope found in humanitarian heroes rushing to deliver life-saving aid around the world. The United Nations stands with them all. We know lofty ideals must be made real in people's lives, so let's develop common solutions to common problems, grounded in goodwill, trust, and the rights shared by every human being. Let's work as one, a coalition of the world, as United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, friends, the world needs solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science. Solutions because we have drafted many treaties, set excellent goals, yet have taken too little action. We need solidarity because inequalities have reached record heights. We need sustainability because we owe it to our children to leave behind a livable world. We need science because it offers us neutral evidence for our actions. My sincere gratitude goes to all member states, especially to Hungary and the Eastern European Group for giving me the mandate to turn this motto into reality. Excellencies, we gather today at the most consequential moment of the last 4 decades. Des chaleurs extrêmes aux inondations dévastatrices.
Extreme
Le changement
flooding,
climatique
extreme heat,
est un
climate
branle nos
change.
communautés.
It is
Notre
shared
consommation
by our
et
communities.
nos méthodes de production
Our
lacernent notre
consumption
planète
and our means of
de ses sols
production are tearing
ses
our
cieux.
planet apart from the earth to
Nous
the
vivons
sky.
dans un état
We
de
are
crise
living
humanitaire
in an
permanent.
ongoing state of humanitarian crisis.
أكثر من 300 مليون شخص في حاجة ماسة للمساعدات الإنسانية
100 million people
والحماية
there urgently need humanitarian
وذلك
assistance and
بزيادة
protection.
قدرها 10% منذ يناير.
And this is an increase of 10%
كما وصلت
since
أزمة
last
الجو
January.
العالمية إلى المستويات
World food
تنذر
crisis
بالخطر بسبب تغيير
has
المناخ
reached an alarming level
ونزاعات وجائحة
because of climate
كوفيد
change,
19.
conflict, and the COVID-19 pandemic.
وفي الأشهر الستة الماضية دفع تضخم أسعار الغذاء والطاقة 70 مليون
The
شخص
food
إلى
and
الأقل
the energy
إلى الفقر.
crisis have pushed at least 70 million people into poverty.
Инфляция тем временем находится
Inflation
на самом
in the
высоком за
meantime
40 лет
is at the
уровне.
highest level for over the past
Четверть
40 years.
всего населения Земли
1/4 of the entire population
проживает
of
в
the
районах,
planet
охваченных
is
конфликтами,
living in conflict
боевыми
areas,
действиями
in areas where armed
политической
hostilities take place
нестабильностью.
or where there is political instability.
Редко, когда насилие по всему
Violence
миру
has
бывало
rarely
столь
been
жестоким.
as harsh throughout the world before.
Who would have imagined that war would return to Europe? That the nuclear threat would be back in political discourse to settle a dispute with a neighbor? It has been 203 days since the General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the military aggression against Ukraine. Unfortunately, the bloodshed and the suffering have not stopped yet. In that time, the United Nations, as we heard, and its partners have offered food and shelter to millions of refugees from that country. A landmark agreement on commercial grain exports from the world's best breadbasket offers hope. Diplomacy is at work to release fertilizers so that the shortage we see today do not become the famines of the next year. UN nuclear inspectors are at one of Europe's key nuclear sites, preventing a possible catastrophe. Excellencies, the theme of our 77th General Debate is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. I stand in solidarity with the people of Pakistan, where devastating floods washed away hundreds of villages. You have seen the heart-wrenching scenes of devastation. This can be a window into our future. However, in tackling climate change, we have the solutions. These are rooted in the advancement we have made in science cooperation and climate diplomacy. But we have to want to put them in practice. The International Panel on Climate Change has proven an invaluable tool for supporting political decisions to combat climate change and to adapt to its consequences. We should consider replicating its success in the areas of water, energy, food, and biodiversity. This would give us a universally accepted scientific foundation for action. Once this high-level week is over, I plan to launch a series of consultations with the scientific community, asking them to help us, bringing the knowledge from microphones, from microscopes to microphones. The 77th session of the General Assembly will be key to preparing the SDG Summit in 2023 and the Summit of the Future in 2024. Next year, we will assess SDG 6 at the UN Voter Conference, the first since 1977. This call could not be more urgent. Water is set to be the next major driver of conflict worldwide. The problem of water is threefold: too much, not enough, not safe. We have the chance to make a difference in the lives of 2.1 billion people who lack access to clean water. Let us cooperate to make the Voter Action Agenda as transformational, practical, and actionable as possible. During this session, we will also assess the Sendai framework and come to conclusions to improve resilience against disasters. It is vital that these opportunities lead to substantive outcomes. The building blocks for transformation are at our disposal. The 2030 Agenda, the Sendai Framework, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Programme of Action, and our common agenda all point in the same direction. They describe the world we want and offer the avenues to get there. I'm encouraged that the Secretary General's proposals and the important initiatives by member states mutually support each other. The challenges are great and they are interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. Ladies and gentlemen, without universal respect to the rule of law, it is all too easy to rapidly slide into treacherous territory. As we all know, in time of crisis, human rights are the first to be compromised. When human rights are under threat, it is our smoke signal, our call to action. It would be remiss to speak of human rights without addressing a fundamental issue found to be lacking in most societies around the world. It is women's right. It is simply unacceptable that every third woman experiences violence in her lifetime. As we speak, half of humanity is all too often excluded from decision-making and leadership. But we need every man and woman to live their lives to their fullest potential. It is only by ensuring the inclusion of all, valuing the knowledge of all, that we will find solutions to the challenges we face. This afternoon's UNGA platform of women leaders, organized in collaboration with UN Women, may be an answer to this call. Women heads of state and government will offer their solutions to society's complex problems. Data shows that crisis response is more effective when women take the lead. I encourage you to engage substantively with this issue. It has to do with equity and equality, but above all, human dignity. Excellencies, in all these issues, in all our endeavors, I look forward to working closely with the Secretary General, the Security Council, the ECOSOC, and other key relevant institutions of the United Nations. I stand ready to support Member States to identify transformative, impact-oriented, systemic, and sustainable solutions. I promise to cooperate with all stakeholders, civil society, young people, women and scientific community, to name but a few. UN agencies, funds and programs are critical to bringing our efforts out of this hole and into our communities. To deliver on the agenda requested by the Member States, I count on your constructive engagement, cooperation, and mutual respect to each other. I emphasize that the revitalization of both the United Nations and the General Assembly must continue. Our ability to competently improve our organization will determine its relevance in the eyes of people around the world. I want to advance negotiations on Security Council reform. It is high time that the Council represents the world's population more equally and that it reflects 21st century realities. This is a matter of credibility to our entire organization and our multilateral order. Ladies and gentlemen, crisis management and transformation will require our consistent efforts, way beyond one session of the General Assembly. In that spirit, let me finish with some timeless words of wisdom about chances and the risk of letting them pass us by. Things get better when we make them better. Things go wrong when we fail to seize the opportunities before us. Our opportunity is here and now. Let us act. I thank you. Distinguished delegates, before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard in a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statement at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly hall through room GA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner during the general debate of the 77th session? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Okay.
Hello, testing the English channel.
Okay.
This is the English channel.
Senhor Shabak Korosi,
Mr. Shabak Korosi,
presidente da 77ª Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Senhor
General
Antônio
Assembly of the
Guterres,
United Nations, Mr.
Secretário-Geral
António
das
Guterres,
Nações Unidas,
Secretary General of the United Nations,
senhoras e senhores,
ladies
chefes de
and
Estado,
gentlemen,
de
heads of
governo
state, heads of
e de
government,
delegações.
and heads of delegation.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen at large,
começo por cumprimentá-lo,
I
embaixador
begin
Shabak
by
Korosi,
congratulating
pela
you,
eleição para
Ambassador
presidir
Shabak Korosi,
esta Assembleia
on your
Geral.
election as President
Esteja
of this
certo
General
de
Assembly.
contar com o
You
apoio
can
do
be
Brasil.
sure that you can
O
certainly
tema
count
escolhido
on
para este
Brazil's
debate geral
support.
gira em
The
torno de
theme chosen for this
conceito
general
que se
debate
aplica
revolves around a
perfeitamente
concept
ao
that
momento que
perfectly
vivemos,
applies to the
um
moment we
divisor
currently
de
live,
águas.
a watershed
Senhor
moment.
presidente,
Mr.
nossa
President,
responsabilidade coletiva
Our collective
nessa Assembleia Geral
responsibility at
é
this General
compreender o
Assembly
alcance dos
consists
desafios que
in
compõem
understanding
esse
the
divisor de
actual
águas.
scope
E a
of
partir
the
daí
challenges that
construir
make up this
respostas que
watershed
tirem
moment,
sua força
and from
dos
there
objetivos
build
que
the
são
response
comuns a
that
todos nós.
draw their strength
A
from the
tarefa não é
goals that we all
simples,
share.
mas, a rigor,
The task at hand
não
is not a
temos
simple one,
alternativa.
but strictly speaking, we have
Esse
no
esforço
alternative.
tem de começar
The
no
effort
interior de
must
cada dos
begin
nossos
within
países.
each of
Antes
our
de tudo,
countries,
é aquilo que
domestically.
realizamos no
First of
plano
all,
interno
it is
que dá
what we
a
do at
medida
the
da
domestic level
autoridade
that
com que
gives the
agimos
measure
no plano
of the authority
internacional.
with which we act
Deixe-me
at the
falar da
international level.
perspectiva do meu país.
Therefore, allow me to
Quando
speak
o
from my
Brasil se
country's
manifesta
perspective.
sobre a agenda
When
da saúde
Brazil
pública,
voices her
fazemos
views
isso com a
on the public
autoridade
health
de um
agenda,
governo
we
que,
do so with the
durante a
legitimate
pandemia da
authority of a government
Covid-19,
that during
não
the
poupou
COVID-19
esforços
pandemic
para salvar vidas
spared no efforts
e preservar
to save
empregos.
lives and preserve jobs.
Como tantos outros países,
Like so many other
concentramos
countries,
nossa atenção
we
desde a
focused
primeira
our
hora
attention
em
from the very
garantir
outset
auxílio financeiro
on
emergencial
ensuring
aos mais
emergency
necessitados.
financial aid to
O
those
nosso
most
objetivo foi
in
proteger
need.
a renda
Our
das
goal was
famílias
to protect
para que
families'
elas
income
conseguissem enfrentar
so
as
that
dificuldades
they could
econômicas
face up to the economic
decorrentes da
hardships
pandemia.
resulting from the pandemic.
Beneficiamos mais de 68
Therefore, we
milhões de pessoas,
managed to benefit
o
more than
equivalente a 1/3
68
da
million
nossa
people, the
população.
equivalent to 1/3
Em
of the
paralelo,
Brazilian
lançamos
population.
amplo programa
In
de
parallel, we
imunização,
launched a broad-ranging
inclusive com
vaccination
produção
program,
doméstica de vacinas.
including domestic production of
Somos uma
vaccines.
nação com
We
210
are a
milhões de
nation
habitantes. E
of
já
more
temos
than
mais de
210 million
80%
people,
da
and
população
already we have more than
vacinada
80%
contra a
of our
Covid-19.
population fully vaccinated against
Todos foram
COVID-19.
vacinados de forma
All
voluntária,
were vaccinated
respeitando a
voluntarily
liberdade individual
in
de
due
cada
respect of
Da
one's
mesma
individual
forma, no
freedom.
terreno da economia, o Brasil
Likewise,
traz a
in the
autoridade
economic
de um
arena,
país
Brazil
que,
has the
em
legitimate
nome de
authority of a country
crescimento
that, for the
sustentável e
sake
inclusivo,
of sustainable
vem
and
implementando
inclusive
reformas
growth,
para a
has
atração
been
de
putting in place
investimentos
reforms
e
to
melhorias
attract
das
investments
condições de
and
vida de sua
improve
população.
the standards of living of
No meu
her
governo,
population.
extirpamos a
Under my
corrupção
administration,
sistêmica
we
que existia
uprooted
no
the
país.
systemic corruption that
Somente entre
existed
o
in the
período
country.
de 2003
Between
e 2015,
2003
onde a
and
esquerda
2015
presidiu o Brasil,
alone, a
o
period in which the
endividamento
left
da
wing presided
Petrobras
over in
por
Brazil,
má gestão,
indebtedness
loteamento
levels
político
at the oil state
e
company
em desvio
Petrobras due to
chegou à casa
mismanagement
dos
and politically driven
170
appointments and
bilhões de
favors, as
dólares.
well as the diversion
O
of
responsável
funds
por isso
reached
foi
up
condenado
to
em 3
$170
instâncias
billion.
por
The person
unanimidade.
responsible for that was
Delatores
convicted, unanimously
devolveram
convicted in
1
3
bilhão de
different
dólares
court
e
instances.
pagamos para a Bolsa
Whistleblowers
Americana outro
have
bilhão
returned $1
por
billion
perdas de
and we
seus
paid to
acionistas.
the US stock
Esse é o Brasil
market
do
another $1
passado.
billion due to losses incurred by
Aprimoramos os
shareholders.
serviços
But that
públicos
is the Brazil
com
of the
redução de
past.
custos e
We
investimentos
have
em ciência e tecnologia.
enhanced public services by
Hoje, por
reducing
exemplo,
costs and
o Brasil
investing
é o
in
7º
science and
país
technology.
mais
Today,
digitalizado
for
do
example,
mundo.
Brazil is the
São
world's
135 milhões de
7th most
pessoas
digitally
que
advanced country.
acessam 4.900
Altogether,
serviços do meu governo.
135 million
O
people
Brasil foi
access
pioneiro na implantação do
4,900 services
5G na
provided
América
by my
Latina.
administration. Brazil has been a
Levamos
pioneer
adiante
in 5G
uma abrangente
deployment in
pauta
Latin
de
America.
privatizações
We
e
have also
concessões,
carried out a comprehensive
com
agenda
ênfase na
of privatization
infraestrutura.
and concession projects.
Concluímos o
with an
projeto de
emphasis on
transposição do Rio
infrastructure.
São
We have
Francisco,
also completed
levando
the
água para o
São Francisco
Nordeste
River
brasileiro.
Transposition Project, therefore bringing water
Adotamos
to the
novos
Brazilian
marcos
northeastern
regulatórios,
region.
como o
We
do
have also
saneamento
adopted new
básico, o das
regulatory
ferrovias
frameworks, such
e o
as
do
in
gás
basic
natural.
sanitation,
Além
railways,
disso,
and natural
melhoramos
gas.
o ambiente de negócio,
Moreover, we have
com a lei da
improved the
liberdade
business
econômica
environment
e a lei de
with the
startups.
economic freedom law
Como
and the
resultado, criamos
startup
oportunidades
law. As
para
a
o
result, we
jovem
now
empreender e
have
ter empregos
created
de
opportunities for
qualidade.
young people to be
Coroando todo esse
entrepreneurs and
esforço
have
de
quality jobs.
modernização da economia brasileira,
Crowning all of
estamos
this
avançando a
effort to
passos
modernize
largos
the Brazilian
para o
economy,
ingresso do
we
Brasil
have
como membro
made
pleno da
great strides
Organização
towards
para a
Brazil's
Cooperação
accession as a full
e
member of the
Desenvolvimento
Organization for
Econômico,
Economic
a
Cooperation
OCDE.
and Development, the
Apesar da
OECD.
crise mundial, o Brasil
Despite
chega ao final de
the
22
global crisis,
com
Brazil
uma
is getting to
economia
the
em
end of
plena
2022
recuperação.
with an
Temos
economy at
emprego em
full
alta e
recovery.
inflação em
We have
baixa.
high
A
employment rates
economia
and
voltou
a
a
low
crescer.
inflation rate.
A
The
pobreza
economy is
aumentou em
back
todo o
on the
mundo
path of
sob o
track,
impacto da
on the path
pandemia.
of growth.
No Brasil, ela já
Poverty
começou
has
a
increased
cair de
across the
forma
world under the
acentuada.
impact of the pandemic.
Os
In
números
Brazil,
falam por si só.
it began to
A
fall
estimativa
sharply.
é de que, no
The
final de
figures speak
22,
for themselves.
4%
It is
das
estimated that by the
famílias
end of
brasileiras
2022,
estejam vivendo
4% of
abaixo
Brazilian
da linha
families
da
will be
pobreza
living
extrema.
below
Em 2019,
the
eram
extreme poverty level.
5,1%.
In 2019,
Isso
it was
representa uma queda de mais de
5.1%.
20%.
This reflects a
O
drop
Auxílio
of more
Brasil,
than
programa de
20%.
renda mínima
The
criado
Brazil
no meu
Aid
governo
Program, a minimum
durante a
income
pandemia,
country
que
designed and
atende
established
20
by my
milhões de famílias,
administration during the
faz
pandemic,
pagamentos de quase
currently meets the needs of
4
20
dólares por dia
million
às mesmas.
families and pays out
O
$4
desemprego
a day
caiu
to the
5
poorest
pontos
families in the
percentuais,
country.
chegando a
Employment fell by
9%,
5 percentage
taxa
points,
que não
reaching
se via há 7
9.1%,
anos.
a rate not seen
Reduzimos a
in 7
inflação
years.
com
We
estimativa
have
de 6%
lowered
no
inflation
corrente ano.
with an estimate of less than
Tenho a satisfação
7%
de anunciar
for
que
2022.
tivemos
I am
deflação
pleased to announce
inédita
that we have
no
had
Brasil nos
unprecedented
meses de julho
deflation
e
in
agosto.
Brazil in the months of July
Desde
and
junho,
August
o
this
preço
year.
da gasolina
Since
caiu mais de
June, the
30%.
price of gasoline has
Hoje,
dropped by
litro
more
no
than
Brasil custa
30%.
cerca de
Today, 1
90
liter of
centavos
gasoline
de
in Brazil
dólar.
costs about
O preço da
0.90
energia
cents
elétrica
of
também teve
$1.
uma queda de mais de
The price
15%.
of electricity electricity
Quero
has
ressaltar
also
que o
dropped
custo
by
da
more than
energia não caiu por
15%.
causa de
Let me
tabelamento de
emphasize that the cost of
preços
energy
ou
has not
qualquer
dropped because
outro
of
tipo
price
de
fixing
intervenção federal.
or any other type of
Foi resultado
state
de uma política de
intervention. Rather, it was the
racionalização de
result of a
impostos
tax
formulada e
rationalization
implementada com
policy
apoio do Congresso
designed and
Nacional.
implemented with support
Em
by the
2021,
National
o Brasil
Congress.
foi o quarto maior destino de
In
investimentos
2021, Brazil was the
estrangeiros,
fourth largest
direto no
destination
mundo.
country for foreign
Nosso comércio
direct
exterior
investment in the
alcançou a
world.
marca histórica
Our
de
foreign trade
39%
reached
do
the
PIB.
historic milestone
Mesmo
of
diminuindo ou zerando
39% of the
impostos de
GDP,
milhares de
even after
produtos.
reducing taxes
No plano interno,
or
também
lowering
estamos
taxes down to
batendo
zero
recordes
on
em 3
thousands
áreas.
of products.
Arrecadação
Domestically,
fiscal,
we also have
lucro
record
das
breakers
empresas
in 3 areas:
estatais e
tax
relação
collection,
entre dívida pública e
state-owned
PIB.
company profit
Aliás,
levels,
em
and the
21
public debt
tivemos
to
superávit
GDP
no resultado
ratio. In
consolidado de
fact,
contas
in
públicas.
2021, we had
O
a
PIB
surplus
brasileiro
in the
aumentou
consolidated
1,2%
results or
no
figures
segundo semestre.
for national
A
accounts.
projeção de
Brazilian
crescimento
GDP
para
increased by
22
1.2%
chega a
in the second
3%.
quarter, and the forecast is for up to
Temos a
3%
tranquilidade de
in
quem está no bom caminho.
2022.
O caminho de
We
uma
enjoy the peace
prosperidade
of mind of those who are working on
compartilhada
the right
entre
path,
os
the
brasileiros
path
e,
to
mais
shared
além,
prosperity
compartilhada
among
com
Brazilians,
nossos
and beyond
vizinhos
that,
e outros
prosperity
parceiros mundo afora.
shared with our neighbors and other
É
partners
isso que vemos, por exemplo,
worldwide.
na produção de alimentos.
This is precisely
Há
what we
4
see, for
décadas,
example,
o
in
Brasil
food
importava
production.
alimentos.
4 decades
Hoje,
ago, Brazil
somos
used to be a food importer.
mundiais.
Today, we are
Isso
one of
só
the
foi
world's
possível
largest food
graças,
exporters.
apesar dos
And this has
investimentos
only been
em
possible thanks to
ciência e
heavy
inovação,
investments
com
in
vistas à
science and
produtividade
innovation
e à
with a view to boosting
sustentabilidade.
productivity, yield
Faço
levels,
aqui
and
tributo à pessoa de
sustainability.
Alisson Paulinelli,
May I here pay a
candidato
tribute to Mr.
brasileiro
Alisson
ao Prêmio
Paulinelli,
Nobel da Paz,
the Brazilian
por
candidate
seu
for the
papel na
Nobel
expansão
Peace
da fronteira
Prize,
agrícola
for his
brasileira
role in
com o uso de
expanding the
novas
Brazilian agricultural
tecnologias.
frontier with the use of
Este ano,
new
o Brasil já
technologies.
começou a colheita
This
da
year,
maior
Brazil
safra
has
de
already
grãos da
started the
nossa história.
harvest, or the largest
Estima-se
grain
pelo menos
harvest in our history.
270
We
milhões de
estimate it
toneladas.
to be at
O
least
Brasil também, em
270
poucos anos,
million
passará de
tons. In
importador
a few
a
years, Brazil
exportador de
will
trigo.
also make the transition
Para
from
o
net
período
importer of
de
wheat
22
to a
e
net
23,
exporter of
a
wheat.
previsão é que
For the
a produção
2022-2023 period,
ultrapasse
the
os
forecast is
300
that our
milhões de
total
toneladas.
production will exceed
Como
300
afirmou a
million
diretora-geral
tons.
da Organização Mundial
As
do Comércio,
stated by
em recente
Director General
visita
of
que
the
nos
World
fez.
Trade
Se não
Organization
fosse
in
o
a recent
agronegócio
visit to
brasileiro,
Brazil,
o
she
planeta
stated that
passaria
if it
fome,
were not for
pois
Brazilian agribusiness,
alimentamos
the
mais de
planet
1
would go
bilhão de
hungry,
pessoas
since we
ao
feed
redor do
more
mundo.
than 1 billion people worldwide.
O nosso agronegócio é
Our
orgulho nacional.
agribusiness is a source of national
Senhor
pride.
Presidente,
Mr.
quero lembrar
President,
que
I also wish to
também
call
na
to
área do
mind here that
desenvolvimento
also in the
sustentável,
field of
o
sustainable
patrimônio de
development,
realizações do Brasil
Brazil's
é
track
fonte de
record of
credibilidade
achievements
para a
is a
ação
source of
internacional do
credibility
nosso país.
for our country's
Em
international
matéria de meio
action.
ambiente e
As regards the
desenvolvimento
environment
sustentável,
and sustainable
o Brasil é
development,
parte da
Brazil
solução
is
e
part of
referência
the
para o
solution
mundo.
and stands as a
2/3
reference
de
to the
todo o
world.
território brasileiro
2/3
permanece
of all of the
com
Brazilian
vegetação
territory
nativa,
remain
que se
untouched,
encontra
covered by native
exatamente como
vegetation,
estava
precisely
quando o Brasil
as
foi
it were
descoberto
when Brazil
em
was first
1500.
discovered in the 1500s.
Na Amazônia brasileira,
In the Brilliant Amazon
a área
region,
equivalente à Europa
an area
Ocidental,
as big as
mais de
Western Europe,
80% da
more
floresta
than
continua
80%
ao contrário
of
do
the
que é
rainforest
divulgado pela
remains
grande mídia
untouched and
nacional
pristine,
e internacional.
contrary to what is often
É
reported by the mainstream
fundamental
national
que,
and
ao
international
cuidarmos do meio
media.
ambiente,
It is
não
absolutely key
esqueçamos
in the
das
sense
pessoas.
that when taking
A
care of the
região
environment,
amazônica
we do
abriga
not
mais de
overlook
20
people.
milhões
The
de
Amazon
habitantes,
region is home to more
entre
than
eles
20 million people,
indígenas e
including
ribeirinhos,
indigenous people and
cuja
riverside
subsistência
dwellers,
depende de
whose
algum aproveitamento
livelihood depends on
econômico da floresta.
some form of economic
Levamos
use
internet
of
a
the
mais de
forest.
11 mil escolas
We have
rurais
made, or we
e a
have brought
mais de
internet
500
connectivity to more than
comunidades indígenas.
100,000 rural
O Brasil
schools and more
começou
than
sua
500
transição
indigenous
energética há
communities.
quase meio século,
Brazil began its
em
energy
reação às
transition almost half a
crises do
century ago
petróleo daquela
in
época.
response to the oil
Hoje
crises
temos
of
uma
that
indústria de
time.
biocombustíveis
Today, we
moderna
have a
e
modern
sustentável.
and sustainable biofuel
Indústria
industry,
que contribui
an industry that
para a
currently
matriz
contributes,
energética mais
positively
limpa
contributes
entre
to
os países do
the
G20.
cleanest energy
Cerca de
mix among G20
84% da
countries.
nossa matriz
About
elétrica
84% of our
atualmente é
electricity
renovável.
or energy mix is currently
E esse
renewable,
é o objetivo que
and
muitos
this
países
is a goal
desenvolvidos
that many
esperam
developed
alcançar
countries
somente
hope
depois de
to
2040
achieve
ou
only after
2050.
2040 or
No ano
2050.
passado, o Brasil foi escolhido
Last year, Brazil
pelas
was
Nações Unidas
chosen
como
or
país campeão da
declared by the
transição
United
energética.
Nations as
Temos
a
capacidade
global
para ser
transition for
grande
energy
exportador
transition.
mundial de energia limpa.
Have the potential to become a
Contamos com
major global
excedente já em
exporter of clean
construção,
energy.
que pode
We
chegar
have a
a mais de
surplus
100
already being
gigawatts
built up,
entre
which can
biomassa,
reach more
eólica,
than 100
terrestre e
gigawatts
solar.
between
além
biomass,
da
onshore wind
oportunidade
projects and
ainda
solar
não
projects, in
explorada de
addition to the
eólicas marítimas
untapped
de
opportunity
700 gigawatts,
of 700
com
gigawatt
dos
offshore wind
menores custos de
farms,
produção do mundo.
with one of the
Essas fontes
lowest
produzirão
production
hidrogênio
costs
verde
in the
para
world.
exportação.
These sources will
Parte
produce
dessa
green
energia
hydrogen
100%
for
limpa
export.
abre a
Part of this
possibilidade de sermos
100%
fornecedores de
clean energy
produtos
opens
industriais
the possibility for us to
altamente
become suppliers
competitivos,
of highly competitive
especialmente no
industrial
Nordeste
projects,
brasileiro,
especially in the
com uma
Brazilian
das menores
Northeast,
pegadas de carbono do
with
mundo.
one of the
A
smallest
agenda do
carbon
desenvolvimento
footprints in the
sustentável
world.
é afetada de várias maneiras.
The
pelas
Sustainable
ameaças à
Development
paz e
Agenda
à
is
segurança
impacted in many
internacional.
ways by threats to international
Erguemos
peace
as
and
Nações Unidas
security.
em meio aos
We all
escombros da
built the
Segunda
United
Guerra Mundial.
Nations from the ruins of the
nos
Second World
motivava
War in the
naquele
last century.
momento
What
era a
motivated us back
determinação de
then
evitar
was
que se
the
repetisse
determination to
o
avoid a
ciclo de
repetition
destruição
of
que marcou a
the
primeira
cycle of
metade do
destruction
século
that
XX.
marked the first half
Até
of the
certo
20th
ponto,
century.
podemos dizer
To a
que
certain
fomos
extent, in
bem-sucedidos.
hindsight, we
Mas
can say
hoje,
that we were
o
successful.
conflito na Ucrânia
But
serve de
today,
alerta.
the conflict
Uma
in
reforma
Ukraine
da ONU é
serves as a
essencial para
warning.
encontrarmos
A
a paz
reform
mundial.
of the UN system is
No caso específico
essential
do Conselho de
for us to
Segurança,
find world
após
peace.
25
In
anos
the
de
specific
debates,
case of this
está claro
Security
que
Council,
precisamos
after
buscar
25
soluções
years of debate,
inovadoras.
it is clear that
O
we
Brasil
must
fala desse
look
assunto com
for
base em
innovative
uma
solutions.
experiência que
Brazil
remonta aos
addresses this
primórdios da
topic
ONU.
based on an experience
É
that
pela
goes way back and
11ª
dates back
vez
to the very
que
beginnings of
ocupamos
the United
assento
Nations.
não permanente
It is now
no
the
Conselho.
11th time that we
Temos
hold
buscado
a
dar o melhor de
non-permanent seat
nós
at
para a
the
solução
UN Security
pacífica
Council.
e negociada
We
dos
have sought
conflitos
to
internacionais.
offer our very best
Sempre
to
guiados
achieve peaceful
pela
and
Carta da
negotiated
ONU
solutions
e
to
pelo
international
direito
conflicts,
internacional.
always guided by
O
the
Brasil
UN
também
Charter
tem
and
longo
international
histórico
law.
de participação em missões de
Brazil
paz
also
da ONU.
has an extensive history of
Suez a Angola,
participation in
do
UN
Haiti ao
peacekeeping
Líbano.
operations. From
Sempre
Suez
tivemos
to
ao
Angola,
lado da
from Haiti
manutenção
to
da paz.
Lebanon, we have always
Também contribuímos para a paz
supported
ao abrirmos nossas
peacekeeping.
fronteiras
We have also
para aqueles
contributed
que
to
buscam uma
peace
chance
by
de
opening up
reconstruir
our
suas
borders to
vidas
those
em
seeking a
nosso
chance
país.
to restart their
Desde
lives
2018,
in our country.
mais de 100
Since
milhões,
2018,
mais de 6 milhões
over
de irmãos
6 million
venezuelanos
Venezuelan
foram obrigados
brothers
a deixar seu país.
have been forced to
Muitos
leave
deles
their
vieram para o
country.
Brasil.
Many of them came
Nossa
to Brazil.
resposta a esse desafio
Our
foi a
response
Operação Acolhida,
to this
que se
challenge was
tornou
Operation
referência
Welcome,
internacional.
which has become an
Já
international
são mais de
benchmark reference.
350 mil
More
venezuelanos
than
que encontraram em
350,000
território brasileiro
Venezuelan nationals have
assistência
found in
emergencial,
Brazilian territory
proteção,
emergency assistance,
documentação
protection,
e a possibilidade
documentation,
de um
and the
recomeço.
possibility of a fresh
Todos têm
start.
acesso ao mercado de
All of them
trabalho,
have had
a
access to the
serviços
labor market,
públicos
to
e a
public
benefícios
services
sociais.
and to social benefits.
Nos últimos
In
meses,
recent
chegam
months,
por dia ao Brasil até
Around
cerca de
600
600
Venezuelans have
a
arrived
grande
in Brazil
maioria
every day on
dos
foot.
quais
The vast majority
mulheres
of
e
which
crianças,
are women and
pesando em
children,
média 15
weighing
quilos a menos
on
do que
average
tinham antes.
15
Fugem da
kilos
violência
less
e
than
da fome.
before, and running away from
A
violence and
política
hunger.
brasileira de acolhimento
The
humanitário vai além
Brazilian
da Venezuela.
humanitarian reception
Temos
policy
também
goes
recebido
beyond
haitianos,
Venezuela. We
sírios,
have also
afegãos
welcomed
e ucranianos.
Haitians, Syrians,
Senhor
Afghans,
presidente,
and
o
Ukrainians.
conflito na
Mr.
Ucrânia
President,
já se estende por
The
7
conflict
meses
in Ukraine
e
has been
gera
going on
apreensão
for 7
não apenas
months
na
already,
Europa,
and it
mas
is
em
a
todo
source
o
of
mundo.
great concern,
Quero, em
not
primeiro
only in
lugar,
Europe, but throughout the
renovar o
world.
agradecimento do Brasil aos
First of all,
países
I
que
would like to
ajudaram na
reiterate
evacuação de
Brazil's
brasileiros
gratitude to the
que se
countries that
encontravam
helped
na Ucrânia
with the
quando
evacuation of
começou o
Brazilian
conflito.
nationals who were in Ukraine when the
Refiro-me
conflict
especialmente a
first
Eslováquia,
started,
Hungria,
especially
Polônia,
Slovakia,
Romênia
Hungary,
e
Poland,
República
Romania,
Tcheca.
and the Czech Republic.
A
Thank you very
operação
much.
foi exitosa.
The evacuation
Não
operation was
deixamos ninguém para
successful.
trás,
We left
nem
no one
mesmo seus
behind,
animais
not
de
even their
estimação.
pets.
Diante do conflito em si,
Regarding the
o
conflict
Brasil
in itself,
tem se pautado
Brazil
pelos
has
princípios do direito
been
internacional
guided
e da
by
Carta da ONU.
the principles of
Princípios que
international
estão
law and the
consagrados
UN
também em
Charter,
nossa
principles
Constituição.
that are also enshrined in
Defendemos
our national
cessar-fogo
constitution.
imediato,
We advocate
a
an
proteção de
immediate
civis e
ceasefire,
não
the
combatentes,
protection of
a
civilians and
preservação da
non-combatants,
infraestrutura
the
crítica
preservation of
para
critical
assistência à
infrastructure
população
to
e a
assist
manutenção
the
de todos os
population
canais de
and the
diálogo entre
maintenance
as
of
partes
all
em
channels of
conflito.
dialogue between the parties at
Esses são os
conflict.
primeiros passos para alcançarmos uma
These are the
solução
first
que
steps
seja
towards
duradoura
achieving a
e
solution that will be
sustentável.
long-lasting
Temos
and
trabalhado
sustainable.
nessa direção.
And we have
Nas
been working
Nações
in that
Unidas e em
direction.
outros fóruns,
At the United
temos
Nations and
tentado
also
evitar o
elsewhere,
bloqueio dos canais de
we
diálogo,
have tried to avoid
causado pela
hampering
polarização em
the
torno do
channels channels of
conflito.
dialogue as a result of
É nesse
polarization
sentido que somos
around the
contra o
conflict.
isolamento diplomático
Accordingly,
e
we
econômico.
are against
As
diplomatic and
consequências do
economic
conflito já se faz
isolation.
sentir nos
The
preços mundiais de
effects of the
alimentos,
conflict
de
can already be
combustíveis
felt in
e
the
de outros
world
insumos.
prices of
Esses
foodstuffs,
impactos nos colocam
fuel,
a
and
todos
other
na
raw
contramão
materials.
dos
All of this
objetivos
impact
do
drives
desenvolvimento
us all
sustentável.
away from the
Países que
sustainable
se
development
apresentavam como
goals.
líderes da
Countries
economia de
that
baixo
once
carbono
presented themselves as
agora
leaders
passaram a
of the
usar
low
fontes
carbon
sujas
economy
de energia.
have now turned to
Isso
dirty sources
configura
of energy.
grave
This
retrocesso
is a
para o
serious
meio ambiente.
setback for the environment.
Apoiamos todos os
We
esforços
support
para
all
reduzir os
efforts to
impactos
reduce the
econômicos
economic
dessa
impacts
crise.
of this crisis.
Mas não
But
acreditamos
we
que
do
o
not
melhor caminho
believe that the
seja
best
a
way
adoção de
is to
sanções
adopt
unilaterais
one-sided
e
or
seletivas,
unilateral and
contrárias
selective
ao direito
sanctions that
internacional.
are
Essas
inconsistent with
medidas
international
têm
law.
prejudicado a
These
retomada
measures
da economia
have
e
harmed
afetado os direitos humanos de
economic
populações
recovery and have
vulneráveis,
threatened the
inclusive
human
em
rights of
países da
vulnerable
própria
populations,
Europa.
including in
A solução para
European
o
countries.
conflito da Ucrânia
The
será
solution to the conflict
alcançada
in Ukraine
somente
will
pela
only be
negociação e
achieved
pelo
through
diálogo.
negotiation
Faça aqui
and
apelo às
dialogue.
partes, bem como
I
a
make
toda
an
a
appeal to the
comunidade
parties as well
internacional.
as to
Não deixe
the
escapar
entire
nenhuma
international community.
oportunidade
Let
por
us not miss
fim
any
ao
opportunity to
conflito de
end the
garantir a
conflict
paz.
and ensure peace.
A estabilidade,
The
a segurança
stability,
e a prosperidade
security,
da
and
humanidade
prosperity of
correm sério
humankind
risco se o
are at
conflito
serious
continuar.
risk if the conflict
Senhor
continues.
Presidente, tenho sido
Mr.
defensor
President,
incondicional
I
da
have been
liberdade de expressão.
an
Além
unconditional
disso, no meu
supporter
governo, o
of
Brasil
freedom
tem
of
trabalhado
speech.
para trazer o
Moreover,
direito
under
à
my
liberdade de
administration,
religião
Brazil has made an
para o
effort to
centro da
bring the
agenda
right to
internacional
freedom
dos
of
direitos
religion
humanos.
to the very
É
core
essencial
of the
garantir
international
que
human
todos
rights
tenham o
agenda.
direito de
It is
professar e
essential to
praticar
ensure that
livremente
everyone has the right
sua
to freely
orientação religiosa,
worship and practice
sem
their religious
discriminação.
orientation without any
Quero
discrimination
aqui
whatsoever.
anunciar que o Brasil abre
I
suas
would like to
portas
inform here
para
that Brazil
acolher
is
os
ready,
padres e
stands ready
freiras
to welcome the Catholic
católicos que
priests
têm
and
sofrido
nuns
perseguição
who
do
have
regime
suffered
ditatorial
prosecution,
da
rather,
Nicarágua.
have suffered
O
persecution
Brasil
by
repudia a
the
perseguição
dictatorial
religiosa
regime
em
in
qualquer lugar do
Nicaragua.
mundo.
Brazil repudiates religious
Outros
persecution
valores
wherever it may
fundamentais
occur in the
para a
world.
sociedade brasileira, com reflexo na
Other
pauta
fundamental
dos direitos
values for
humanos,
Brazilian
são a
society with
defesa da
implications
família,
to the human
do
rights
direito à
agenda
vida,
include
desde a
the defense
concepção,
of
a
family
legítima
values, the right to
defesa
life,
e o
sense,
repúdio à
conception,
ideologia
the
de
right
gênero.
to self-defense,
Quero
and
também
the
destacar
repudiation
aqui
of gender
a prioridade
ideology.
que temos
I would also like
atribuído à
to
proteção das
underscore the
mulheres.
priority we have attached
Nosso
to
esforço em
women's
sancionar mais
rights
de
and
70
protection.
normas
Our
legais
efforts
sobre o tema desde o
to
início do
sanction
meu
over
governo,
70
em
legal
2019,
norms on the
é
subject
prova
since the
cabal
very beginning of
desse
my
compromisso.
administration in 2019 is thorough
Combatemos a
evidence
violência
of
contra as mulheres
this
com
commitment.
todo rigor.
We fight violence
Isso é
against
parte da
women
nossa
very
prioridade
strictly.
mais
It
ampla
is
de
part and
garantir a
parcel of our
segurança
broader
pública
priority to
a
ensure
todos os brasileiros.
public security and
Os
safety
resultados
for all
aparecem em
Brazilians.
nosso governo.
The
A
results are
queda de
visible in our government
7,7%
figures.
no número
A
de
7.7%
feminicídios e
drop in the
diminuição
number
do número
of
geral de
murders
mortes por
of
homicídio.
women and a
Em
decrease
2017,
in
eram
the general
30
number of
mortes por 100
deaths
mil
by
habitantes.
murder.
Agora
In
são 19.
2017, there were 30 deaths
A
per
violência no campo
100,000
também caiu
inhabitants.
ao mesmo
Now there
tempo
are
que
only
aumentamos
17.
a regularização
Violence in
da
rural
propriedade
areas
da
has also
terra para
plummeted
os
at the same
assentados.
time as land tenure
No meu
by the
governo,
most in
entregamos
need has
400 mil
increased.
títulos rurais,
Under my administration, we have
80%
delivered
deles
400,000
para as
rural
mulheres.
property land title deeds,
Trabalhamos no Brasil
80% of
para que
which
tenhamos
given
mulheres
to women.
fortes e
In
independentes,
Brazil, we work to
para
ensure
que
that we have
possam
strong,
chegar aonde elas
independent
quiserem.
women so that they can
A
get
primeira-dama,
wherever
Michele
they
Bolsonaro,
wish. First
trouxe
Lady
novo
Michelle
significado
Bolsonaro
ao trabalho de
has
voluntariado desde 2019,
given
com especial atenção
a new
aos
meaning to
portadores de
volunteer work since
deficiências e
2019, with
doenças raras.
special attention to people with
Senhor
disabilities
Presidente,
and
senhor
rare
Secretário-Geral,
diseases.
senhoras
Mr.
e senhores,
President, Mr.
chefes de
Secretary
Estado
General,
de
Heads
Governo,
of State and Government,
senhoras e senhores,
ladies and gentlemen,
neste 7 de setembro,
last
o Brasil
September
completou
7th,
200 anos
Brazil
de história
celebrated 200
como
years
nação
of history
independente.
as an
Milhões de
independent
brasileiros
nation.
foram às ruas,
Millions of Brazilians
convocados pelo
took to
seu
the streets,
presidente,
called upon
trajando
by
as
their
cores da
government
nossa
and
bandeira.
wearing the colors of their
Foi a
flag,
maior
our
demonstração
flag.
cívica da
It
história do
was
nosso país.
the largest
Povo
civic
que acredita
demonstration
em
in the
Deus,
history of our country.
pátria,
A people
família
that believes in
e
God,
liberdade.
the homeland,
Muito obrigado
family
a
and
todos os senhores.
freedom. Thank you all very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear the address by His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. Senegal, I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée
Mr.
générale,
President of the General Assembly,
chers collègues,
dear colleagues,
Monsieur le Secrétaire général,
Secretary
Mesdames,
General,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
distingués délégués,
distinguished delegates.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
au nom de
on
l'Union
behalf
africaine,
of the African Union,
je remercie votre
I would
prédécesseur
like to express my thanks
et
to
vous
your
adresse
predecessor
tous nos vœux de succès
and wish you every
à la
success
présidence de notre
in
session.
the discharge of your duties.
Je renouvelle au Secrétaire général
I
Antoníu
reiterate our
Guterres
support to the Secretary
notre
General,
soutien
Antoníu Guterres,
dans l'exercice
as he
de sa délicate
carries out
mission
his delicate
au
mission
service des États
in the
membres.
service of member states.
Depuis notre dernière session,
Since our last session,
le monde est
the
devenu plus
world has
dangereux
become more
et
dangerous
plus incertain
and more uncertain
sous l'emprise
under the
combinée
combined
du
grip
réchauffement climatique,
of global warming,
des périls sécuritaires
security
et
and
sanitaires,
health perils,
ainsi que de la guerre en
and
Ukraine.
the war in Ukraine.
Le thème de cette
The
session
theme
montre
of
à
this
quel point
session
il urge d'agir
reflects the
ensemble
urgent need to
pour
act together
apaiser
to
les
ease
tensions,
tensions,
soigner notre
to
planète,
heal our planet,
réduire les inégalités
reduce persistent
persistantes nord-sud
north-south
et
inequalities,
redonner sens au multilatéralisme.
and reinstate the
Le
importance
Conseil
of
de sécurité est
multilateralism.
interpellé
The Security
au
Council
premier chef
is called upon
afin qu'il traite de la même
to
manière
address this
toutes les menaces à la paix et à la
first and
sécurité
foremost, to make
internationale,
sure that all threats
y
to
compris
international peace and
en
security, including in Africa,
le terrorisme qui gagne du
are
terrain sur
handled
le
in the same
continent
way.
n'est pas
Terrorism,
qu'une
which is
affaire
gaining
africaine.
ground on the continent, is
C'est
not
une
just an
menace
African
globale
matter. It is a global
qui
threat
relève de la
that
responsabilité
falls under the
première
primary responsibility
Conseil,
of the Council,
garant du
as
mécanisme de
it is the
sécurité
guarantor
collective
of the
en vertu
collective
de la
security
charte de
mechanism
l'organisation.
under the charter of our organization.
Ainsi, invitons-nous le
We
Conseil
therefore
à mieux
urge
s'engager
the
avec
Council
nous
to engage
dans
more
la
with
lutte
us
contre le terrorisme
in the
en
fight
Afrique
against terrorism in
avec
Africa,
des mandats
and to
plus
do
adaptés
this with more
et
appropriate
des moyens
mandates
plus conséquents.
and more substantial resources.
En outre, l'Union africaine
Furthermore,
appelle
the African
une fois de
Union
plus
once again
à la levée des
calls
sanctions
for the
étrangères
lifting
contre le
of foreign
Zimbabwe.
sanctions against Zimbabwe.
Ces mesures sévères
These harsh
continuent de
measures
nourrir un sentiment
continue to fuel
d'injustice
a sense of
contre
injustice
tout un peuple
against an
et d'aggraver
entire
ses
people,
souffrances
and to
en ces temps
aggravate
de
their
crise
suffering
profonde.
in these times of deep
Au
crisis.
Proche-Orient. Nous
In the Middle
réitérons
East,
le droit du peuple
We
palestinien
reiterate the right
à
of the
un État
Palestinian
viable,
people to
coexistant
a viable
pacifiquement
state
avec
living
l'État d'Israël.
side by side in
Chacun
peace with the
à
state of
l'intérieur de
Israel,
frontières sûres
each within
et
secure
internationalement
and
reconnues.
internationally recognized borders.
Nous appelons
We
à
call
la désescalade
for a
et à la
de-escalation
cessation des
and a
hostilités
cessation of
en Ukraine
hostilities in Ukraine,
pour une solution négociée
as well as for a
afin
negotiated solution
d'éviter
to
le risque
avoid the
catastrophique
catastrophic
d'un
risk
conflit
of a
potentiellement
potentially
mondial.
global conflict.
La négociation
The
et la discussion sont les meilleures armes dont nous disposons.
negotiations and discussions
pour
are the
promouvoir
best
la paix.
tools we have to promote
Je lance
peace.
un appel
I launch an
pour la mise
appeal
en place
to
d'une mission de médiation de
together
haut niveau
a high-level mediation mission
à laquelle l'Union africaine est prête à apporter sa
to
contribution.
which the African Union stands ready
Près de
to contribute.
80 ans après la naissance du système
Nearly
des
80
Nations
years
Unies
after the birth
et des
of the
institutions de
United
Bretton Woods,
Nations system and the
il
Bretton
est
Woods
temps
institutions,
d'instaurer
it
une
is
gouvernance
time
mondiale
for
plus juste,
a fairer,
plus
more
inclusive
inclusive global
et
governance
plus adaptée
that
aux
is more
réalités de
adapted
notre temps.
to the realities of our time.
Il est temps de
It
vaincre
is
les
time to
réticences
overcome
et de construire
the
narratifs
reticence and to deconstruct
persistent
the
à
narratives
confiner
that
l'Afrique
persist
à la
in
marge des
confining
cercles
Africa
décisionnels.
to the margins of decision-making
Il est
circles.
temps
It is
de faire
time
droit à la juste
to
et légitime revendication
heed Africa's
africaine
just and
sur la réforme du
legitimate
Conseil
demand
de
for Security
sécurité
Council reform,
telle que
as
reflétée dans le
reflected in
consensus
the
d'Iselweni.
Esselwini Consensus.
Dans le même
In
esprit,
the same vein,
je rappelle notre demande
I
d'octroi d'un siège à
reaffirm
l'Union
our
africaine
request for the African
au
Union to
sein
be
du
granted a
G20
seat in the
pour que
G20
l'Afrique
so
puisse
that
enfin
Africa can finally
se faire représenter
be represented
là où se prennent
where
les
decisions
décisions qui engagent
affect
1,4 milliard
1,4
d'Africains.
billion Africans are being taken.
Je remercie chaleureusement
I
les
would like to
partenaires
extend my
qui nous ont
warmest
déjà
thanks to the
exprimé leur
partners
soutien
who have already
et
expressed their
invite les
support
autres
and invite
à
others
considérer favorablement
to give
notre
favorable
candidature.
consideration to our candidacy.
Au titre de la gouvernance économique et financière,
With respect to economic and financial
j'attire
governance, I
l'attention
draw
de l'Assemblée
the
générale
attention of the General
sur le
Assembly
rapport 2022
to the
sur le financement du développement durable
2022 Financing for
réalisé par
Sustainable
une
Development
soixantaine
report,
d'institutions
produced by some
multilatérales dont
60
le Fonds monétaire
multilateral
international,
institutions, including
la
the
Banque mondiale,
IMF, the
le
World
Comité
Bank,
de Bâle,
the Basel
sur la
Committee on
supervision
Banking
bancaire,
Supervision,
l'Association
the
internationale
International
des
Association
régulateurs de
of
l'assurance
Insurance
et le
Regulators,
Conseil de
and
stabilité
the
financière.
Financial Stability Board.
Ce rapport
This report
relève les insuffisances
highlights
dans les procédés
shortcomings
d'évaluation
in the assessment
des agences
processes
de notation
of credit rating
et
agencies
souligne
and
l'importance
underlines
d'appliquer
the
des
importance
méthodologies
of
transparentes
transparent
afin
methodologies
de ne pas
so
miner la
as
confiance
not to
dans les
undermine
notations.
confidence in ratings.
Nous sommes préoccupés
We are
par le
concerned
fait
by the fact
que la
that
perception
the
du risque en
perception
Afrique
of risk
continue
in
d'être
Africa
plus élevée que le
continues to
risque
be
réel,
higher than the
ce qui
actual
renchérit les
risk,
primes d'assurance
which increases the
et
cost of
pénalise la
insurance premiums
compétitivité
and
de nos
undermines
économies.
the competitiveness of our
C'est
economies.
pourquoi
And this is why
l'Afrique renouvelle
Africa
sa
is
proposition
renewing its
au
proposal
groupe de réponse à la
to
crise
the
mondiale sur
Global Crisis
l'alimentation,
Response Group
l'énergie et
on
les
food,
finances,
energy and finance
afin qu'il engage,
to engage
en rapport avec le
in
G20,
conjunction with the
le FMI
G20,
et la
the
Banque mondiale,
IMF and the World
un
Bank
dialogue
in a
constructif
constructive
avec
dialogue
les agences de
with the
notation
ratings agencies
sur l'amélioration
on
de leur
improving
méthode
their
de
working
travail et
and
d'évaluation.
assessment methods.
Dans le même esprit,
In the same spirit,
face à l'ampleur inédite de la
given
crise
the
économique mondiale,
unprecedented scale of the global
l'Union
economic
africaine
crisis,
réitère son
the
appel
African Union
pour la
reiterates its
réallocation
call
partielle
for the
des droits
partial
de tirage spéciaux,
reallocation of special drawing
si
rights
nécessaire pour les pays en développement dans un
So
premier temps,
needed for
et la mise en
developing
œuvre de
countries first
l'initiative
and
du G20
foremost, and the implementation
de suspension
of the
du service de la
G20
dette.
debt service suspension
Ce choc,
initiative.
mesdames et messieurs, sans précédent,
Ladies and gentlemen, the
fragilise
unprecedented
davantage les
shock
économies les plus
further
faibles
destabilizes the
et
weakest
rend encore plus
economies
pressant
and makes their
leurs besoins
need
en liquidité
for liquidity ever
pour
more
atténuer
pressing,
les effets
so as to
de
mitigate
l'inflation
the effects
généralisée
of widespread
et
inflation
soutenir les ménages
and support
et les couches
the
sociales
most
les plus vulnérables,
vulnerable households
notamment
and social
les
strata,
jeunes et les
especially
femmes.
the young people and women.
S'y ajoute
In
la
addition to
prise en
that,
charge des
there is
urgences
the need
sanitaires
to
nouvelles ou
address
anciennes,
new and old
dont
health
le
emergencies,
cancer.
including cancer,
le cancer, un tueur
the
silencieux
silent killer
qui continue de
that
faire des
continues
millions
to
de
claim
victimes
millions
à
of
travers le monde.
lives across the world.
J'appelle à la
I call
mobilisation
For
en faveur de
a
la
general
campagne
mobilization
Race of Hope
in favor
de l'Agence
of the
internationale de l'énergie atomique
International Atomic
pour le
Energy
renforcement
Agency's
des
Ray of
capacités
Hope campaign
des pays membres,
to strengthen the capacities of
africains en
member countries,
particulier, dans la
particularly
lutte
in Africa,
contre le cancer
in the fight against
grâce aux
cancer,
technologies nucléaires
using nuclear
telles que
technologies
l'imagerie
such as
médicale,
medical
la
imaging,
médecine nucléaire et
nuclear
la
medicine,
radiothérapie.
and radiotherapy.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr.
Mesdames et
President,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
à quelques semaines de la COP27 de
with the
Sharm el-Sheikh,
COP27
en
in
Égypte,
Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, only
l'Afrique
a few
renouvelle son
weeks away,
attachement
Africa
à
reiterates
l'accord de
its
Paris sur le
commitment
climat.
to the Paris Climate Agreement.
En même temps,
At the
nous
same
souhaitons
time,
parvenir
We wish
à un consensus
to reach a
pour une
consensus
transition énergétique
for a
juste et
fair
équitable,
and equitable
comme
energy
ce fut le
transition,
cas
as
au sommet
was
Afrique-Europe
called for at the
de février
Africa-Europe
dernier,
Summit last February,
à la session
at
élargie du
the
sommet du
enlarged
G7
session of the
en juin et récemment
G7 Summit in
au Forum
June,
de
and
Rotterdam sur le
recently
financement
at the
de
Africa
l'adaptation
Adaptation
en Afrique.
Finance Forum in Rotterdam.
Il est légitime et
It
juste
is legitimate,
et équitable
fair,
que
and
l'Afrique,
equitable that Africa,
continent le plus
the
en
continent
retard sur le
that
processus d'industrialisation, continent le moins pollueur,
pollutes the least and
il est
lags
donc juste que
furthest
l'Afrique exploite ses
behind
ressources
in the industrialization
disponibles
process
pour
should
disposer
exploit
d'une
its
énergie de
available
base
resources to provide
afin
basic
d'améliorer la
energy
compétitivité
so as to
de son
improve the
économie
competitiveness of its
et
economy
réaliser l'accès
and
universel
achieve
à
universal
l'électricité.
access to electricity.
Je rappelle
I will recall
qu'à ce jour,
that today
plus de 600 millions
more than
d'Africains
600 million
vivent encore
Africans
sans électricité.
still live without electricity.
Travaillons également
Let us
à la
also
réalisation de
work
l'objectif
towards the
de
goal
100 milliards
of
de dollars par
mobilizing
an
100
en
billion US
appui
dollars per
aux
year
efforts
to
d'adaptation
support
des pays en
developing
développement
countries' adaptation
et au
efforts
financement
and
du
to
programme
finance
d'accélération
the
de
African
l'adaptation en
Adaptation
Afrique
Acceleration Program
sous l'égide de la
under
Banque
the
africaine de
auspices
développement
of the African
et du
Development Bank
Centre mondial
and
pour
the Global
l'adaptation.
Center for Adaptation.
Au demeurant, nous considérons le
Moreover,
financement
we
de
see adaptation
l'adaptation
funding not as
non comme de
aid,
l'aide, mais comme une
but rather
contribution des pays
as a
industrialisés
contribution
à un
by
partenariat
industrialized
mondial
countries to a global
solidaire
partnership of
en
solidarity
contrepartie
in return
des efforts
for
que
efforts
fournissent les pays en
made
développement
by developing
pour
countries
éviter les
to
schémas pollueurs
avoid the polluting
qui ont
patterns
plongé la
that
planète
have
dans
plunged
l'état
the
d'urgence
planet into
climatique
the current
actuel.
climate emergency.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
au-delà des urgences
Over and
conjoncturelles,
above the current
je suis
emergencies,
venu
I
porter
have come
le message
to
d'un
convey the
continent
message of a continent
déterminé à travailler
determined
avec
to work
tous ses
with
partenaires
all of its partners
dans une éthique
in a
relationnelle de
relational
dialogue
ethic
confiant
of a
et de respect
dialogue
réciproque.
of confidence and trust and
Je suis
mutual
venu dire
respect.
que l'Afrique
I have come to say
assez
that
subi
Africa has
le
suffered
fardeau de l'histoire,
enough of the burden
qu'elle
of
ne veut
history,
pas être le
that
foyer
it
d'une
does
nouvelle
not
guerre froide,
want to be the place
mais
of
plutôt
a new
un
Cold
pôle
War,
de
but
stabilité
rather a pole of
et
stability
d'opportunité
and
ouvert
opportunity
à tous ses
open to
partenaires
all of its partners
sur une base
on
mutuellement
a mutually
bénéfique.
beneficial basis.
Je suis venu
I
dire
have come
que
to
nous
say
n'ignorons
that
pas
we do not
l'Afrique des
ignore
problèmes
that Africa,
qu'il faut
faced
pacifier
with
et
challenges
stabiliser.
which need to be
Mais je suis également venu
pacified and
dire
stabilized.
que nous avons
But I have also come
aussi
to say
l'Afrique des
that we also
solutions
have Africa
avec ses
as a
30
provider
millions de
of
kilomètres
solutions
carrés,
with an
ses
area
ressources
of
humaines,
30 million square
plus de
kilometers,
60%
its
des
human
terres arables
resources,
du monde,
with its more than
ses
60% of
richesses
the world's
minières,
arable
forestières,
land, its mineral,
hydriques et
forest,
énergétiques.
water, and energy resources.
Oui, l'Afrique,
Yes,
oui, nous avons
we have
l'Afrique des solutions,
the Africa of solutions,
avec des gouvernements
with
à la tâche,
governments
au
on the
quotidien,
job, on
une jeunesse
a daily
vibrante,
basis. We have
qui
vibrant
innove,
and creative young
entreprend
people
et
who
réussit.
innovate, who are
Des millions
entrepreneurial
d'hommes et
and
de
who
femmes qui
succeed.
travaillent
We have
dur
millions of men
pour
and
nourrir,
women who work hard
éduquer,
to
soigner
feed,
leurs familles,
educate, and care for their
qui
families,
investissent,
who invest,
créent
who create
de la
wealth,
richesse et génèrent des
and who
emplois.
generate jobs.
Cette Afrique des
This
solutions
Africa of
souhaite
solutions
engager
wants
avec
to
tous ses partenaires
engage with all
des
of its
rapports
partners
réinventés
in a reinvented
qui
relationship
transcendent le
that
préjugé
transcends the
selon
prejudice
lequel
that
qui n'est pas avec
whoever
moi
is not
est
with
contre
me
moi.
is against me.
Nous voulons un
We want a
multilatéralisme ouvert
multilateralism that is
et
open and
respectueux de nos
respectful of our
différences,
differences,
parce que le système
because
des
the
Nations
United
Unies,
Nations system,
né sur les cendres de
born
la
out
guerre,
of the ashes of war,
ne peut emporter
can
l'adhésion
only
de
win
tous
the support
que
of
sur la
one
base
and all
d'idéaux
on the
partagés
basis of shared
et
ideals
non de valeurs
and
locales
not local values
érigées
erected
en normes
as
universelles.
universal norms.
C'est en collaborant dans le
It is
respect
by
de
working
nos différences
together,
que
respecting our
nous redonnerons
differences,
force
that
et
we will
vitalité
restore the strength
à la
and
raison d'être des
vitality
Nations
of the
Unies,
United Nations raison
c'est-à-dire
d'être,
préserver
which is to
les
save
générations
present
actuelles et
and
futures
future generations
du fléau de la
from the
guerre,
scourge of war,
promouvoir
to
la cohabitation
advance
pacifique
the peaceful
des peuples
coexistence of peoples,
et favoriser
and to
le
foster
progrès
progress
en instaurant
by
de meilleures
creating
conditions de vie
better living
pour
conditions
tous.
for all.
Je souhaite plein
I
succès
wish the
aux
77th
travaux de la
session of the
77e
General
session
Assembly
de l'Assemblée
every
générale. Je vous
success.
remercie de votre
I
aimable
thank you
attention.
for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you very
señor
much.
presidente, señor secretario
President,
general,
Secretary General,
estimadas y estimados jefes y jefas de
distinguished
Estado
heads
y de
of
gobierno,
state and government,
a todos los distinguidos invitados del día de hoy.
guests.
Es para mí un honor poder
For me,
estar con
it is
ustedes
an
en esta
honor
Asamblea
to be
General
able to
por
be
primera
with
vez.
you at this General Assembly for the first time
Vengo de
today. I come from
Que es un
Chile,
hermoso país
beautiful
situado en el
country,
sur, en el extremo sur
located
de América,
in the extreme south
entre
of
la
the
cordillera de los
Americas,
Andes, que es la columna de nuestro continente,
the Andes
y el
mountain
majestuoso
range,
e
the
imponente Océano
backbone of the
Pacífico.
continent, and the
Un
majestic,
país
breathtaking
que
Pacific
tiene una
Ocean.
geografía
A
diversa,
country with a
y paisajes
diverse
conmovedores,
geography and
en
stunning
donde conviven
landscapes,
juntos
where
los cielos
side
más
by
claros
side we have
con los mares
the
más
clearest
tempestuosos,
skies and the
el
stormiest
desierto
seas,
más seco,
the driest
con
desert
ciudades hechas de lluvia.
alongside
El
cities made
pueblo
of
chileno,
rain.
como quizás algunos de ustedes conocen,
The people of
es
Chile,
trabajador
as
y
you may
solidario.
know, is hardworking
Gracias a su
and
esfuerzo,
caring.
hemos
Thanks
pasado
to
en algo más de
our
2 siglos
efforts, in just
de
over
ser la
2
colonia más pobre de
centuries,
España en
we
América
have gone
a
from
ser
being
un país
the coldest,
independiente, libre,
poorest
soberano
rather,
y pujante.
colony of Spain on the
Un
continent
país
to a
con
thriving,
tremendas oportunidades
independent,
que hoy
free,
está
sovereign
a
country.
las puertas de un
A
desarrollo
country with
integral
enormous
y que
opportunities,
estamos trabajando
today
que
at the
sea para
gates of
todos y
comprehensive
no para unos
development.
pocos.
And we are working for this
Un país
development to be
que
for
tiene
all,
cobre y
not just
litio.
for a few.
Para la electromovilidad. Un país con hidrógeno verde en
Country
desarrollo
that has
para proveer
lithium
de
for
energías limpias al mundo.
energy, the means
Un
of
país con
providing
largas
clean
costas
energies
y
to the
áreas
world,
marinas
a
protegidas
country with long
para cuidar
coasts
al medio
and
ambiente.
protected marine areas
También con
to care
universidades de
for the
primer nivel
environment,
para
with
crear
the top-level
compartir
universities to
conocimiento.
create and share
Vengo a
knowledge.
decirles, estimados
I
colegas,
have come to tell you,
que
dear colleagues,
Chile necesita al
that
mundo
Chile
y
needs
el
the
mundo
world.
también necesita a Chile.
The world needs Chile too.
Pero como ustedes saben, y ha
But as
quedado
you are
claro en los
aware,
discursos que nos han
and
antecedido,
as has been clear in
vivimos en una
the
época de
speeches
profundas
that went
incertidumbres y
before my
sobresaltos,
own, we
en la que
live
es claro
in
que no
an
existen
era of
naciones, estando
uncertainty
todas aquí
and
representadas,
shocks.
que
It
sean
is clear
aisladas
that
o inmunes
no
a
country here
los sobresaltos.
is
a
isolated
lo que
from
acontece a
or
nivel global.
immune to global
Y en
shocks
esto nuestro
or
país, por
events.
cierto, no es la excepción.
And Chile is no exception.
Así,
Thus,
la guerra de agresión, la
Russia's
injusta guerra de
war
agresión
Russia's unfair
desatada por
war
Rusia en
of
Ucrania,
aggression on Ukraine,
pueblo al que le expresamos
a
nuestra
nation
solidaridad,
to which we express our
empujó
solidarity,
al alza el precio de los
pushed up
combustibles,
fuel prices
causó
and led to
desabastecimiento de granos
shortages
y
of grain and
fertilizantes,
fertilizer,
causando
with a
un
strong
fuerte
impact
impacto en nuestra economía y
on
de seguro,
our
también
economy,
en las de muchos de ustedes.
and certainly
También,
of many of your
Y
countries
aunque
as well.
esto cueste a veces hablarlo. La guerra comercial entre Estados Unidos y China, desatada en 2018 bajo la administración anterior de Trump, como también la pandemia, desestabilizaron la economía global y afectaron también la nuestra, como seguro también la de ustedes. En otra dimensión, la crisis humanitaria en Venezuela, producto de ya su prolongada crisis política, ha generado un flujo migratorio que es inédito en nuestra región y en nuestro país, poniendo una presión tremenda sobre nuestras instituciones y nuestra sociedad. Por último, como seguramente muchos de ustedes están viviendo, la crisis climática afecta con particular fuerza a nuestro continente americano, y también en particular al Caribe y a los sistemas de vida de nuestra gente. En Chile, de hecho, cumplimos con 7 de los 9 criterios de vulnerabilidad establecidos por las Naciones Unidas, por nosotros mismos: áreas de borde costero de baja altura, zonas áridas y semiáridas, zonas de bosque, propensión a los desastres naturales, sequía y desertificación, zonas urbanas con contaminación atmosférica y ecosistemas montañosos. Sin embargo, nuestro país, como seguramente muchos de los de ustedes, muchos de los del sur global, produce y es responsable de una parte mínima, en nuestro caso, el 0,24% de las emisiones globales del efecto invernadero. Mientras los países de las economías más grandes del G20, como nos recordaba el secretario general, produce el 80% de los gases con efecto invernadero. Como resulta evidente, en estos días ningún país, sea grande, pequeño, humilde o poderoso, puede pretender salvarse solo. Mientras preparaba en mi país este discurso, pensaba cómo en medio de tantos discursos, de seguro muy interesantes, contando la realidad específica de cada país, podía aportar con un pequeño grano de arena a la construcción de un mundo más justo posible. Y consciente de que no soy quien para dar lecciones sobre cada uno de los problemas que vive el mundo convulso en el que habitamos, pensé que contarles nuestra experiencia reciente como país puede servir a quien quiera escuchar para sacar vuestros propios aprendizajes. Chile vive actualmente un intenso proceso político. Hace casi 3 años debimos hacer frente a una grave crisis política y social. Durante aquellos días, una gran mayoría de chilenas y chilenos manifestó su malestar frente a la desigualdad y los abusos, su indignación frente a las largas esperas para recibir atención en la salud pública, su hastío frente a las millonarias deudas por estudiar, su rechazo a las pensiones de miseria después de largos años de trabajo. Es quizás una historia conocida para muchos de ustedes.
Pensions that are a mere pittance after long years of work.
Se cumplirán 50 años
In a few months, we will celebrate the 50 years since President Salvador Allende, who spoke to this very assembly, from this very podium, about the major social and political changes that Chile was going through at a time. Chile is a country that has, for a long time, sought the path towards dignity. And although during the democratic governments of the past 30 years, there was a remarkable decrease in poverty and progress on the social front, it is undeniable that the Chilean development model has kept a high concentration of wealth, leading us to be, and this is painful, one of the most unequal countries in the world. This inequality, as is the case in many developing nations, has obstructed our path towards development. Not only that, it is an inherent threat to democracy because it
y por lo tanto
breaks
termina
society
siendo un
apart. It
impedimento para
destroys
entendernos
social
y construir
cohesion,
juntos y
and
juntas
it therefore
un devenir
hampers
que sea más libre y más justo.
and building a freer,
El
more
estallido
fair
social
future
que
together.
viviera Chile
The
en
social
2019
upheaval Chile
dejó perplejos a muchos
experienced in
observadores, algunos de
2019,
ustedes, que preguntaban
left
qué
many
está pasando en este país,
puzzled,
y también
wondering what was
algunos actores de la vida
happening in
nacional.
our country.
Y es que a muchos
And it,
les llamó la atención
it
que un país que ha
even
logrado
left many observers
índices
and
importantes de crecimiento
stakeholders of
económico y de
Chilean
desarrollo humano
life,
que dan cuenta de
astonished.
importantes mejoras en la calidad de vida de su
and
población,
the fact is that
se haya
many
visto
were
enfrentado a la
struck
vez
by the
a una
fact
crisis tan profunda.
that a country that
Desgraciadamente,
had such high
lo que
indices
ocurrió en mi
of
patria no fue
economic
casual,
growth and human
no fue casualidad,
development, showing
sino la consecuencia de
major improvements in
innumerables
the quality of
historias
life
de
of this
dolor y
population, should have
postergación
faced such a
que se
deep
fueron
crisis.
incubando y afectando el
But
corazón
what
mismo de
happened
nuestra sociedad.
to my country is no coincidence.
Y
It
quiero
was the
decirles
result
que
of
aquello,
innumerable episodes of pain and
aunque
postponement,
no se
which
espere,
simmered and
puede
then
pasar
struck
en sus
at the
países
very
también.
heart of our society.
Por eso los quiero invitar
And I want to
a
point out that this
anticiparse,
can
a
happen in your
anticiparnos
countries as
todos
well.
juntos
That is why
en la búsqueda de una
I
mayor
invite you
justicia
to
social,
plan ahead in the search for
distribuir de
greater
mejor manera la
social
riqueza y el
justice,
poder
to better
debe ir de la mano
distribute
con un
wealth
crecimiento
and
sostenible.
power.
Y
This should
tengo la
go
profunda
hand in
convicción,
hand
que
with
espero que sea
sustainable growth.
compartida,
And
de
I
que
am
aquello
deeply
es
convinced that
posible.
it can be
Y es
shared and it
urgente.
is possible. Indeed, it is urgent.
Desgraciadamente, debo decirlo porque acá uno no puede
I
solamente
have
venir
to
a hablar de
say
las
this
cosas
because we cannot only
buenas.
come to talk about
Este
the good
descontento
things that
se
are
manifestó
happening.
también
This discontent
en
also
graves episodios de
expresses
violencia,
itself through
como la
major
inaceptable
episodes
quema de estaciones de
of
metro
violence, such as
y
the
la
unacceptable
vandalización de
burning
centros cívicos.
of subway
Y por otro
stations
lado,
and vandalizing
fuimos testigos de
civic
una represión
buildings.
descontrolada
And we also
que terminó con
witnessed an
muertes,
uncontrolled
heridos
level of
y más de
repression, which led to
400
deaths,
personas
in
víctimas de
injuries,
trauma ocular
and over
producto de la
400
acción del
people
Estado, lo que
who were
constituye,
victims of eye
desde el punto de vista de
injuries,
nuestro
which was
gobierno
the
y de
result of
organismos
state action,
internacionales de
which
derechos
is,
humanos,
from the point of view of our
en
government,
una grave
and,
violación a los derechos
other-
humanos
and
que
of,
debe ser
international
reparada y así lo será.
organizations, a severe violation of human rights,
Fue,
which must
estimados
be
colegas, una larga historia de
repaired.
injusticias la que se expresó en nuestro país en diciembre
It must be made up for.
en
This
octubre
long
del
history
2019.
of injustice
Pero también, y esto es lo lindo,
found
de
its
cómo las
voice in
historias
October
son
of
más largas que
2019.
nosotros mismos,
But also,
quienes
and
hoy
this
día
is a
ocupamos
good
estos
thing about
puestos,
it, the
también
long
fue la historia
history
larga de la movilización
of
ciudadana y las luchas sociales. Esa que
civil
permitió
mobilization
el
and
retorno a la
social
democracia, el
struggle, which
reencuentro de
made
los
it
demócratas,
possible
como dijera el
to
presidente Elwin
return
a fines del
to
siglo pasado,
democracy
o la que en los
and,
albores del siglo
the
XX
return of
permitió avanzar en
Democrats, as
derechos para
President
los
Elwin
trabajadores y
said at the end of the
trabajadoras.
past century,
En las manifestaciones del
was the
2019
same struggle
también
which made it
estaban las
possible
mujeres del siglo pasado
at the
que
beginning of the
avanzaron,
20th
pese a
century,
todo,
to
hacia el
make
derecho a
progress in
voto
rights
femenino.
for workers.
Nos acompañaron el recuerdo de los obreros que lograron el derecho al
Present
descanso
at the
y los
peaceful
pobladores
demonstrations of
que lucharon y
2019
siguen
were the
luchando
women of
por
the
una
previous
vivienda
century
digna.
who made
Son todas
progress
esas memorias
in
y
gaining
luchas
the right
sociales
to vote, the
las que estuvieron
workers
presentes.
who
Y
earned
los valores
the
detrás de
right
este profundo
to
malestar, la igualdad, la justicia,
leave,
la libertad,
and
no
the
son ajenos a un
settlers
reclamo que
who
cada vez
fought
con más frecuencia
for
vemos en el mundo
decent
y
housing.
en esta
All
testera.
of these memories and social
La
struggles
protección y
manifested
promoción de los
themselves
derechos
there.
humanos en
The
cualquier parte y
protection
por cualquier
of
régimen,
human rights anywhere
trabajo
by any
decente,
regime,
la protección social
decent
universal,
work,
la lucha contra la crisis
social
climática
protection and the
son
struggle
demandas
against
universales
climate
que son el
change
foco de nuestra
are
agenda en
universal
común,
demands which are the
liderada
focus of our
por nuestro
common
secretario
agenda,
general
led by the Secretary
Antóniu
General of
Guterres
this
y de
organization,
los objetivos del
Antóniu
desarrollo
Guterres,
sostenible.
and of the Sustainable Development
Estimados
Goals.
líderes del mundo,
These are the values behind this
la
deep
salida
unrest.
para caminar
equality,
en la solución
justice,
pacífica y
and
democrática de la crisis que vive nuestro país
Distinguished leaders of the
fue
world,
un acuerdo importante entre las
the way
principales fuerzas
forward
políticas
to
que
the
permitió la elaboración de una ruta
peaceful,
hacia la redacción de una nueva
democratic
constitución,
resolution of the crisis
una que fuera
our
capaz
country
de sentar las
experienced was
bases
an
de un nuevo
agreement
contrato social.
between the major political forces which made it possible to draw up a roadmap towards drafting a new constitution, one which made it possible to establish the basis of a new social contract, making a democratic response possible to the demands of the citizens. This road opened by Chilean society through protest and social struggle, and then politically channeled by the various institutions, was expressed through plebiscite in October 2019, where 80% of voters spoke in favor of a new written constitution by a specially elected body to do so. This is a major challenge. It consists of achieving, as never before in history, a democratic constitution written with citizen participation of indigenous peoples and gender parity, a constitution for everybody, written by everybody. A few weeks ago, the work of the Constitutional Convention was subjected to consultation through a plebiscite in which there was a massive participation, 85%. But this led to a clear rejection of the proposal, 62 against 38%. Thus, today we are seeking new formulas to build the meeting place for all Chileans. My personal option in this plebiscite was to approve the proposal for a new constitution, but the result was the opposite. Some want to see the result of the plebiscite as a defeat for the government. And with great humility, I wish to tell you today that a government can never feel defeated when the people speak. In a democracy, the word popular is sovereign and is a guide for any government. Why am I telling you about this? Because, unlike in the past, when differences in Chile were settled through blood and fire, today Chileans have agreed to face our challenges in a democratic fashion. And I'm telling you about this because I'm certain that one of the major challenges for humanity today is that of building democracies that really talk to and listen to citizens. Those who are here at this assembly have the duty of improving our democracies.
Durante las multitudinarias jornadas de movilización,
During the long
la palabra
days
dignidad
of
se
citizen
hizo presente.
mobilization, the word
Pues
dignity
bien, este mismo
was
pueblo
often heard.
se acaba de expresar dándonos una
The
lección de
Chilean
democracia
people
que
have
tomamos.
just expressed, giving us a lesson in
Chile le ha
democracy,
exigido a su
which we are
democracia y a
learning.
sus actores
Chile has
políticos
called
estar
on
a la
its
altura de sus
democracy and
demandas y el
political actors
desafío de hoy,
to
que
rise
queremos
to
nosotros
the
estar también
challenges that we
a
have
la altura de
today.
ellas.
And we must
Como gobierno,
meet their
hemos recogido los
expectations.
resultados del
As a
reciente
government,
plebiscito
we
con los
have
ojos y el
received the
corazón
results of
bien
the
abiertos.
recent plebiscite with
Queremos
open
escuchar
eyes
lo
and
que el pueblo nos
hearts.
está
We
diciendo,
want to hear what
porque
the people
confiamos en
is
su
telling
criterio
us.
y
We
confiamos en
trust
su voluntad.
their
Y hay
opinions,
cosas que hemos
we
entendido muy
trust
claramente que
their
quiero
will,
brevemente compartir con
and
ustedes.
there are things I want to share very
resultados
quickly with you.
Son la expresión de
The
una ciudadanía
results
que demanda cambios
are
sin poner en
the
riesgo sus
expression
logros
of a
presentes.
citizenry
Que
that
quiere un
calls for
mejor
change
futuro,
without putting its
construido con
current
seriedad y sin
achievements at
caer en nuevas
risk.
inseguridades.
Citizens who
Un
want a
futuro de
better
cambio
future
con estabilidad.
built without creating
Y hemos
new
entendido también,
insecurities,
y
a
esto como
future of
joven,
change with
que hace
stability.
pocos años estaba en la calle
As
en
a
las
young
protestas,
person who was on
que
the street
representar el
protesting
malestar
not very long
es
ago,
mucho más sencillo que
I can
producir
tell
las
you
soluciones
that
para esto.
representing unrest is a lot
Que
easier
quienes
than
nos
producing
dedicamos a la
solutions.
exigente tarea de la
Those of
política
us devoted to the
muchas veces
demanding work
confundimos
of
con
politics
facilidad
easily
los éxitos
confuse
que
our
podemos tener
success
como voceros de la
as
molestia ciudadana
spokespeople
con nuestra
for
real
citizen
capacidad de ser
needs
constructores
with
de
our
mejores
real
futuros.
ability to build a better
Y el
future.
resultado del plebiscito en nuestro
The
país
plebiscite
nos ha
results in
enseñado
Chile have
a
taught
ser
us
más
to
humildes.
be
La
humble.
democracia debe ser humilde.
Democracy
Y
must be
asumir que la
humble.
construcción del Chile que
They
soñamos
made us
no está
realize
en las recetas de ningún
that
sector en particular,
building the Chile
sino en la
we
síntesis
dream of,
que podamos hacer combinando lo
in
mejor
building the
que
Chile
cada
we
uno
dream
puede
of,
aportar.
no given sector has a recipe. Rather, it
Así
is
se
a dish
gobierna en el
made
siglo
up of the
XXI,
best each one of us has to
movilizando las
contribute.
capacidades y la
This is how we
sabiduría
govern in the
de nuestras
21st
sociedades
century,
y no
mobilizing
pretendiendo
capacity and skill in our
Como presidente
societies,
de
not
Chile,
trying to substitute
estoy
them.
convencido
As the
de que en el
President
corto
of
plazo
Chile, I am
Chile
convinced
tendrá una
that very
constitución que
soon
nos satisfaga
Chile will
y
have
nos
a
enorgullezca.
constitution that
Una
will
construida en
satisfy us and
democracia
make
que
us
recoja el
proud.
aporte de
One
todos los
built in
sectores de la
democracy
sociedad
that
y que sea capaz de
brings
reflejar
together the
los anhelos de
contributions of
justicia y
all
libertad.
sectors of society, able to
Estimadas
reflect
y
our
estimados
aspirations of justice
Desde
and
la humilde
liberty.
historia de mi patria,
Distinguished
puedo
delegates,
decirles con mucha
based
convicción
on
que el
the
camino para
humble
enfrentar
history
los
of my
problemas que
country,
aquejan a
I
nuestras
can tell you with
sociedades
deep conviction that the
se
path to
pavimenta con
face
más democracia
the
y no con
problems
menos,
affecting our societies is paved
incentivando la
with more
participación y
democracy,
no
not less,
restringiéndola,
with
fomentando el
incentives
diálogo y
for
jamás
participation,
censurándola,
not restrictions,
y por sobre todo,
with
respetando
dialogue
a quien
and not
piensa distinto,
censorship, and above all,
incorporando
with
sus puntos de
respect
vista
for those
y
who think differently,
entendiendo que el
with
tener opiniones
inclusion
diversas
of their
no
points
nos
of view,
vuelve
and
enemigos.
understanding
Me
that
revelo
having
frente al
diverse
abismo que algunos
opinions
pretenden
does not
cavar
make us enemies.
ante la
I
legítima
reject
diversidad de
the
opiniones
abyss
y desde
that
Chile
some try to
declaramos nuestra
open
voluntad de ser
when
constructores
facing
de
the
puentes
legitimate
ante estas
diversity
brechas que
of
nos
opinion.
impiden
And from Chile,
encontrarnos
we
como
declare our
sociedades
will
diversas.
of building bridges
Esta
across
es la
those
experiencia
gaps
y el
that make it
aprendizaje que desde nuestro
difficult
pequeño
for us
país
to meet as
queremos
diverse
compartir con las naciones del
societies.
mundo.
This is what we wish to
Profundizar la democracia
share
es un
as a
ejercicio
small country
permanente
with the
en el
nations of
cual
the
solo
world.
cabe
Deepening
perseverar
democracy
y
is
aprender
a permanent
cada uno de las
exercise
experiencias
where
del
we
otro.
must persevere
Por eso,
and
ya
learn from the
terminando,
experience of others.
los invito a trabajar en
Thus, in
conjunto
conclusion,
para
I invite you to
fortalecer la
work
democracia
together
en todos los
to
espacios, en
strengthen
cada país,
democracy in
en
all
la relación entre
spaces
nosotros.
in each of our countries
Necesitamos
and
una
in
voz
the
unida de América
relationship
Latina.
between
Necesitamos
countries.
más
We
trabajo
need a new
conjunto
Latin
desde el
America.
sur
We
global.
need more work
Necesitamos
together from
unas
the global
Naciones
south.
Unidas
We need
modernizadas,
a
en
modernized
donde todos nos
United
pongamos
Nations where
mismos
we
objetivos.
all set ourselves the same
A comprometernos
objectives.
desde el
We
multilateralismo con la
commit
justicia y la paz
ourselves
en todo
from
momento y en todo lugar.
multilateralism
A
to
realizar
justice
las
and
acciones que
peace
sean
anywhere
necesarias
and everywhere, to
y no
take the
solo
actions
declaraciones
needed,
para detener la
not only
injusta guerra de
statements,
Rusia
to
contra
stop
Ucrania
the
y
unfair
poner
war
fin
of
a todos
Russia
los
on
abusos de los
Ukraine
poderosos en
and
cualquier
put an
lugar
end
del
to
mundo.
all the abuse
A movilizar
of the
nuestros
powerful
esfuerzos
anywhere in the
para
world,
detener la
to
violencia contra las
mobilize our
mujeres,
efforts to stop violence against
sea
women,
en Irán,
whether it be
en
in
memoria
Iran,
de
in
Mahsa
memory of
Amini,
Mahsa
muerta en manos de la
Amini, who
policía
died
esta
at the hands
semana,
of the police this
o en
week,
cualquier lugar
or
del globo.
anywhere in the world.
A no naturalizar las permanentes
To not
violaciones a los derechos humanos
normalize
contra el pueblo
ongoing
palestino,
violations of the human
haciendo valer
rights
el
of the
derecho
Palestinian
internacional
people,
y las resoluciones
to uphold
que año tras
international
año esta
law
misma
and the
asamblea
resolutions
establece
which
que
this
conduzcan a su derecho
very assembly
inalienable
takes
a
year after
establecer su
year,
propio Estado
leading to
libre y
its
soberano,
right to its inalienable
como
right to
también
establish its own
a
free
garantizar
sovereign
el
state,
legítimo
as well
derecho
as
de Israel
guaranteeing
a vivir dentro de
Israel's
fronteras
legitimate
seguras e
right to
internacionalmente
live
reconocidas.
within safe and
A
internationally
seguir
recognized
trabajando
borders,
para
to continue
contribuir a la
working
liberación de los
to
presos
contribute
políticos en
to
Nicaragua
the release
y
of
trabajar
political
para que en
prisoners
ningún lugar
in
del mundo
Nicaragua. And
tener
so,
distintas ideas del gobierno de
nowhere in the
turno
world
pueda terminar en
having
persecución o en
ideas
vulneración de los derechos
different
humanos.
from the current
Estimados
government
miembros de esta
can
asamblea,
lead to
el mundo entero
persecution
demanda
or
cambio.
violations of
Y
human
quienes
rights.
somos parte de las nuevas generaciones,
Distinguished members of this assembly,
aprendiendo
the
de
whole
quienes nos
world is calling for
antecedieron,
change. New
tenemos el
generations
derecho
have the
y la
right,
responsabilidad
like
de
those before
pensar
us,
y
and also
actuar
the
para un futuro
responsibility
distinto.
to think and
Los ciudadanos que
realize
más
a
sufren las
different
consecuencias de
future.
sociedades
The
construidas
citizens
desde la
suffering
segregación y el abuso
the
reclaman
consequences of
derechos,
societies built on
reclaman seguridad para vivir.
segregation and
Ese mundo de mayor
abuse,
bienestar
call
solo lo
for the
podremos
rights
lograr
and for a
con
safe
mayor
life.
democracia.
This is a world
Y
that
ese
can only be
es el
achieved
llamado
through
al
more
que todos y
democracy.
todas
And this
debemos hoy
is a
día
call
atender y
which we
desde
must
Chile
all
estamos
respond to
disponibles para
today.
colaborar
And
en cada
in
lugar del
Chile,
mundo en aquello.
we are willing
Muchísimas
to
gracias.
cooperate anywhere in the world to that end. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, we meet today in this General Assembly as the alarm bells ring all around us. Numerous crises batter our world, crises that are increasingly interlocked. Regional conflicts with international impact, devastating climate change, pandemic disruptions, extremist violence, spiraling inflation, looming recession, and for all too many around the world, the growing reality of hunger. Developing countries have been hardest hit. Is this the future we will leave to the generations yet to come? We must deliver a different world, a world of expanded horizons, a more equitable world, sustainable economic growth, exciting new opportunities, and more and better jobs, and the inclusive peace for prosperity in which all people can thrive. To reach these goals, our countries must unite behind effective, collaborative action. The question now is, will we have the vision and determination to get the job done? Consider the climate crisis. No country can heal our injured Earth alone. We need global partnerships that can create real change. And Jordan is part of these efforts. We have been building strong partnerships to manage and sustain vital water resources. And we see more opportunities to work with partners to preserve precious World Heritage sites and natural wonders. The unique Dead Sea, the sacred Jordan River, and the resilient coral reefs of the Gulf of Aqaba, which are all threatened by climate change. Food security is another global priority. Hundreds of millions of people go to bed hungry, and the numbers are rising. How can parents raise healthy children? How can students learn? How can workers do their best when they are hungry and hopeless? Since the beginning of the pandemic, and now with the crisis in Ukraine, global supply chains have been disrupted. Many well-off countries experienced empty food shelves for the first time in living memory. They are discovering a truth that people in developing countries have known for a long time. For countries to thrive, affordable food must get to every family's table. On a global level, this demands collective measures to ensure fair access to affordable food and speed the movement of staples to countries in need. My friends, sustainable, inclusive economic growth has too often been a victim of global crises. But it can also be a defense that strengthens us to endure the storms. In my region, we are looking to build integrated partnerships that tap the capabilities and resources of each of our countries for the benefit of all. We see regional resilience pacts coming together to stimulate fresh opportunities and growth. Jordan has established multilateral partnerships with Egypt, Iraq, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and others in the region to capitalize on these opportunities. Our country is a bridge for regional partnerships and cooperation, international crisis response, and humanitarian action. Jordan has always been a source of regional stability, as well as a refuge for those in need. In this context, let me say a word about refugees and the communities which host them. In 2012, I came before the 67th General Assembly and spoke for the first time about the Syrian refugee flow and its pressure on Jordan's scarce resources. At that point, 200,000 Syrians had sought refuge in our small country. Today, 10 years later, we host more than 1.3 million. Meeting the needs of these and other refugees is an international responsibility, and host countries look to the international community to honor its commitments. My friends, for decades, the Middle East has been synonymous with conflict and crisis. But we are hopeful that a newfound spirit of collaboration can and make our region an exemplar of resilience and integration. Though politics may sometimes fail our world, one absolute remains: always put people first. To keep hope alive for all peoples means rising above politics to ensure every individual's prosperity. Such efforts will be fruitless if they are exclusionary. Inclusion of the Palestinian people in regional economic projects should be an integral part of our efforts. In the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, peace continues to be elusive. Neither war nor diplomacy has held the answer to this historic tragedy. It is the people themselves, not politics and politicians, who will have to come together and push their leaders to resolve this. What would our world look like now if the conflict had been settled long ago? If walls had never gone up and people had been allowed to build bridges of cooperation instead? What if extremists had never been able to exploit the injustices of occupation? How many generations of youth could have grown up in the optimism of peace and progress? As we continue our efforts to achieve peace, we must not abandon refugees. This year, the General Assembly will vote on renewing UNRWA's mandate. The international community should send a strong message of support for the rights of Palestinian refugees, ensuring that Palestinian refugee children have schools to go to and access to appropriate medical care. My dear friends, a founding UN principle is the right to self-determination for all peoples. The Palestinian people, with their resilient national identity, cannot be denied this right. And the road forward is the two-state solution, in accordance with UN resolutions, a sovereign, viable, and independent Palestinian state on the 4th of June 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security and prosperity. Today, the future of Jerusalem is an urgent concern. The city is holy to billions of Muslims, Christians, and Jews around the world. Undermining Jerusalem's legal and historical status quo triggers global tensions and deepens religious divides. The holy city must not be a place for hatred and division. As custodians of Jerusalem's Muslim and Christian holy sites, we are committed to protecting their historical and legal status quo and to their safety and future. And as a Muslim leader, let me say clearly that we are committed to defending the rights, the precious heritage, and the historic identity of the Christian people of our region. Nowhere is that more important than in Jerusalem. Today, Christianity in the Holy City is under fire. The rights of churches in Jerusalem are threatened. This cannot continue. Christianity is vital to the past and present of our region and the Holy Land. It must remain an integral part of our future. Distinguished delegates, we can weather the most serious crises if we join together. Let us here in this General Assembly honor our shared interests in a brighter future, a future of dignity and hope that brings new opportunities for all our peoples. And let us not ignore the alarm bells ringing around us. We must act. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Presidente de la Asamblea General de la Organización de Naciones Unidas, Chava Uroshi, Secretario General de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, Antoniu Guterres, excelentísimos señores jefes de Estado y jefes de misiones acreditados ante la versión número 77 de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, Vicesecretaria General de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, Amina Mohamed, a todas y todos. Vengo de uno de los 3 países más bellos de la Tierra. Allí hay una explosión de vida, miles de especies multicolores en los mares, en los cielos, en las tierras. Vengo de la tierra de las mariposas amarillas y de la magia. Allí en las montañas y valles de todos los verdes, no solo bajan las aguas abundantes,
not only are there abundant waters,
los torrentes
there
de
are
la sangre.
also floods
Vengo
of
de
blood.
un país de belleza
I come from a
ensangrentada.
country of blood-stained
Mi país
beauty.
no solo es bello,
My country,
allí también hay
Colombia, is
violencia.
not only beautiful, it is also violent.
No, ¿cómo puede conjugarse la violencia
How
con la
can
muerte?
violence,
¿Cómo puede
and
erupcionar
beauty
la
exist
biodiversidad
side by
de la
side?
vida
How can
con
the
las danzas de la
biodiversity
muerte
of
y el horror?
life intertwine
¿Quién es el
with the dances
culpable
of
de
death
romper
and horror?
el encanto
Who is
con el
responsible
terror?
for breaking the
¿A
charming
quién
spell
o qué
with
es el
terror?
responsable de
Who
ahogar
or
la vida
what
en las
is
decisiones
responsible
rutinarias
for
de
suffocating
la
life
riqueza y
in
del
the routine
interés?
decisions of wealth and
¿Quién nos
interest?
lleva a la destrucción como nación
Who is leading us
y
to
como pueblo?
destruction as a nation and
Mi
as a
país es
people?
bello porque tiene la selva
My country is
amazónica,
beautiful
la
because
del
it has
Chocó,
the Amazon
las
jungle,
aguas, las
the
cordilleras
Chocó
de los
jungle,
Andes
the
y los
waters,
océanos.
the
Allí en
Andes
esas
mountain
selvas
range
se
and
emana
the
oxígeno
oceans.
planetario
There
y
in
se
those
absorbe el
jungles,
CO2
the oxygen
atmosférico.
of the planet,
Una de esas plantas
emanates,
que absorbe el
and,
CO2
the CO2
entre
in the
millones de
atmosphere
especies
is absorbed.
es una de
One
las
of
más
those plants
perseguidas de la
absorbing
Tierra.
carbon dioxide
A como dé lugar,
amongst millions
se busca su
of
destrucción.
species
Es
is
una
one of the most
planta
persecuted
amazónica.
on earth.
Es la planta de
Wherever
la
it
coca,
grows,
planta
they seek to
sagrada
destroy
de los
it.
incas.
It's a plant of the Amazon, the coca plant,
Como en un cruce
a
de
plant
caminos
sacred to the
paradójicos,
Incas.
la selva que se
As if,
intenta salvar
At a
es al mismo
paradoxical
tiempo
crossroads,
destruida.
the jungle
Para
we
destruir la
we
planta
try
de
to
coca
save is
arrojan
being
venenos,
destroyed at the same time.
glifosato en masa
To
que corre por
destroy
las
coca,
aguas,
they spread
detienen
poison,
a los sus
glyphosate,
cultivadores y los
massive
encarcelan.
amounts that run in the
Por
waters.
destruir
They
o
arrest
poseer
those
la
who
hoja de la
cultivate
coca, mueren
and
1
imprison
millón
them.
de latinoamericanos
To
asesinados
destroy
y encarcelan a 2
have
millones de
possession
afros
of coca
en la América del
plants,
Norte.
a million
Destruir
Latin
la
Americans,
planta
die,
que mata, gritan
and
desde el norte.
2
Destruirla.
million
Pero la planta
African
no es sino una
Americans are
planta.
imprisoned in North America.
Más de las
destroy the
billones de
killer
especies
plant
que
is the cry
parecen
from the
cuando
north.
desatan
But the
el
plant is
fuego
just
sobre la
one
selva.
among many of the
Destruir la
millions
selva, el
that
Amazonas,
perish
se
when
convirtió en la consigna que siguen
fire breaks out
estados
in the
y
jungle.
negociantes.
Destroying the
No
jungle,
importa el
destroying the
grito de los
Amazon has
científicos,
become the
bautizando la
catchword
selva
which
como uno de los
states and
grandes
business
pilares
people follow.
climáticos.
They
Para las
ignore the
relaciones
call
del
of
poder del
scientists
mundo,
who baptize
selva y sus
the jungle
habitantes
as one of the
son
major
los
climate
culpables de la
pillars.
plaga que las
For power
azota.
relations in the world,
A las
the
relaciones
jungle
de
and its
poder
inhabitants
las
are those
azota
responsible
la
for the
adicción al
plague
dinero,
that afflicts them.
a perpetuarse,
The relations
al
of
petróleo,
power are
a la
plagued
cocaína y
by
a las
the
drogas
addiction
más
to
duras
money,
para
to
poder
perpetuate themselves,
anestesiarse más.
addiction to oil,
Nada más
to
hipócrita
cocaine and harder
que el discurso
drugs
para salvar la
that
selva.
can serve
La selva se quema,
to
señores, mientras ustedes hacen la guerra y juegan con ella.
anesthetize them.
La selva,
There
el
is
pilar
nothing more
climático del
hypocritical
mundo,
than the discourse of
desaparece
saving
con
the jungle.
toda su vida. La
The
gran
jungle is
esponja
burning,
que absorbe el CO2 planetario,
distinguished delegates,
se
while
evapora.
you may quarrel and play with it.
la selva
The
salvadora,
jungle, the climate
es vista
pillar
en mi país
of the
como el
world,
enemigo a
is
derrotar,
disappearing
como la
along with
maleza a
all of its
extinguir.
life. The
El
enormous
espacio de la
sponge
coca y de los campesinos que la
absorbing
cultivan,
planetary carbon
porque no tienen
dioxide
más
is
que
evaporating.
cultivar,
The
es
savior
demonizado.
jungle is seen
Para
in my
ustedes,
country
mi
as the
país
enemy
no
to
les
be
interesa,
defeated,
sino
as
para
the weeds
arrojarle
that must
venenos
be
a sus
pulled
selvas,
out.
llevarse
The
a
space
sus
of
hombres
coca
a la
and
cárcel
the
y arrojar a sus mujeres
people who
a la
cultivate it,
exclusión.
because they have nothing else
No les
to cultivate,
interesa la
is
educación del niño,
demonized. For you,
sino matarle
my
su
country
selva y
interests
extraer
you
el
only
carbón y el petróleo
if,
de sus
you can
entrañas.
spread,
La
poison
esponja
in
que
its
absorbe
jungle,
los venenos
take its
no
men
sirve.
to prison,
Prefieren
and
arrojarle más
cast
venenos
its women
a la
into
atmósfera.
exclusion. You are
Nosotros
not
les
interested in the
servimos
education of children,
para excusar los
but rather
vacíos y
in
las
killing
soledades
their jungle,
de su propia
extracting
sociedad,
the carbon
que la
and
llevan a
the
vivir
oil
en
from
medio de las burbujas
it.
de las
The
drogas.
sponge that
Les
absorbs
ocultamos sus
poison
problemas
is
que se
useless.
niegan a reformar.
You
Mejor es
prefer
declararle
to
la guerra a la
spread more
selva,
poison
a
into
sus
the
plantas, a
atmosphere.
sus gentes, mientras dejan
We
quemar las
serve
selvas,
to excuse the
mientras
gaps
hipócritas
and
persiguen
the
las
spaces
plantas
in our own society,
con venenos para
in your
ocultar
own
los
societies,
desastres de su
which,
propia
lead
sociedad.
you
Nos
to
piden
live
más y más carbón,
in the bubble
más
of
y más
drugs.
petróleo
We conceal
para calmar
your
la
problems,
otra
which you
adicción,
refuse to reform.
la del
It is
consumo,
better to
la del poder,
declare war on the
la del
jungle,
dinero.
on its plants, on its people.
¿Qué es
While
más
you let the
venenoso
jungle
para el ser
burn,
humano?
while hypocrites
¿La cocaína o el carbón o el petróleo?
obliterate plants with poison to
El
hide
dictamen
the
del poder
disasters in their own society.
ha ordenado que
We
la
are called
cocaína
for
es el
more
veneno
and more
y debe
carbon,
ser
more and
perseguida.
more oil,
Así ella
to
solo cause
console
mínimas
the other
muertes
addiction, the
por
addiction of
sobredosis
consumption, of
y
power,
más por
of
las
money.
mezclas que
What is
provoca
more harmful
su
to humanity,
clandestinidad
cocaine,
dictaminada.
carbon
Pero en
dioxide, or
cambio
oil?
el carbón y el petróleo
The will of power
deben
has
ser
ordered that
protegidos.
cocaine as a poison must
Así
be
su uso
persecuted.
pueda extinguir
Even though
a
it even
toda la
causes a
humanidad.
minimum of overdoses
Estas son
and
las cosas
more
del
because
poder
of the
mundial.
mixtures
Cosas de la
which
injusticia,
lead to
cosas
its
de la
being trafficked.
irracionalidad,
But on the other
porque el
hand,
poder mundial se ha
carbon and
vuelto
oil must be
irracional.
protected.
Ven en la
Even though
exuberancia
their
de la
use
selva,
can lead
en su
humanity to
vitalidad,
extinction.
lo lujurioso,
This
lo pecaminoso,
is
el origen
the way
culpable
world
de la
power
tristeza de sus
works, with
sociedades,
injustice, with
imbuidas
irrationality, because
en la
world
profunda
power has become
compulsión
irrational.
ilimitada
This
de
power
tener,
sees in the
de
exuberance
tener
of
y de consumir.
the jungle, in
¿Cómo
its
ocultar la
vitality,
soledad del corazón
a sign
en
of
su
lust
sequedad
and
en medio de
sinfulness,
sociedades
the sinful origin
sin afectos,
of the sadness
competitivas,
of its societies,
hasta
imbued with the
encarcelar
unlimited compulsion
el alma en la
to have
soledad,
and to consume?
si no es echando
How
la
to-
culpa a la
How
planta,
can we hide
al hombre que
the
la cultiva,
loneliness of people's
a los
hearts,
secretos
the
libertarios de la
drought
selva?
in the midst of
Según el
loveless
poder
societies,
irracional del mundo, la
which
culpa
compete to
no
the
es del
degree of
mercado que
imprisoning
recorta la
souls in
existencia.
loneliness.
La culpa es de la selva.
We
y de
conceal
quienes la
this
habitan.
by blaming
Las
the
cuentas
plant,
bancarias
the
se han
people who
vuelto
cultivate
ilimitadas.
it.
los dineros guardados
secret
de
freedom
los
of the
más
jungle.
poderosos
According
de
to the
la
irrational
tierra
power of the
ya
world,
no podrán siquiera
the
gastarse
fault
en el
is
tiempo
not
de
in
los
the
siglos.
market.
La
The fault is
tristeza de
in
la
the jungle and
existencia
those
que
who live there.
produce esa
Bank accounts
artificial
have become
convocatoria a la
unlimited.
competencia la llenan con ruido y con
The
drogas.
money
La
of the
adicción al dinero y al
powerful
tener tiene otra
cannot,
cara.
be spent
La
even
adicción a las
over
drogas en las
centuries.
personas
The
que
sadness
pierden la
of the existence
competencia
that produces
de la
this
carrera
artificial call to competition
artificial en la
is
que
filled
han
with noise and
transformado a la
drugs.
humanidad.
The addiction
La enfermedad de la
to money
soledad no
and
se cura
to
con el
having things has
glifosato
another
sobre las
face. A drug
selvas.
addiction
No es la selva la culpable.
in people
La
who
culpable
lose
es
the
su
competition,
sociedad
the losers
educada
of the
en el
artificial
consumo
race,
sin
which
fin,
has transformed
en la
humanity.
confusión estúpida entre
The
consumo y
sickness of
felicidad
society will
que
not be
permite, eso
cured
sí,
by spreading
que los bolsillos del
glyphosate in the
poder
jungle. The jungle
se
is not
llenen de
responsible.
dinero. La
Society
culpable de la adicción a las
educated
drogas
towards
no es la
endless
selva,
consumption,
es la
stupid confusion between
irracionalidad de su
consumption
poder
and
mundial.
happiness is
Denle
what
un
makes it
golpe
possible for
de luz,
the pockets of
de
the
razón a su
rich
poder.
to be filled.
Prendan de nuevo las luces del
Those
siglo.
responsible for
40 años ha durado la
are
guerra
not
contra
the
las
forest.
drogas. Si no
It is
corregimos
the
el rumbo
lack
y
of
esta se
rationality
prolonga
of world power.
otros 40 años, Estados
Let us
Unidos verá
illuminate
morir
power
de
with
sobredosis
reason. Let us
a
put on the lights of the
2.8
century.
millones jóvenes
The war
por
against drugs has
fentanilo
lasted for 40
que no se
years.
produce en
If
nuestra
we do
América
not
Latina.
correct our course,
Verá
and it
millones
goes
de
on for
afros
another 40 years,
norteamericanos
the United
ser
States will
apresados
see
en sus cárceles
over
privadas. El afro preso se
200,
convertirá
or rather
en
2
negocio de
million,
empresas
8,000
carceleras.
more
Morirán
overdoses,
asesinados
of
1
fentanyl.
millón de
This has not
latinoamericanos
happened in
más.
Latin America.
Nos
There will be
llenarán de
millions
sangre
of
nuestras aguas
African Americans
y nuestros
who will
campos
be
verdes.
imprisoned in
Verán
private
morir
jails.
el sueño de la
They
democracia,
will become
tanto en mi
the
América
pawns
como en la
of,
América
the
anglosajona.
prison business.
La democracia
Another
morirá
million
allí donde
Latin
nació,
Americans will be
en la gran
killed.
Atenas occidental
Our
europea.
waters and our green fields
Por ocultar la
will
verdad,
be filled
verán morir la selva y las
with
democracias.
blood.
La
We
guerra
will see
contra
the
las
death
drogas ha
of
fracasado.
democracy. The dream
La
of
lucha contra la
democracy
crisis
died,
climática
both in
ha
my
fracasado.
America and in
Han
English-speaking
aumentado los
America.
consumos mortales
Democracy will die
de drogas
where
suaves, han pasado a las
it
más
was
duras.
born, in
Se ha producido
the
un
great
genocidio en mi
West
continente.
European Athens.
Y en mi país han
To
condenado
hide
a
the
las
truth,
cárceles
you'll see
a millones de
the jungle
personas
and democracy
para ocultar
die.
sus
The
propias
war
culpas
against drugs
sociales.
has failed.
Le han
The
echado
war
la
against
culpa a la
climate
selva y
change
sus
has
plantas. Han llenado de sin razón los discursos y las políticas. Yo les demando desde aquí, desde mi Latinoamérica
From soft
herida,
drugs, we move to hard
acabar
drugs.
con la
There's been a
irracional
genocide
guerra
in
contra
my
las drogas.
continent and in my country.
Disminuir el
It
consumo
has
de
led
drogas
millions of people
no necesita
to
de
prison,
guerras, de
to hide
armas.
their own,
Necesita
social flaws.
que todos
They have blamed
construyamos
the jungle
una
and its
mejor
plants.
sociedad,
They have
una
filled
sociedad
the
más
discourse
solidaria,
and politics
más
with
afectuosa,
irrationality.
donde la
I
intensidad de la vida
here
salve de las
from my
adicciones y de
wounded
las
Latin
nuevas
America to an end
esclavitudes.
to the irrational war against drugs.
Quieren menos
Decreasing
drogas.
drug consumption
Piensen
does
en
not
menos
need
ganancias
wars.
y en más
It needs for
amor.
all of us to build a better
Piensen
society
en un
with more
ejercicio
solidarity,
racional
with more
del
affection,
poder.
where the intensity
No
of life
toquen
will
con
save
sus
people from
venenos
addiction and new slavery.
la belleza de mi
Do you want
patria.
fewer drugs?
Ayúdennos
Think
sin
of fewer
hipocresías
profits and more
a
love.
salvar la selva
Think of a rational
amazónica
exercise
para
of
salvar
power.
la vida
Do
de
not
la
affect
humanidad
the beauty
en el
of my
planeta.
country with your poison.
Ustedes
Help
reunieron
us
los
without
científicos
hypocrisy
y ellos
to save the
hablaron
Amazon
con la
jungle,
razón,
to save the life of
con
humanity on
matemáticas y
Earth.
modelos
You brought together the
climatológicos.
scientists, and they
Dijeron
spoke
que se
reasonably.
acercaba el fin de la especie
With
humana,
mathematics and climate
que su
models,
tiempo
they
ya
said
no es de
that
milenios,
the end of the
ni
human
siquiera de
species
siglos,
La ciencia prendió la alarma y dejamos de escucharla. La guerra nos sirvió de excusa para no tomar las medidas necesarias. Cuando más se necesitaban las acciones, cuando los discursos ya no servían, cuando era indispensable depositar los dineros en los fondos para salvar la humanidad, cuando había que alejarse cuanto antes del carbón y del petróleo, se inventaron una guerra y otra y otra. Invadieron Ucrania, pero también Irak y Libia y Siria. Invadieron en nombre del petróleo y del gas. Descubrieron en el siglo XXI la peor de sus adicciones, la adicción al dinero y al petróleo. Las guerras les han servido de excusa para no actuar contra la crisis climática. Las guerras les han mostrado cuán dependientes son de lo que acabará con la especie humana. Si observan que los pueblos se llenan de hambre y de sed y emigran por millones hacia el norte, hacia donde está el agua, entonces ustedes los encierran, construyen muros, despliegan ametralladoras, les disparan, los expulsan como si no fueran seres humanos, quintuplican la mentalidad de quien creó políticamente las cámaras de gas y los campos de concentración, reproducen a escala planetaria 1933, el día del gran triunfo del asalto a la razón. ¿Acaso no ven que la solución al gran éxodo desatado sobre sus países del norte es volver a que el agua llene los ríos y los campos se llenen de nutrientes? El desastre climático nos llena de virus que pululan, arrasándonos. Pero ustedes hacen negocios con las medicinas y convierten las vacunas en mercancías. Proponen que el mercado nos salvará de lo que el mismo mercado ha creado. El Frankenstein de la humanidad está en dejar actuar el mercado y la codicia sin planificar, rindiendo el cerebro y la razón, arrodillando la racionalidad humana a la codicia. ¿Para qué la guerra si lo que necesitamos es salvar la especie humana? ¿Para qué sirve la OTAN y los imperios si lo que viene es el fin de la inteligencia? El desastre climático matará centenares de millones de personas y oigan bien, no lo produce el planeta, lo produce el capital. La causa del desastre climático es el capital. La lógica de relacionarnos para consumir cada vez más, para producir cada vez más y para que algunos pocos ganen cada vez más. Es eso lo que produce el desastre climático. Le articularon a la lógica de la acumulación ampliada del capital los motores energéticos del carbón y del petróleo y desataron el huracán, el cambio químico de la atmósfera, cada vez más profundo y mortífero. Ahora, en un mundo paralelo, la acumulación ampliada del capital es una acumulación ampliada de la muerte. Desde las tierras de la selva y la belleza, allí donde decidieron hacer de una planta selvática amazónica un enemigo, extraditar y encarcelar a sus cultivadores, les invito a detener la guerra y a detener el desastre climático. Aquí en esta selva amazónica hay un fracaso de la humanidad. Tras las hogueras que la queman, tras su envenenamiento, hay un fracaso integral, civilizatorio de la humanidad. Detrás de la adicción a la cocaína y a las drogas, detrás de la adicción al petróleo y al carbón, está la verdadera adicción de esta fase de la historia humana. La adicción al poder irracional, a la ganancia y al dinero. He aquí la enorme maquinaria mortal que puede extinguir la humanidad. Les propongo como presidente de uno de los países más hermosos de la tierra y de los más ensangrentados y violentados, acabar la guerra contra las drogas y todas las guerras y permitir que nuestro pueblo pueda vivir en paz. Convoco a toda América Latina en este propósito. Convoco la voz de Latinoamérica a unirse para derrotar lo irracional que martiriza nuestro cuerpo. Los convoco a salvar la selva amazónica integralmente con los recursos que puedan destinarse mundialmente a la vida. Si no tienen la capacidad para financiar el fondo de la revitalización de la selva, si pesa más destinar el dinero a las armas que a la vida, entonces reduzcan la deuda externa para liberar nuestros propios espacios presupuestales y con ellos realizar la tarea de salvar la humanidad y la vida en el planeta. Lo podemos hacer nosotros si ustedes los del norte no quieren. Solo cambien deuda por vida. Solo cambien deuda por naturaleza. Les propongo y los convoco en América Latina para ello. Dialogar para acabar la guerra. No nos presionen para liderarnos en los campos de la guerra. Es la hora de la paz. Que los pueblos eslavos hablen entre sí, que lo hagan los pueblos del mundo. La guerra es solo una trampa que acerca el fin de los tiempos en la gran orgía de la irracionalidad. Desde América Latina convocamos a Ucrania y Rusia a hacer la paz. Solo en paz podremos salvar la vida en esta nuestra tierra común. No hay paz total sin justicia social, económica y ambiental. Estamos en guerra también con el planeta. Sin paz con el planeta no habrá paz entre las naciones. Sin justicia no hay paz social. Gracias, muy amable por escuchar.
Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan, değerli devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Mr. Chairman,
Sayın Genel Sekreter, kıymetli delegeler, sizleri şahsım ve milletim adına en kalbi duygularla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Birleşmiş Milletler 77. Genel Kurulu'nun ülkelerimiz ve tüm insanlık için hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Genel Kurul Başkanlığı görevini üstlenen Sayın Csaba Körosi'yi tebrik ediyorum. Genel Kurul toplantımız için belirlenen iç içe geçmiş sınamalara dönüştürücü çözümler için dönüm noktası temasını son derece isabetli buluyorum. Zira toplantımızı dünyamızın birden fazla tehditle eş zamanlı olarak baş etmeye çalıştığı kritik bir dönemde gerçekleştiriyoruz. Koronavirüs salgınıyla mücadelede aldığımız derslerin en başta geleni küresel sorunların çözümünde uluslararası dayanışmanın önemiydi. Türkiye olarak salgın sürecinde
As Turkey,
hiçbir
during
ayrım
the pandemic,
gözetmeden
without any discrimination, we have managed
161
to
ülke
provide
ve 12
humanitarian aid
uluslararası
to more than
kuruluşa
161
destek
countries
sağladık.
and 12
Yerli ve
international
milli
organizations.
aşımız
And
Türk
we
Havak'ı
have
tüm insanlığın
provided
hizmetine
Turkovac,
sunduk.
which is our national
İklim
and
değişikliğiyle mücadeleye verdiğimiz önemin
local
göstergesi
vaccine
olarak
to the
Paris
service of the entire
Anlaşması'nı
human race.
geçtiğimiz yıl
And last year we
onayladık.
had ratified the Paris
Ulusal
Agreement
beyanımızla
in order to
2053
showcase
yılı için
how
net sıfır
resolved we
emisyon
are to
hedefimizi
fight climate
ve
change.
yeşil kalkınma
In the year
devrimimizi
2053,
ilan
we
ettik.
are aiming to become
Birleşmiş Milletler
a zero emission
Biyolojik
country.
Çeşitliliğin
And
Korunması
we had
Sözleşmesi'nin
held the 16th
16.
Conference of
Taraflar
Parties in
Konferansı'na
Istanbul
ev
for the
sahipliği
UN
yaparak
Convention for the
bu
Protection
alanda
of
da
Biodiversity.
öncü rol
And we
oynamayı
have shown
sürdüreceğiz.
much we were
Salgının
willing to become
tedarik
pioneers in
zincirlerinde
fighting
yol
against
açtığı
climate
aksaklıklar
change.
sebebiyle
Because of the
ağır
problems
darbe alan
created by the
küresel
pandemic in
ekonominin
the supply chain, the
Rusya-Ukrayna
global economy was
savaşıyla
impacted
birlikte
heavily. And
yeni
with
bir
the
şok
addition of
dalgasına daha maruz
Russian-Ukrainian
kaldığını
crisis,
görüyoruz.
we are experiencing a new
Artan
wave
enerji,
of shock.
gıda ve ham
The
madde
prices for
fiyatlarının
energy, the food
oluşturduğu
and, raw
enflasyon
material is
baskısı
increasing,
dünya
thus
çapında
creating an
tüm
enormous
ekonomileri
pressure of
ve
inflation,
sosyal
and it
refahı
is having
menfi
a
yönde
significant
etkilemektedir.
ramification upon the global economies
Gelişmeler,
and social welfare.
enerji arz
These
güvenliğinin
developments
önemini
have
de
proven once
çarpıcı
again
bir
as to how
şekilde
important energy
yeniden
supply security
gündeme taşımıştır.
is.
Türkiye olarak
And as Turkey,
öteden beri
ever since the
enerji
beginning,
konusuna
we
bir
have
rekabet
been
değil,
focusing on energy
işbirliği
not
alanı
as an
olarak
issue
baktık.
of competition, but
Kendi
an
ihtiyacımız
area
yanında
for cooperation.
bölgesel
Right
ve
next to our
küresel
need,
enerji güvenliğini
we have
destekleyen
revived
pek çok
many
projeyi
projects which would
hayata
support
geçirdik.
energy security
Bu
not only in
adımların
our
isabeti
region, but
ve
also
önemi
on a global
son
scale.
gelişmelerle
And
bir
with the
kez
recent
daha
developments, our
anlaşılmıştır.
stance had been
Yaşanan
confirmed.
süreç gıda
The
güvenliğini
process that we're
de
going through
riske
has
atmıştır.
also risked
Maddi ve
food
teknolojik
supply
imkanların
security.
en üst
This is the
seviyeye ulaştığı 21.
21st
yüzyılda
century, and we
dünya
have reached the
nüfusunun
highest
halen
extent of
1/5'inin
financial
açlığın
and technological
ve yoksulluğun
opportunities.
pençesinde
However, in this day and age,
kıvranmasının
still
izahı
1/5 of the
mümkün
world
değildir.
is crippled in the
Dünya
hands of
son
poverty
gelişmelerle
and hunger. With the
2030'da
recent developments,
sıfır açlık
the
seviyesine
world
ulaşmayı
was
amaçlayan
aiming to reach
sürdürülebilir
zero,
kalkınma
poverty
hedeflerinden
and
de
hunger in the year
uzaklaşmaya
2023 as a
başlamıştır.
part of the Sustainable Development
İnsanlığın
Goals.
karşı
But it
karşıya
seems like
kaldığı
we are
bu karanlık
getting away
tabloyu
from our
umudun ışığıyla
perspective
aydınlatabilmenin
achievements.
yegane yolu
This is the day and age
uluslararası
where we
işbirliği
need to shed a light on
ve
our path,
dayanışmayı
and that can only be possible through
hakkaniyetli
international
ve
cooperation
adaletli bir
and
yaklaşımla
solidarity, and we need to
güçlendirmektir.
assume a just and
Ortak
fair
kaderimizi etkileyen
approach
sınamalara karşı
towards one another.
ortak gündemle harekete
Against the
geçmemiz
challenges that
gereken bir
identify
döneme
our common fate, we
Türkiye
need to
olarak
move together.
bu
As
iradeyi
Turkey, we are willing to
salgın
showcase
ve
this will,
iklim
as we have done
değişikliği
during the
süreçleri yanında
pandemic and
Rusya,
during the crisis of climate
Ukrayna
change.
Savaşı'nın meydana
Also,
getirdiği sarsıntılarla
we
mücadelede
have
de
proven our
ortaya
stance
koyuyoruz.
while we were fighting against the
Ukrayna'da
crisis created as a
7.
result
ayını
of the
dolduran
Russian-Ukrainian
ihtilafın
conflict.
ilk
The
gününden bu yana
Ukrainian conflict is
savaşın kazananı
exceeding the 7th month
adil bir barışın
threshold.
ise kaybedeni olmayacağı
And
düşüncesiyle
we think that
hareket
the
ettik.
war will never have a
Bugün de
triumph
yaşanan
and
krizin
a
çözümünde
fair
diyalog
peace
ve
process
diplomasinin
will not
anahtar
have
rolüne
a loser.
vurgu yapıyoruz.
This is
Bu
important because
anlayışta
we are always
oynadığımız
underlining the
kolaylaştırıcı
significance
rol
of diplomacy
sayesinde
in the settlement of the
tarafları
disputes
önce
through dialogue once
Antalya
and for all.
diplomasi formunda,
That's why we got
sonra
together the parties in
İstanbul'da
Antalya
bir
Diplomacy
araya
Forum
getirdik.
and then in Istanbul to become facilitators in a reconciliation process.
Sayın Genel Sekreterle birlikte yürüttüğümüz
As a result
yoğun
of the
çabalar
heavy,
neticesinde
efforts that we
Ukrayna
had
tahılının
invested together with
Karadeniz
the
üzerinden
Secretary General,
dünyaya
we've managed to
ulaşmasını
export
temin
Ukrainian
ettik.
grain through
Bu
the Black
gelişmeyi
Sea.
sağlayan İstanbul Mutabakatı'nın
its way to the rest
ikinci
of the
ayı
global markets.
dolarken sevkiyatın her
Istanbul
geçen
Convention
gün
that allowed this
ivme
export
kazanmasını
is
memnuniyetle
Still
izliyoruz.
very much
Tahıl arzının
vital.
sürdürülmesinin
And
sağlanmasında
the exports are gaining
kritik öneme
momentum
sahip
as time
bu
goes
mutabakat
by. This is
Birleşmiş
a critical
Milletler'in
agreement
son yıllarda
that
imza
was
attığı en büyük başarılardan
undertaken
biridir.
jointly with the United
Dünyanın
Nations,
dört bir
and this
yanında
is one of the greatest
uluslararası
accomplishments of the United
camiadan
Nations in the
medet
recent
umanların
decades.
Birleşmiş Milletler'e besledikleri güven
And I think
bu başarıyla yeniden tazelenmiştir.
The international community
İstanbul Mutabakatı,
revived its confidence in the
taraflar
United
açısından
Nations as a result of
hayati
Istanbul
önem arz eden
Convention.
meselelerde
Istanbul Convention
müzakerelerin
proves
sonuç
once
verdiğini
again
de
that negotiations can yield
ispatlamıştır.
results, especially in
Benzer bir
issues
yaklaşım
which are
yine
vital
tüm
to all
insanlığın
the parties involved.
güvenliğini
And a
ilgilendiren
similar approach
Zaporijya
has been
nükleer
assumed by
santralindeki
us when it comes
kriz
to
konusunda
the
da
Zaporizhia
sergilenebilir.
nuclear
Son
power
günlerde
plant
yeniden
that
alevlenen
is
savaşın
threatening the
Ukrayna'nın
security
toprak
of the
bütünlüğü
entire
ve
globe.
bağımsızlığı temelinde sonlandırılmasına
The
yönelik
conflict is
gayretlerimizi
escalating, and we are
artırarak
investing tremendous
sürdüreceğiz.
efforts in order to ensure that the
Buradan
war will be finalized
uluslararası
by
kuruluşları
protecting the
ve tüm
territorial
ülkeleri
integrity and the sovereignty
Türkiye'nin
of Ukraine
kalıcı
once
barışın
and for all.
tesisine
And we
yönelik
would like to
çabalarına
launch an appeal to
samimi
all the
destek vermeye
international
çağırıyorum.
organizations
Her iki
and the
tarafa
countries
da
of the world to support
krizden onurlu çıkış
peaceful
imkanı
initiatives
verecek
of Turkey to settle this
makul,
dispute once and for all.
adil
We need a dignified
ve
way out
uygulanabilir
of
bir
this crisis,
diplomatik
and that
çözümü
can only be possible through a
beraberce
diplomatic
bulmamız
solution
gerekiyor.
which is rational,
Diğer
which is
yandan
fair, and which is
milyonlarca
applicable.
insanı mağdur eden
And on the other
tüm bu
hand, all these
felaketler
disasters affecting millions of
etkin
people
çok taraflılığın Birleşmiş
have shown
Milletler'de de
once again
vücut
that
bulması
the
için
United Nations will
daha
have to be
fazla
much
çaba
more
gösterme
effective, much more
sorumluluğumuzu
influential, and that the
hepimize
United Nations
bir
has a
kez daha
responsibility to
hatırlatmıştır.
invest more efforts in the
Birleşmiş Milletleri
solution of the
kapsayıcı
problems on a
vasfına
global
yakışan
scale. The
daha
United
adil bir
Nations
dünya düzeni
will have
için
to be much more
çözümler
inclusive
üretebilen,
and be
tüm
capable of
insanlık
creating
adına
certain
ortak
solutions for a
iradenin
more
vücuda
fair world.
getirildiği bir
And the
teşkilat
United
olarak
Nations have to become an
yeniden
international organization where
yapılandırmamız
a common
şarttır.
will of the entire
Bilhassa
human race can be
Güvenlik Konseyi'nin daha etkin,
put forward.
demokratik,
Especially the
şeffaf
Security Council has to
ve
be more
hesap
effective,
verebilir
more
bir yapı
democratic, more
ve
transparent,
işleyişe
and more
kavuşturulması
accountable.
tüm
It has to be more
insanlığın
functional,
barış,
and it is going to be for
adalet
the
ve
entire
refah
human
arayışında
race
önemli
in
bir
its
dönüm
search
noktası
for peace,
teşkil
justice,
edecektir.
and welfare.
Bu
This is
yöndeki
going to be a turning point for
ortak
us
vazifemizi
all.
unutturmamak
And in
için
order to remember our
dünya
common
5'ten büyüktür ve
responsibility,
daha adil
we have
bir
been
dünya
stating the
mümkündür.
fact that the world is
Gerçeğinin
greater than
altını
five,
her
and that a
platformda
fairer
en
world
kuvvetli
is still
şekilde
possible.
çizmeye
These
devam
are the remarks
edeceğiz.
that we've been repeating in every
İnanç ve
platform,
azimle yürüttüğümüz
in
bu
every chance that we
mücadeleye
got. We are
tüm üye
committed and
ülkelerden
we are driven
destek
in our
beklediğimizi
fight.
burada
And
bir
we
kez daha
expect
ifade
the
etmek istiyorum.
entire world to support
Kıymetli
us.
delegeler,
And that's what I would like to call out to
Türkiye'nin
you once again.
dış politikadaki
Distinguished
vizyonu
delegates,
daima
our vision,
barış
our foreign
odaklı
policy
olmuştur.
vision had been always
Bölgemizden başlayarak
peace-oriented.
tüm
Beginning with
dünyada
our region, in the
sulh
entire
sükunun
world, we
hakim
have been
kılınması
working
için
tremendously
var
in order to
gücümüzle
make sure
çalışıyoruz.
that peace would prevail.
Birleşmiş Milletler bünyesinde yürüttüğümüz
In
barış
our
için
initiative, which is
ara
called
buluculuk
Mediation for
girişimimizle
Peace, that we have
çatışmaların
been conducting
çözümü
under the
konusunda
auspices of the United
çaba
Nations,
harcıyoruz.
we have been spending tremendous efforts in
Avrupa'dan
order to resolve
Latin Amerika'ya
conflicts.
ve
From
Afrika'ya
Europe to
kadar
Latin
farklı
America,
coğrafyalarda
from
vuku
Africa
bulan
to,
anlaşmazlıkların
different
giderilmesinde
geographies,
yeri
we
geldiğinde
are trying to
arabulucu,
take a
yeri
mediation
geldiğinde
position.
kolaylaştırıcı olarak yapıcı
And
rol
we
üstleniyoruz.
are assuming a
Çatışma
facilitating position
ve
in order to
ihtilafların
settle the disputes
çevrelediği
once and
bölgenin
for all.
tam
We
kalbinde
are right there in the heart of the
özellikle yer
region,
alan
which is
bir ülke
surrounded by
sıfatıyla
conflicts.
sorunların değil,
But we are trying to
çözümlerin
be
bir
a part of
parçası
the
olmamızı
solution rather than
sağlayacak
the problem.
inisiyatifler
And
alıyoruz.
that is
Bu
only possible
çerçevede
through the initiatives that
Suriye
we
krizine
undertake.
Güvenlik
And within this
Konseyi'nin
framework,
22-54 sayılı kararı temelinde
we
halkın
are
meşru
always
beklentileri
underlining the
doğrultusunda
fact that a
kalıcı
peaceful
bir
settlement
çözümün
has to be
bulunmasının
found
önemini
for the
tekrar
Syrian conflict within the
vurguluyorum.
framework of the United Nations Security
Çözümsüzlüğün
Council
sürmesi
Resolution
hem bölgemizin
2254,
güvenlik
which is
ve
going to be
istikrarını
permanent and which is
hem de
going to be
Suriye'nin
reliable.
toprak bütünlüğünü giderek
I think
daha fazla
if the
tehdit
conflict would
etmektedir.
be sustained, it
Suriye'nin
would threaten
kuzeyindeki
the
4
territorial
milyonu
integrity of
aşkın
Syria and the security and the welfare
ülkemizin
of our
sağladığı
region. Right now,
güvenlik
4
şemsiyesi
million
ve uluslararası
civilians
yardımlar
of
sayesinde
Syrian
hayata
descent
tutunmaktadır.
have been hosted in our
Kuzeybatı
country.
Suriye'deki yardım mekanizmasının temelini oluşturan kararın uzatılması için Güvenlik Konseyi mesuliyetini
I think the Security
yerine
Council will
getirmelidir.
have to assume a responsibility in order to
Ülkemize,
extend the
güvenlik
decision,
güçlerimize
which is
ve
supporting the
sivillere
help mechanism
terör
which was
saldırıları
established in the northern
gerçekleştiren bölücü
west
gündemiyle
of
Suriye'nin
Syria.
toprak bütünlüğünü tehdit eden PKK
we are fighting against terrorist organizations such as PKK and its offsprings, which are imposing a great and a clear threat upon our Turkey and our security forces. This terrorist organization is changing its name on a continuous basis, and it's trying to legitimize itself. And we have to call out to the global forces to stop weaponizing these terrorist organizations and to stop making the same mistakes of the past. We are powerful enough to take all the measures against terrorism, and that is an information that I need to remind you of once again. And we will never shy away from fighting against terrorism, and we will always be very resolved in taking necessary measures in order to combat terrorism. We are trying to do everything we can within our capability in a very sincere fashion to ensure that our Syrian brothers and sisters will be able to go back to their countries in a dignified, safe, and a secure fashion. We are trying to ripen the conditions so that the civilians fleeing war can go back to their own motherlands. And in order for them to lead a dignified life, we are building 100,000 brick homes in several parts of Syria so that they can seek refuge there. A vast majority of these 100,000 brick homes have already been completed and they have been handed over to their owners. And we have started our preparations in order to build an additional 200,000 housing units so that 1 million Syrians will be able to go back to their homelands. In secure zones, in safe zones, in a total of 13 different centers, and in rural areas, these projects will be completed, and we need the international support in order for that to be possible. Within this project, we need everybody to show serious and a committed solidarity and commitment. The irregular migration, the refugee crisis,
onları ölüme terk etmekle, sınırlara duvarlar örmekle, insanları toplama kamplarına doldurmakla çözülemez. Bu krizin çözümü, insanı ve insan hayatını merkeze alan gayretlerden geçmektedir. Hal böyleyken, Yunanistan'ın Ege Denizi ve Doğu Akdeniz'de göçmenlere yönelik zulümlerinin giderek arttığını görüyoruz. Türkiye olarak biz yeni aylan bebeklerin cesetleri kıyıklara vurmasın diye çırpınırken Yunanistan hukuksuz, pervasız geri itmeleriyle
pushing back these refugees in an illegal fashion, in a very tyrant fashion, turning the Aegean into a graveyard for refugees. Last week, a 9-month-old, a baby called Asım, and a 4-year-old Abdülvahap
Yunan sahil güvenlik güçlerinin botlarını batırması sonucu vefat etmiştir. Avrupa'nın ve Birleşmiş Milletler kurumlarının insanlığa karşı suç teşkil eden bu acımasızlıklara artık bir dur demesinin vakti çoktan gelmiştir. Diğer bir komşu ülkemiz Irak'ta da huzurun ve istikrarın hakim kılınması için her türlü çabayı sergiliyoruz. Ülkede Iraklılık kimliği temelinde siyasi birliğin ve uzlaşının sağlanmasını arzu ediyoruz. Irak'ta refahın sürdürülebilir şekilde artırılması ve terör örgütlerinin istismarlarının önlenmesi ancak bu şekilde mümkün. Tabii bu arada Irak'taki istikrarsız ortamı istismar eden terör örgütlerinin ülkemize hedef alan eylemlerine de asla müsaade etmiyoruz. Bu kürsüden daha önce de defalarca vurguladığım gibi terörizm belasıyla mücadeleyi terör örgütleri arasında ayrımı reddeden samimi ve etkin bir uluslararası işbirliğiyle kazanabiliriz. Hangi isim altında olursa olsun tüm terör örgütleriyle mücadelesini yıllardır devam ettiren Türkiye'nin müttefiklerinden ve dostlarından bu konuda samimi bir işbirliği ve dayanışma beklemek en tabii hakkımızdır. Terör örgütleri ve zalim rejimlerle ülkemizde işbirliği yaparak bölgenin güvenliğine, istikrarına, huzuruna, refahına katkıda bulunmak isteyecek herkesle çalışmaya hazırız. Kıymetli delegeler, dünyanın güvenliği bakımından üzerinde ısrarla durulması gereken yerlerden biri de Kuzey Afrika ve Doğu Akdeniz'dir.
The Northern Africa and Eastern Mediterranean.
Bu çerçevede Libya'nın istikrar ve refahı başta komşuları olmak üzere tüm bölge için kritik önemlidir. Türkiye olarak Birleşmiş Milletler'in bu yöndeki çabalarını destekliyoruz. Amacımız Libya halkının egemenliğini, birliğini, bütünlüğünü koruyarak hak ettiği refah düzeyine erişmesini sağlamaktır. Libya'da adil ve muteber bir seçimin yapılarak meşruiyetini halktan alan güçlü bir hükümetin iş başına gelmesi hepimizin katkıda bulunacağı temel hedef olmalı. Orta Doğu coğrafyasında kalıcı barış ve istikrarın tesisi açısından sona erdirilmesini gerekli gördüğümüz İsrail-Filistin ihtilafında iki devletli çözüm vizyonuna güçlü destek veriyoruz. Kudüs'ün tarihi ve kültürel kimliğiyle Harem-i Şerif'in kutsiyetine saygı gösterilmesi, işgal altındaki topraklardaki yasa dışı yerleşim faaliyetlerinin durdurulması, Filistinlilerin can ve mal güvenliğinin sağlanması şarttır. Bölgedeki sorunun adil, kalıcı ve kapsamlı bir çözüme kavuşturulması için başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan bağımsız ve egemen Filistin devletinin kurulması dışında bir ihtimal yok. Türkiye olarak İsrail ile ilişkilerimizi hem kendimizin hem bu ülkenin hem Filistin halkının hem de bölgenin huzuru, istikrarı, geleceği için birleştirmeyi sürdürmekte kararlıyız. Bu süreçte Birleşmiş Milletler Filistinli mültecilere yardım ajansının kurumsal ve mali kapasitesinin geliştirilerek Filistinli mazlumlara sahip çıkılması uluslararası toplumun sorumluluğudur. Türkiye, İran'la yürütülen kapsamlı ortak eylem planının küresel ve bölgesel istikrar için taşıdığı önemi daima vurgulamış bir ülkedir. İran'ın nükleer programına ilişkin hususların diplomasi ve diyalog yoluyla çözümüne yönelik görüşmelerin en kısa sürede sonuçlandırılarak uygulamaya geçirilmesini bekliyoruz. Azerbaycan'ın işgal altındaki topraklarını kurtarması, Güney Kafkasya'da kalıcı barışın ve istikrarın temini konusunda tarihi bir fırsat penceresi Türkiye olarak Azerbaycan ile Ermenistan arasında yürütülen süreçleri destekleyerek bu fırsatın değerlendirilmesi için çok önemli adımlar attık. Son günlerde yaşanan çatışmalar güzel iklime gölge düşürmüş olsa da iki ülke arasında en kısa zamanda kapsamlı bir barış anlaşması imzalanmasının mümkün olduğuna inanıyorum. Azerbaycanlı kardeşlerimizin haklarını ve geleceklerini inşa konusunda verdikleri mücadelede daima yanlarında olmayı sürdüreceğiz. Ülkemizi de yakından ilgilendiren bölgedeki ulaştırma bağlantılarının en kısa sürede açılması ise herkesin refahına katkı sağlayacak bir gelişme olacak. Neredeyse yarım asırdır işgal, çatışma,
terörizm,
At the same time,
sefalet
almost for
gibi
the last
sorunlarla boğuşan
50 years,
Afganistan
Afghanistan
yine bir
has been
sınamadan
fighting against
geçmektedir.
conflict,
Ülkedeki
terrorism,
geçici
and
hükümetin
poverty. And
temel
still,
insan
Afghanistan
haklarının
is going through a
korunması
significant and
doğrultusunda
a challenging time.
atacağı adımlar umut verici
The
gelişmelerin
intermediary
önünü
government will have to take
açabilir.
necessary steps forward in order to
Türkiye
ensure
bu zor
fundamental rights and
günlerinde
liberties for the
Afgan
human beings.
kardeşlerini
And
desteklemeyi
we
sürdürecek.
believe that there might be
Hindistan
certain
ve
promising
Pakistan'ın
developments there. And we will keep
bağımsızlıklarını
on
kazanmalarının üzerinden
supporting our
geçen
Afghani brothers and sisters
75
during this
yıla rağmen
process.
aralarında hala
India and
güçlü bir
Pakistan,
barış
after having
ve
established
işbirliği
their
tesis
sovereignty and
edilememiş
independence
olmasından üzüntü duyuyoruz.
75 years ago, they still
Dileğimiz
haven't established peace
Keşmir'de
and solidarity
adil ve kalıcı barış
between one another.
ve huzura
And this is
ulaşılmasıdır.
much
Yakın
unfortunate.
tarihte
We hope
yaşanan
and pray that
bir sel
a fair
felaketi
and a
sebebiyle
permanent peace and
son derece
prosperity will be
sıkıntılı günler
established in
geçiren
Kashmir.
Pakistan halkına
And we would like to extend our
tekrar
condolences
geçmiş olsun
sincerely to
diyoruz.
the people of Pakistan
Afetin
because of
ardından
the disaster
başlattığımız
floods that they
insani
had
yardım
experienced quite recently.
çalışmalarımızı
And after the flood,
aralıksız
we have launched
sürdürüyoruz.
humanitarian aid
Uluslararası
campaigns which
toplumunda
are still
Pakistan
sustained.
halkına
And we
içinden
would like to
geçtikleri
call out
bu
to the
sancılı
international
dönemde
community to
destek
help the
vermesini
people of
bekliyoruz.
Pakistan as they are going
Rohingya
through this most
Müslümanlarının
unfortunate
ana
and painful
vatanlarına
time.
güvenli,
The Rohingya
gönüllü,
Muslims
onurlu
will have
ve
to go back
kalıcı
to their
şekilde geri
motherlands in
dönüşleri
a
için
safe, secure, and a
desteğimiz
voluntary and a
devam
dignified
ediyor.
fashion. And we are supporting that in
Çin'in
every extent
toprak
possible.
bütünlüğüne, tek Çin anlayışına ve
And
egemenlik
we are very
haklarına
sensitive towards
kesinlikle
the
halel
protection of the
getirmeyecek
fundamental
şekilde
rights and the
Müslüman
liberties of the
Uygur
Muslim
Türklerinin
Uyghur
temel hak
Turks
ve özgürlüklerinin korunması
in such a way
hususunda
that will never threaten
hassasiyet
the
gösteriyoruz.
territorial integrity and sovereignty
Balkanlarda
of
barış ve istikrarın
China.
güçlendirilmesi,
In the Balkans,
anlaşmazlıkların diyalog yoluyla
we are
çözümü için
investing tremendous
ikili ve
efforts
çok
in order for
taraflı
peace and
platformlarda
prosperity to
yoğun
be
gayret
strengthened
gösteriyoruz.
and for the disputes
Bu
to be
anlayışla
settled once
Eylül
and for all
başında
through
Bosna
dialogue
Hersek,
in multiple
Sırbistan ve
platforms.
Hırvatistan'ı
And at the
kapsayan
beginning of
bir
September,
bölge turu
we had launched
gerçekleştirdi.
an official visit
Bosna Hersek'teki
including
seçimlerin
to
sorunsuz
Bosnia
şekilde
Herzegovina,
yapılmasıyla
Serbia,
Belgrad,
and Croatia.
Priştine diyalog sürecinde ilerleme
Once
sağlanması
after the elections have
bölgenin
been
istikrarına katkı
positively
verecek.
finalized in Bosnia
Türkiye
Herzegovina,
olarak
I think it is going
Ege
to contribute
Denizi'nde
tremendously
ve
to
Doğu
the dialogue
Akdeniz'deki
process
tüm
between Belgrade
meselelerin
and
iyi
Pristina,
komşuluk
and it will
ilişkileri
contribute tremendously
çerçevesinde
to the
ve
stability of the
uluslararası
region.
hukuka
As
uygun
Turkey,
olarak
in
çözülmesini
the
istiyoruz.
Aegean Sea and in the
Bölgede
Eastern Mediterranean, we
ülkemizde
want all
asla
the
denk
problems to be
olmayan
settled once and for all
siyasi
within
ve
the
askeri
framework of
seviyesine
good
rağmen
neighborly
güç
relations
gösterisi
and in
peşinde
compliance
koşanlar
with the international
kendilerini
law.
komik duruma
I think
düşürmektedir.
those countries who are going after
Doğu
adventures
Akdeniz'de
in our region
barış
are
ve
making
istikrarın
themselves feel
sürmesi,
funny, which are no
tüm
equivalent
tarafların
to us
hak ve
at all.
hukukuna saygı
In the
gösterilmesine
Eastern
bağlı.
Mediterranean, peace
Yunanistan'dan
and stability
gerginlik
depends on
ve tahrik
respecting the
siyasetini
rights of all the
bir
parties
kenara
involved.
bırakarak
We expect
işbirliği ve
Greece
dayanışma
to
çağrılarımıza
leave escalation
kulak
and
vermesini
provocation
bekliyoruz.
policies to one side and
Daha önce
respond
önerdiğimiz
to our calls for
Doğu Akdeniz
cooperation and
Konferansı'nın
solidarity.
bu amaca hizmet
We believe
edeceğini
that the
düşünüyoruz.
Eastern Mediterranean Conference that
Muhataplarımızın
we had recommended
şimdiye kadar
previously will serve
bu
this
konuda
very purpose.
en ufak
Our
bir adım dahi
interlocutors
atamaması
unfortunately had never taken a
kimin
positive
barış
step forward
ve
in order to
diyalogtan,
respond to this
kimin de
call.
gerilimden
And
yana
it clearly
olduğunu
states who
göstermektedir.
supports
Türkiye,
provocation and
Ege
conflict
ve
and
Doğu
who supports
Akdeniz'deki
peace and
haklarını
stability.
sonuna kadar savunurken
We will
kendi
always
siyasi
defend our
hesapları
rights
uğruna
in the Aegean
gerginlik
and Eastern
stratejisi
Mediterranean at
izleyenlerin oyunlarına
the
da
farthest
asla
extent, and we will
gelmeyecek.
never yield
Kıbrıs
to the
meselesinde de
escalation strategies led by other
kalıcı
countries.
ve
Even in the
sürdürülebilir bir
Cyprus issue,
çözüme
we want
ulaşılabilmesi için
to
Kuzey
reach
Kıbrıs
a
Türk
settlement once and for all
Cumhuriyeti ile
in a
birlikte
fair, permanent
hep
and
iyi
a just
niyetli
and a
ve
sustainable
yapıcı çaba
way.
sergiledi.
And we have always been
Esasen
working together with
gerçekleri görmek
the
isteyen
Northern
herkes
Republic of
bugün adada
Turkish Republic
iki
of
ayrı
Northern
devlet,
Cyprus.
iki ayrı
in order for
halk
that to be
olduğunu
possible.
bilmektedir.
On this island there are
Kıbrıs
two
Türk
states
halkının
and there are two
egemen
different
eşitlik
nations,
ve
and this
eşit
should be
uluslararası
accepted
statü
by all.
haklarının tescil edilmesi
It is the
adadaki
key for
çözümün
a solution of the
anahtarıdır.
problems in the
Uluslararası
island
toplum,
of Cyprus to
Birleşmiş
accept
Milletler
that
prensipleriyle
the
çelişir
Turkish
şekilde
Cypriots have equal
ambargolarla
and sovereign rights
dünyadan koparılmaya
and that their
çalışılan
international
Kıbrıs
statuses
Türklerine yönelik
to be
zulme son
accepted.
vermeye, bir an önce Kuzey Kıbrıs
We would like to ask the international community to stop imposing sanctions upon the Turkish Cypriots and to eliminate all forms of embargo and stop this tyranny once and for all. Greece is a member of the European Union, and they are pushing back the refugees in the Aegean Sea in a very inhumane fashion. And they are also imposing certain policies upon the Turkish minorities which are of Muslim descent, neglecting all their legal responsibilities. So what we want to see is to see Greece finalizing these efforts and ask the European Union to be more considerate instead of turning a blind eye towards these violations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every challenge that we experience on a global and a regional fashion, we see that solidarity between Turkey and the EU is very much significant. Turkey is celebrating the 70th anniversary of joining NATO. We are a very strong ally of NATO. We have diplomatic initiatives and we have military capabilities that are contributing to the security of the Europe and the Atlantic. We are trying to provide to the security and stability and the welfare of the European continent in every extent possible. And we are the Asian on the western coast of Europe. And we are leading certain initiatives such as Asia again in order to become much more proactive. We are trying to establish closer contacts and solidarity with the African countries as a result of the recent global initiatives that we have taken up. Within that framework, between 16th and 18th of December 2021, with the large participation of our African friends, we have managed to hold the third partnership, Turkey and Africa Partnership Summit in Istanbul. Turkey is always showcasing its commitment to the African journey for stability, for development, and for welfare as an equal partner. And our cooperation with Latin America is getting stronger based on mutual respect. And we are going to be institutionally investing in our efforts to become much more proactive in Latin America. We are being shaken by several challenges that we encounter. And we believe that the biggest threat we have at hand is the loss of will to coexist together. And that's something that I would like to underline. We are deeply concerned of the skyrocketing levels of xenophobia, of discrimination, of Islamophobia, and of racism. And we had launched an appeal over this platform to call that March 15th will be called a day for Fight Against Islamophobia Day as a result of the attack that took place against the Muslims in New Zealand. And we would like to underline that appeal again. First, within the OIC and within the General Assembly of the United Nations, we have taken certain decisions in order for that day to be declared as a Fight Against Islamophobia Day. We hope and pray that it will be a possibility. We hope and pray that this day will be declared as a day to fight Islamophobia. As I have previously stated, Islamophobia is equal to anti-Semitism, and it is a crime against humanity. And with these thoughts, I hope and pray that the 77th of the General Assembly of the United Nations will be able to accomplish the targets which will respond to the expectations and the aspirations of the entire human race. I hope and pray that you will stay in health and stay in peace. I would like to salute you all with love and respect on behalf of my personal self and on behalf of my nation. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. Before proceeding, may I kindly ask delegations to remember that the time limits allotted for a national intervention is 15 minutes. delegations will be highly appreciated to stick to these time limits. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, dear Secretary General, I would like to sincerely congratulate the brotherly Hungary on the election of its High Representative as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish the Honorable Chaba Kureshi every success in such an important international position. The Kyrgyz Republic is always ready to provide its support to you. Same time, I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the President of the previous session of the UN General Assembly, for his hard work during the difficult times for the world community, as well as for supporting the international initiatives of our country. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations was established 77 years ago after the worst world war in the history of the mankind. Perhaps the founding states
Сан Франциско шаарында уюмду түзүү боюнча
to establish the organization in San Francisco in 1945 naively believed that wars, destruction, hunger, and suffering would end forever.
Азап-тозоктор биротоло токтойт деген ойдо болушкандыр. Мен андай деп ойлобойм.
I don't think so.
Эгерде талаш тартыштарды жана пикир
Success can always be achieved if there is a mutual understanding that disputes and disagreements must be resolved in a spirit of good faith and compromise.
Албетте,
In the history of UN, there have been many important victories and successes.
Чыр-чатактар жана кагылышуулар дүйнөнүн ар кайсы аймагында ар кандай даражадагы ургаалдуулук менен болгонуна карабастан Бириккен Улуттар Уюму моралдык авторитет болуп, тынчтыкты жана коопсуздукту сактоодо, адамдардын керектөөлөрүн жана муктаждыктарын камсыз кылууда маанилүү бириктирүүчү ролду ойноду. Тынчтыкта жашоонун фундаменталдуу негиздери бузулат жана чоң согуш болушу мүмкүн деген коркунучтардан улам дүйнөлүк коомчулукта тынчсыздануу пайда болуп, дүйнөдөгү геосаясий кырдаал болуп көрбөгөндөй татаалдашкан шартта эл аралык тынчтыкты жана коопсуздукту сактоо, ушул максатты көздөп тынчтыкка каршы коркунучтарды болтурбоо жана жоюу, агрессияны же тынчтыкты бузган башка аракеттерди токтотуу боюнча натыйжалуу жамааттык чараларды көрүү, эл аралык талаш тартыштарды же тынчтыкты бузушу мүмкүн болгон кырдаалдарды адилеттүүлүктү жана эл аралык укуктун принциптерине ылайык тынчтык жолу менен жөнгө салуу же чечүү, элдердин тең укуктуулук жана өзүн таануу принцибин урматтоонун негизинде улуттар арасында достук мамилелерди өнүктүрүү деп Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун уставында жазылган бийик максаттарды жана милдеттерди баарыбыз эстен чыгарбай, өзгөчө маани берип, милдеттерди аткарышыбыз керек. Биздин өлкө мамлекеттүүлүктү түзгөндөн баштап эле Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун уставын ыраттуу жана катуу сактап, өзүбүздүн милдеттерибизди ак ниет аткарып келүүдөбүз. Ушул жылдын март айында өлкөбүздүн Бириккен Улуттар Уюмуна киргенине туура 30 жыл болду. Ал эми Кыргыз Республикасынын эгемендүүлүгүнүн 31 жылдыгын жакында эле, кечээ жакында эле 31-августта белгиледик. Биз дайыма
We
эл аралык
always
талаш
strive to
тартыштарды
resolve
тынчтык жолу менен
our
чечүүгө
international
умтулабыз.
disputes by peaceful means.
Биз эл аралык мамилелерде кандайдыр бир
In
мамлекеттин
international
аймактык
relations, we
бүтүндүгүнө же
always
саясий
refrain
көз
from the threat
карандысыздыгына
or
каршы
use of
күч
force
колдонуудан
as against
же
the
коркунуч
territorial
келтирүүдөн дайыма
integrity
алыспыз.
or political independence of any state.
Өлкөбүздүн басып өткөн татаал жолуна көз чаптырып,
Looking back at
Кыргызстандын
the
көз
thorny
карандысыз жана эгемендүү
path passed by our
мамлекет,
country, we
эл
highly
аралык
appreciate
коомчулуктун тең
the
укуктуу жана
multifaceted
жоопкерчиликтүү
contribution
мүчөсү
of the
катары
UN
калыптанышына
to the
Бириккен
formation
Улуттар
of
уюмунун
Kyrgyzstan.
кошкон көп кырдуу салымын абдан
As an
жогору баалайбыз.
independent and sovereign state,
Саясий, коомдук
equal
жана
and
жарандык
responsible member of
институттарды
the international
калыптандырууда,
community.
демократияны
our
чыңдоодо,
people will never forget
рыноктук
the support
экономиканы өнүктүрүүдө,
and assistance of the
Бириккен
UN
Улуттар
family in the
уюмунун
formation
колдоосун
of
жана
political,
жардамын
public and civil
элибиз эч качан
institutions,
унутпайт.
the strengthening of democracy and the development
Өзүнүн
of market
эгемен
economy.
мамлекетин түзүү жөнүндө Кыргыз элинин кылымдардан бери келе
On behalf of our
жаткан
generous
асыл максатын
people
ишке
and on my own
ашырууга
behalf, I express my
чындык жана
gratitude
жан дили менен
to all
жардам
the
берген
leaders and the
Бириккен
staff
Улуттар
of the UN
уюмунун
system who
системасынын бардык
sincerely and
жетекчилерине жана
selflessly helped us to
кызматкерлерине
realize
айкөл
the
элибиздин жана
century-old
жеке
dream of
өзүмдүн
Kyrgyz
атымдан
people
терең
to create
ыраазычылык
their
билдирем.
own independent state.
Сиздерге чоң рахмат.
Thank you very much.
Урматтуу төрага мырза,
Dear Mr. President,
учурдан пайдаланып,
taking this
ушул биик
opportunity,
трибунадан
I would
дүйнө
like to
коомчулугунун
present to the
назарына
world community from this high
Кыргыз-Тажик чегарасындагы
tribune
кырдаалдын
the
кезектеги
actual
учушуна
situation that is
байланыштуу соңку
developing on
окуяларды
the
эске алып,
southern borders of our country,
өлкөбүздүн түштүк
taking
чегарасында
into
түзүлгөн
account the latest
жагдайларды
events
билдиргим келет.
related to the another aggravation of situation on the
Адегенде тарыхка
Kyrgyz-Tajik
кыскача
border.
токтоло кетейин.
First, let me briefly touch on the history.
1991 жылдын декабрында
The collapse of the
Советтер Союзу
Soviet Union
тарагандан
in
кийин
December
талаштуу
1991
аймактар жана
paved the
чегара
way
көйгөйлөрү
for
келип чыккан.
territorial disputes and border
Алардын
problems.
айрымдары ушул күнгө чейин жөнгө салына элек.
Some of them have not been regulated to this day.
Совет Кытай чегарасынын
If there were more
бүткүл
than
периметри
20
боюнча
dispute
20дан ашык
areas
талаш жери
along the
болсо,
entire perimeter
анын
of the
ичинде
Soviet-Chinese
Кыргызстанда
border,
5 талаш
5
жер
of
болгон.
them were in Kyrgyzstan.
Биз алгач ирет
I want to proudly remind the world
1996
community
жылы
that
Кытай
we
Эл
have
Республикасы
successfully
жана
completed issues of border
1999 жылы
regulation,
Казакстан
first
Республикасы
with the
менен
Republic of
үч
China in
өлкөнүн мамлекеттик
1996
чегараларынын тогошкон
and jointly
жерлери
with the Republic of Kazakhstan at
чегараны
the
жөнгө
point of
салуу
intersection
маселелерин
of the
ийгиликтүү
state borders
бүтүргөнбүз.
of 3 countries in 1999.
Биз
Then
азыр
with the Republic of
Өзбекстан
Kazakhstan
Республикасы
in
менен биргелешкен
2017.
иштерди
We have
дээрлик
now
толугу
practically
менен аяктап,
completed our joint work
мамлекеттик
and are
чегара
about to
жөнүндөгү
sign the
келишимге кол
agreement on
коюуга
the state
киришип
border
жатабыз.
with the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Аталган 3 коңшу өлкө менен мамлекеттик чегарабыз тынчтыктын, ынак
I am pleased to
коңшулуктун,
know that the state
достуктун
borders with
жана
these three
өзара пайдалуу
neighboring
кызматташтыктын
countries have become
чегарасына
the borders of peace,
айлангандыгын зор
good
кубаныч менен
neighborliness,
баса белгилеп
friendship,
кетем.
and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Тажикстан Республикасы менен болгон мамилебиз
With
боюнча
regard to
төмөнкүлөрдү
relations
билдирем.
with the Republic of
Биз
Tajikistan, I would like
ынак
to note the
коңшу
following.
элдерибиз илгертен
Our
бери
two
өтө жакын
close
жашайт.
neighboring peoples have been living
Бизди
side by
жалпы
side for a long time.
баалуулуктарыбыз,
We are united by
маданиятыбыз,
common values,
каада
culture,
салтыбыз бириктирип
traditions,
турат.
and
Биздин
customs. We
динибиз
share
бир.
the same faith.
Биздин элдерибиз туугандык байланыштар менен
Our
чырмалышкан.
people are intertwined by
Айтылуу Манас
family
атабыз
ties.
тажик канышасы Каныкейге үйлөнгөн.
Our legendary father Manas was married to a Tajik princess
Советтер
Kanykei.
Союзу юридикалык жактан 1991 жылдын 21 декабрда Казакстан Республикасынын Алмата шаарында тараган. Мында 11 көз карандысыз мамлекеттин башчылары көз карандысыз мамлекеттер шериктигин түзүү жөнүндө Алмата декларациясы кабыл алынган.
States adopted the Almaty Declaration on the creation of Commonwealth of
көз карандысыз
Independent
мамлекеттер бири-биринин аймактык бүтүндүгүн жана учурдагы чегараларынын бузулбастыгын тааныйт жана урматтайт деп белгиленген. Алар достук, ынак коңшулук жана өз ара пайдалуу кызматташтык
They indicate that
тарыхый
strengthening
тамырын
of relation
бекемдөө
of friendship, good
элдердин негизги
neighborliness, and
кызыкчылыктарына
mutual
жооп берет,
beneficial
тынчтык
cooperation,
жана
which have
коопсуздук ишине
historical
кызмат кылат
roots,
деп көрсөтүшкөн.
meets the fundamental interest of people and serve
Өлкөлөр
the cause
жарандык
for
тынчтыкты
peace
жана
and security.
улуутаралык ынтымакты сактоо
It is
үчүн
written
өзүнүн
that the
жоопкерчилигин
countries
сезет деп
sense their
жазылган.
responsibility to maintain civil
Бул
peace and
юридикалык документке
international
көз
harmony.
карандысыз мамлекеттер шериктештигинин
This legal
11
document was signed
мамлекеттин
by the
президенттери,
presidents of 11
анын ичинде
states,
Тажикстан
11 presidents of
Республикасынын
11
президенти да
CIS
кол
member
койгон.
states, including the Republic of Tajikistan.
Андан кийин 1994 жылдын 15 апрелинде
This principle was confirmed by the President of Tajikistan, Emomali Rahmon, in Moscow Declaration of the CIS on respect for sovereignty,
Москва
territorial
декларациясында
integrity
дагы
and
бул
immunity of
принципти
borders of the state
Тажикстан
parties
президенти
of the
Эмомали Рахмон
Commonwealth of
өзү да
Independent
ырастаган.
States, dated
Кол
April
коюп
15,
макул болгон.
1994.
Бирок азыр
He
ал
signed it
принциптен
and
тайып
agreed.
жатканы өкүнүчтүү.
It is a pity that he is deviating from this principle now.
Ал Тажикстандагы кандуу жарандык согуш аяктагандан
He
кийин
made his first official visit to the Kyrgyz Republic in
жылы
1998
биринчи
after the
расмий
end
иш
of the
сапарын
bloody
Кыргыз
civil war
Республикасына
in
жасаган.
Tajikistan.
Кийинчерээк Кыргыз
Later, two
Республикасы менен
bilateral
Тажикстан Республикасынын
interstate agreements were
ортосундагы эки
concluded
тараптуу
between the
мамлекеттер
Kyrgyz
аралык
Republic
эки
and the
келишим
Republic of Tajikistan.
1996
The agreement on
жылдын
basic
12
interstate
июлундагы
relations on
мамлекеттер
of
аралык
July 12,
мамилелердин негиздери
1996
жөнүндө келишим
and the agreement on
жана
good
2004
neighborly
жылдын
and partnership
26
relations
майындагы ынак
of
коңшулук
May
жана өнөктөштүк
26,
мамилелер жөнүндөгү
2004.
келишим түзүлгөн. Эки
I want to
келишим тең
note
Дүйшөмбү
that both
шаарында кол
agreements were
коюлгандыгын
signed in
белгилеп
Dushanbe.
кетким келет. Урматтуу төрага мырза,
Dear Mr. President,
эки мамлекеттин
from
ортосундагы
the very
чек ара
beginning
маселелерин
of
жөнгө
work
салуу
on
боюнча иш
settlement of border
башталгандан
issues
тартып,
between our two states,
Кыргыз тарап
the
дайыма
Kyrgyz
өзүнө алган
side
эл
has
аралык
always acted in
милдеттенмелерге,
full compliance
анын ичинде
with its
эки тараптуу
international
милдеттенмелерге
obligations,
лайык иш жүргүзүп,
including
өз
bilateral
ара
ones,
пайдалуу
conducted
компромисстерди сунуштоого
negotiations
аракет
in
кылып,
a constructive manner,
конструктивдүү маанайдагы
offering mutually
сүйлөшүүлөрдү
beneficial
жүргүзүп келебиз.
compromise.
Белгилей кетсем,
I would like to note that in
2021
April
жылдын апрелинде
2021, the
Тажикстандын
armed
куралдуу
forces of
күчтөрү биздин
Tajikistan
аймагыбызга негизсиз эле
launched an
масштабтуу агрессия жасады.
unjustified and provoked
Анын
large-scale
кесепетинен 36
aggression
жараныбыз курман
against the
болуп,
territory of
олуттуу
the Kyrgyz
материалдык
Republic,
зыян
killing
келтирилди.
36 citizens and causing
Кыргыз
serious material
халкынын
damage.
сынына кабылсам дагы,
Although my decision to meet the President
ортолук аянтта
of the
жолук
Republic
деген
of
талаптарды
Tajikistan in
коюп турушту,
Dushanbe was heavily criticized by the
2021 жылдын
Kyrgyz people
июнунда
who demanded
Дүйшөмбү
that I
шаарына
meet
учуп
in a
барып,
natural location.
чек ара боюнча өз ара
Nonetheless, I
пайдалуу
flew to
чечимди табууга
Dushanbe
аракет
and met
кылып,
with Mr. President
Рахмон менен
Rahmon
жолугуштум.
in June last year to try and find a
Элим үчүн
mutually
мен
beneficial
сүйлөшүүлөргө
solutions to the
ошол
border
күндөгүдөй
issues.
10 саат эле
For the sake of my
коротпостон, бул
people,
маселени
I am
бир
ready
отоло
to
чечүү
spend
үчүн
not only
канча
10
болсо да
hours
убактымды
on
дагы деле коротууга
negotiations
даярмын.
as on that day, but to spend
Албетте
as
кандай
much
чечим
time
болсо дагы
as possible to
өз ара
solve
эки
this
тарапка
issue once and
пайдалуу
for
чечим
all.
болуш керек.
Of course, whatever the
Ал эми
solution,
ушул жылдын
it should be
14,
mutually
15 жана
beneficial.
16 сентябрында Кыргызстандын
It is all
түштүгүндө
more painful for
масштабтуу
me to report
аскердик
that
кагылышуу
on
болгондугун
September
терең
14th,
кайгыруу менен
15th, and
кабарлайм.
16th of this year, large-scale
Мурда
clashes took
сүйлөшүлгөн
place in the
бардык
south
макулдашууларга карабай,
of Kyrgyzstan.
Тажик тарап
Despite all
Кыргыз-Тажик
previous
мамлекеттик чек арасынын
negotiations,
бардык
agreements,
периметри боюнча
the Tajik
чек аралык
side
жана
with ill
жарандык
intention attacked the
объекттерге
border and
чабуул
civilian
жасады.
objects along the entire perimeter
140
of
миңге
the
жакын жараныбыз
Kyrgyz-Tajik
чек
state
арага жакын
borders.
калктуу
About
конуштардан
140,000
эвакуацияланды.
of our civilians
Аларга
have been
керектүү жардамдар
evacuated from
көрсөтүлүп
the
жатат.
border settlements. They are
Ушуга
now being
байланыштуу
provided with necessary
тилектештик жана
assistance.
моралдык колдоо көрсөткөндүгү үчүн Бириккен
In this
улуттар
regard, I
уюму
would like to
системасына,
express my sincere
досторубузга,
gratitude to the UN system,
өнөктөштөрүбүзгө
our
ыраазычылык
friendship,
билдирип кетем.
our friends and partners for their
Жарандык жана
solidarity and
аскердик
support.
объекттерге,
Great
үйлөргө,
material damage was caused to
административдик
civilian
имараттарга,
and military
мектептерге,
facilities,
чек ара тозотторуна
houses,
чоң
administrative
материалдык зыян
buildings,
келтирилди.
schools, frontier posts.
Кандай гана болбосун, материалдык
Be
зыяндын
what
ордун
may,
толтурса
any
болот экен.
material damage can be
Бирок
restored.
өз өмүрүн аябастан
However,
мекен үчүн
you
согушуп,
cannot return the lives
курман
of
болгон
our
биздин
citizens
ер жүрөк
who were fired
жоокерлерибиздин,
upon and brave
аттоого кабылган
defenders who
жарандарыбыздын
died
ордун толтура
fighting for
албайт
their
экенсиң.
homeland and sacrificed their lives.
Биз каарман жоокерлерибиздин эрдиктерин эч качан унутпайбыз.
We will never forget the bravery of our
Тажикстан
courageous
тараптын
soldiers.
эч кандай себепсиз эле
We are
жасаган
deeply
ушундай
saddened
куралдуу
by the
агрессиялык түзүү
saddened by the
каралык
unjustified
акциялары
armed
бизди
aggression
өтө капагылууда.
by Tajikistan.
Анткени
Even
биздин
though there
өлкөлөрдүн
are
ортосунда эл
international
аралык
agreements
келишимдер жана
and
милдеттенмелер
obligations that
түзүлгөн
have been
болчу.
established between our countries.
Пакта сунт серванда
Pacta sunt servanda.
келишимдер сакталышы
Latin
керек
for
деп латын
agreements
макалында
must be
айтылат.
kept, as the saying goes.
Биз тажик кошунабыз менен
We are
кандай
ready
гана
to
форматта
continue
болбосун,
the negotiation
эл аралык
process
эрежелердин
in any
негизинде
format without Tajik
цивилизациялуу,
neighbors,
юридикалык жолдор менен сүйлөшүү процессин
through
улантууга
civilized
даярбыз.
and legal ways.
коңшубуздун мыйзамга каршы сокку аракеттеринин кесепетинен
Taking into
биздин
account
ишенимибиз солгундап
that
кеткендигин
our
эске
trust
алып,
has been weakened
биз
by the recent
сүйлөшүүлөрдү улантууга
lawless
эл
actions
аралык,
of our neighbor.
анын
We
ичинде
are ready to
Бириккен
continue
Улуттар уюму,
negotiations
Европа
and
кызматташтык
welcome
жана
mediation
коопсуздук
efforts
уюму,
by the international
жамааттык коопсуздук
organizations,
кызматташтык уюму
including the
сыяктуу
UN,
уюмдардын
the
ортомчулугуна
Organization
да
for
даярбыз.
Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the
Бизде
Collective
тажик
Security
тараптын өткөн жылдарда
Treaty
жана
Organization.
кечээки жасаган
We
укукка
have
каршы
documented
биринчилерден болуп
evidence of the
кол салган иш
previous years and
аракеттеринин
yesterday's illegal and
документтештирилген далилдери бар.
ill-intentioned actions of the Tajik side.
Биз эч качан биринчи болуп кол салган эмеспиз жана кол салбайбыз.
We are never the first
Ар
one to
дайым
start
курал
and
колдонуудан алыс
never
болууга
will.
аракет жасап келебиз.
We
Жана
always
эч
try
качан
to
куралсыз
avoid
жай
using
тургундарды
weapons and
атпайбыз.
even more so never shoot at
Бизге дайыма
unarmed
тажик тараптын
civilians.
жасаган агрессиясына
We are always forced to
адекваттуу жооп
respond
кайтаруу менен гана
accordingly
чектелип
and
жатабыз.
adequately to the aggression of the Tajik
Ушуга
side.
байланыштуу төмөнкүлөрдү баса
In this
белгилейм.
regard, I would like to emphasize the
Кыргыз
following.
тарап бөтөн
The
бирөөнүн
Kyrgyz
жерине
side
көз
does not
артпайбыз.
claim foreign
Бирок
lands,
бир да сантиметр
nor does it
жерибизди
intend
бирөөгө
to
бербейбиз.
give a centimeter of its land to anyone.
Биз бардык чек ара жана чарба маселелерди
We are
сүйлөшүүлөр менен
convinced
гана
that all
чечилиши керек деп
border and
эсептейбиз.
internal issues should be
Бүгүнкү
resolved
күндө
over
чек арага
the
жакын
negotiation
райондордо
table,
коопсуздукту
and
жана
there is such will
туруктуулукту
and
камсыздуу
readiness on
боюнча
our part.
кечиктирилгис чараларды көрүү, жергиликтүү калк арасында чыңалууну күчөтүүгө
The most
багытталган ар
important issue
кандай
today is
аракеттерге
the
бөгөт коюу,
adoption of urgent measures
эки
to
мамлекеттин
ensure
ортосундагы
security and
ишенимди
stability
бекемдөө
in
маселелери
the
абдан маанилүү болуп
border
турат.
areas, stop any actions
Ошондуктан
aimed
биз
at increasing
сүйлөшүүлөргө
tensions among the local
чек ара
population and
тилкелерибизди тез
strengthen
арада
the
такташып
trust between
бүтүүгө
our two states. We are
дайындайбыз.
always ready for negotiations and clarification of our
Урматтуу
borders.
төрага мырза,
Dear Mr.
жалпы
President,
Бириккен Улуттар уюмунун
regarding the general
проблематикасына
UN
токтолуп
issues, I would like to
төмөнкүлөрдү
note the
белгилегим келет.
following.
Быйыл биз
This year,
Бириккен
as
Улуттар
half
уюмунун
of the implementation period of
230
the
жылга
UN
чейин туруктуу
Sustainable
өнүгүү
Development
максаттарын
Goals
ишке ашыруу
until
мезгилинин жарымына
2030
келдик.
has passed, and we
Ушуга
can now
байланыштуу
objectively
азыркы абалды
look at the
объективдүү
real
баалай алабыз.
situation we have at hand.
2015 жылы
The
туруктуу өнүгүү
adoption of the
максаттарынын
SDGs in
эч кимди артта калтырбоо
2015
деген ураан
under
менен кабыл
the
алынышы
motto "Leave no one
биздин жана
behind"
кийинки
was a
муундарыбыздын
bright
кызыкчылыгы
example
үчүн
of the
дүйнөлүк
constructive
коомчулуктун
negotiation
конструктивдүү бир
capacity of
пикирге
the world
келе
community
ала
in the
тургандыгын
interests
айгинеледи.
of all of us and subsequent
Ошол эле учурда
generations.
объективдүү жагдайлар
Meanwhile,
боюнча
it
анын
has
ичинде
already become
коронавирус
obvious that due
пандемиясынан
to
улам
objective
өнүгүп
circumstances,
келе жаткан
including due to
мамлекеттерде
the
анын
coronavirus
ичинде
pandemic,
биздин өлкөдө
the
да
implementation of
туруктуу
the
өнүгүү
Sustainable
максаттарын ишке
Development
ашыруу
Goals in
басаңдагандыгы,
developing
ал
countries,
эми адекваттуу
including
эл
our
аралык
country,
каржылоо
has
болбосо,
slowed down.
алардын
And
көпчүлүгү
without adequate
туруктуу өнүгүү
international
максаттарынын
funding,
көрсөткүчтөрүнө
many
жете
of
албай
them may
калышы
not
мүмкүн
even
экендиги
achieve the
айкын
critical
болду.
indicators of the SDGs.
Кыргыз Республикасы туруктуу өнүгүү максаттарын колдоорун жана
On my
анын
part,
улуттук
I want to
мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү эске алып,
confirm the firm
этабы менен
commitment
ишке
of the
ашырууга
Kyrgyz Republic to the
ынтымактайбын.
SDGs and their gradual implementation,
Өлкөбүздүн
taking
өздүк
into account
потенциалы
the
туруктуу
national
өнүгүүнү
capacity.
камсыз кылуунун
I
негизги
believe
булагы
that
жана
our country's own
кыймылдаткычы
potential
болушу
should
керек
be the
деп
main
эсептейм.
source and engine for sustainable
Бул
development.
максатта биздин
For this
аракеттерибиз
purpose,
экономиканы ылдам,
our efforts are
сапаттуу
aimed at
өстүрүүгө,
achieving an
анын ичинде ага
accelerated
өз ара
and
пайдалуу
qualitative
региондук
growth
жана эл
of
аралык
the economy,
соода
including
инвестициялык
through
кызматташуу
mutually
аркылуу
beneficial
жетишүүгө
regional and
багытталат.
international trade
Мисалы,
and investment cooperation.
Кыргызстан
For
интеграциялык жана
example,
кооперациялык
Kyrgyzstan
процесстерге,
actively
анын ичинде
participates in the
Евразия экономикалык бирлигинин жана
and
Кытай Эл
cooperation
Республикасынын
processes,
бир
including
алкак
the
бир жол
Eurasian
демилгесинин
Economic
алкагында
Union and the
активдүү
One Belt,
катышууда.
One Road initiative of
Биз
the People's
бардык
Republic
кызыктар
of
тараптар
China.
менен ишкердик кызматташууга жана инвестициялык
On my part, I want to
ачыкпыз.
confirm the firm commitment of the
Белгилүү
Kyrgyz
болгондой,
Republic
Борбордук
to
Азиянын
the
деңиз менен байланышы жок.
SDGs and their gradual
Ушуга байланыштуу
implementation taking into
Кытай,
account
Кыргызстан,
national
Өзбекстан темир жолун
capacity.
куруу
I believe that our country
маанилүү
has own
региондук
potential
долбоор
should
болуп
be the main
саналат.
source and engine of sustainable
Аны
development.
ишке ашыруу улуу
For the
жибек жолунун
purpose
каттамында жайгашкан Борбордук
achieving an
Азия үчүн
accelerated-
эл аралык соода инвестициялык,
For example,
транзиттик
Kyrgyzstan-
жана туристтик мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү кеңейтет. Жүргүзүлүп жаткан саясаттын алкагында
Our esteemed
жашыл,
neighbors-
санариптик жана креативдүү
The country is
экономиканы
actively
өнүктүрүүгө
developing the
артыкчылыктуу көңүл бурулат.
locomotive of green economy, hydropower industry, small, medium and sized hydropower plants are being put into operation. Our esteemed neighbors, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, will participate in the construction of the largest hydroelectric power station, Khambarata, because this will strengthen the energy security and optimize the use of our water resource in the region.
Борбордук Азия
In
мамлекеттеринин
general, I want to
башчыларынын
note the
4-чү
spirit of
консультациялык
unity,
жолугушуусу болуп
understanding,
өттү.
trust and
Ал
support, which
өз ара
was
биримдик,
demonstrated in the
түшүнүү,
city of
ишеним жана
Chолpon-Ata
колдоо
2
бар
months
экенин
ago
көрсөттү.
when the fourth
Чолпон-Ата
consultative
шаарындагы
meeting
21-чи
of the
кылымда
heads of
Борбордук
states of
Азияны
Central Asia
өнүктүрүү
was held
максатында
under
достук,
the chairmanship
ынак
of Kyrgyzstan.
коңшулук жана
I
кызматташтык
hope
жөнүндө
that the
келишимге
signing by all
тараптардын
parties
кол
of the
коюусу
Cholpon-Ata Agreement
мамлекеттер
on
аралык
friendship, good
алакабыздын жаңы
neighborliness
барагын
and
ачат деп
cooperation
ишенем.
for the development of Central Asia is
Биз
in the
ушул
21st
форматтагы
century
ишти
will open a new
улантууга
page
даярбыз.
in our interstate relations. We are committed to continuing work in this format. Dear Secretary General, dear ladies and gentlemen,
Кыргызстан адамзаттын
at
алдында
the end
пайда
of my
болуп туруучу
speech, I
чакырыктарды
want to
чечүүгө
assure you that Kyrgyzstan
Бириккен
fully
Улуттар
supports the
уюмунун
UN as
мүчө
the only
мамлекеттери тарабынан
universal
ыйгарым
structure
укук берилген
authorized by
бирден бир
all of us,
универсалдуу түзүм катары
the member states
Бириккен
of the
Улуттар
UN, to
уюмун
solve
бекем
the
колдойт деп
challenges
ишендирем.
faced by humanity.
Бириккен Улуттар уюму өзүнүн бардык функцияларын тийиштүү түрдө аткара берет жана мүчө мамлекеттерге маанилүү глобалдык көйгөйлөрдү чечүүдө жана терс көрүнүштөрдү жеңүүдө көмөк көрсөтөт деп ишенем. Ушул татаал эл аралык мезгилде бардык мүчө мамлекеттерди уюмга тилектештик жана саясий колдоо
and solidarity to the organization in this difficult international time. Dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, first of all, I congratulate Mr. Qureshi on his election as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. We meet here at UN headquarters at a critical time for humanity. The world of today appears to have entered a new, increasingly bitter period of geopolitical confrontation. The long-standing international system based on order and responsibility is giving way to a new, more chaotic and unpredictable one. The global system of checks and balances has failed to maintain peace and stability. The security architecture is eroding. Mutual distrust between global powers is dangerously deepening. The world is falling prey to a new set of military conflicts. For the first time in 2 generations, we face the prospect of the use of nuclear weapons, and not even as a last resort. New fault lines are creating artificial barriers and economic isolation. Economic and political sanctions have become a new norm which erodes the supply chains that ensure food security, threatening millions, especially in vulnerable communities. These problems contribute to the mounting challenges of soaring inflation, job losses, and fears of a worldwide recession, especially for developing nations. And finally, these crises severely hamper the urgent action we all agreed to combat climate change and enhance sustainable development. Some 77 years ago, the founding members placed within the United Nations Charter the principles and the norms of international law that have successfully guided us ever since. There is nothing more important now than to return to the foundational principles that lie at the root of this universal organization. In particular, we must rethink the linkages between three primordial principles: the sovereign equality of states, the territorial integrity of states, and peaceful coexistence between states. These three principles are interdependent. To respect one is to respect the other two. To undermine one is to undermine the other two. When the global disarmament regime, both conventional and nuclear, weakens, these three principles are threatened. Conversely, as these three principles are respected, they grow in strength. Together, they become the basis for greater interstate cooperation at every level: sub-regional, regional, and global. This is the global prosperity dividend. This system of values embodied in the United Nations remains a beacon of hope for millions of people in different parts of our planet. We must staunchly defend these values, the United Nations as its core, and the spirit of cooperation which underpins it. In other words, we cannot simply shrug our shoulders and agree with polarization and division. We cannot afford indecision or narrow interests detrimental to this common heritage and our collective good. Too much is at stake. Therefore, Kazakhstan stands ready to cooperate with all relevant actors in a spirit of inclusiveness, multilateralism, and goodwill. I am convinced that the challenges of our time can only be overcome by countries acting together. To achieve our shared goals, we must go forward in the following directions. The multiple and often interconnected crises of recent years have exposed significant gaps in global governance. They have highlighted the need to modernize and reform the United Nations. The UN must be better prepared for future challenges and opportunities. In this respect, Kazakhstan welcomed the proposals in the report of the Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda. This is an important opportunity to reaffirm the Charter of the United Nations, reinvigorate multilateralism, boost implementation of existing commitments, agree on concrete solutions to new challenges, and restore trust among member states. We look forward to contributing to the consultations at the ministerial meeting next year and to the holding of the 2024 Summit of the Future. We must move from simply responding to global challenges and crises to preventing and better predicting emerging trends and integrating our assessments into strategic planning and policy making. For this very purpose, Kazakhstan proposed 30 years ago the idea of convening the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia. In the context of new challenges and threats, we hope to transform SICA into full-fledged international organization at the upcoming summit in October in Astana to contribute to global mediation and peacemaking. With only 8 years until 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals are hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, a triple planetary crisis, it means climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, and conflicts around the world. We need to get back on track before it's too late. Our top priority must be build resilience to future turmoil and ensure sustainable, equitable, and inclusive recovery. To this end, we need a frank dialogue between East and West and a new global security paradigm based on the principles of mutual trust and multifaceted cooperation. Given the current crisis and increased geopolitical tensions, there is an acute need for a process under the United Nations auspices that can lead to détente and conflict prevention. Kazakhstan has suffered terribly from past nuclear weapons testing, so we understand very clearly the dangers of escalating tensions between nuclear powers. For this reason, nuclear disarmament has become a key part of Kazakh foreign policy, and we will be continuously struggling for a world free of nuclear arsenals. Despite some progress in this area, unfortunately, the whole record is not that positive. We are alarmed by the increased rivalry and rhetoric of nuclear states. We are also concerned at the lack of progress made by the NPT review conferences. Elaborating new mechanisms to ensure disarmament and non-proliferation is a daunting task ahead. Similarly, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need to manage and reduce biological risks and dangers. It should be of universal concern that we still rely on the Biological Weapons Convention, now 50 years old, without any effort to create an agency or body for international cooperation. In this context, I would like to reiterate my earlier proposal to establish an international agency for biological safety. Along with threats to international security, climate change requires greater international cooperation and solidarity as well. Around the world, people are facing existential threats from weather and environmental change. If we are to turn this tide, we need more action, and we need it fast. Many of us have taken bold steps already. In Kazakhstan, we have pledged the total transformation of the oil and coal-dependent energy sector into a net zero economy by 2060. To save our planet, we need investment at greater levels than we have ever seen. However, climate action cannot come at the expense of development or modernization. Therefore, at COP27 later this year, member states, as well as the global business community, must once again scale up their commitment to greater climate finance. That agenda relates directly to the global food security crisis. My country, as the world's seventh largest grain producer, is the breadbasket of Central Asia. We are committed to utilizing this agricultural potential to fight global food insecurity. Kazakhstan will continue to act as a reliable supplier of grain and other food staples, first of all to the poorest countries. It also intends to grow its cooperation with the Islamic Food Security Organization located in Kazakhstan, as well as other United Nations agencies. It's imperative in this connection to exclude food and fertilizers from any sanctions and restrictions whatsoever. Once again, current economic and social upheavals require a collective effort. Commitment to the 2030 Agenda remains an integral part of our national and global agenda. In addition, fair trade regimes are crucial to global economic recovery. In this context, I would like to commend the constructive decisions coming out of the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference chaired by Kazakhstan. The current geopolitical situation also highlights the importance of a reliable and diversified global transit and transport infrastructure. We are seeing this in our own region. Kazakhstan, the largest landlocked developing country, is becoming a vital Asian land corridor to Europe. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, or Middle Corridor, has received a new impetus. We expect cargo volume through Kazakhstan to increase significantly in the years ahead. We must ensure that the Caspian Sea becomes a sea of peace and new opportunities. In the months ahead, Kazakhstan will help mitigate the most immediate impacts of limited access to energy and critical raw materials caused by trade and supply chain disruptions. In the long term, we aim to diversify our sources of energy with a particular focus on green hydrogen and renewables. Speaking about Central Asia, we should bear in mind that it has already become a region of vast opportunities for international cooperation. Together with our Central Asian partners, we are committed to strengthening political interaction and deepening economic ties to move our region forward. We agreed to coexist as good neighbors and diversify our cooperation. This credo is based on our significant natural and agricultural resources, human capital, transport and transit potential. We are a buffer market between East and West, South and North. We intend to work together with all stakeholders to address a pressing regional agenda that includes climate change, the Aral Sea, rational use of water resources, border delimitation, combating extremism, and expanding intra-regional trade. That's why we consider it important to establish the United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Kazakhstan sees the future Afghanistan as a truly independent, neutral, united, prosperous state living in peace with its neighbors. Therefore, we support the difficult process of nation building in that country, including life-saving humanitarian assistance. Dear colleagues, as President of Kazakhstan, I am absolutely committed to build a just Kazakhstan, one in which every citizen has the same opportunities, rights, and protections. Justice in my country must prevail. Law and order will become pillars of our society. The most important part of this path is transformative political reform. Presidential and parliamentary elections will be held in Kazakhstan over the coming months. According to my proposal, the presidential mandate has been limited to 1 7-year term. It's a real breakthrough in developing democracy in Kazakhstan. At the same time, we will be firmly adhering to my formula of a strong president, authoritative parliament, accountable government. I am convinced this formula excellently serves the national interests of Kazakhstan. We also aim to demonopolize the economy. We are taking steps to ensure that the wealthiest in our society play their part in our quest for a just Kazakhstan, along with diversifying our economy and increasing investments in human capital. Recently, I initiated the creation of a national fund for children. Starting in 2024, 50% of the investment income from the National Welfare Fund will be allocated to special savings accounts for children until their adulthood. These funds could be used for education or housing purposes. A special private charity fund for the people of Kazakhstan also now provides assistance to ordinary citizens for health care education, and social security aims. We aim to further expand the empowerment and participation of women in economic and public life. Comprehensive national transformation is not a simple process, and there will be certainly pitfalls and bumps in the road. But if we are firmly to meet the expectations of Kazakh citizens, we cannot deviate from this strategic path. Over the past 3 years, we have carried out substantial transformations through 4 packages of political reforms. For example, new laws passed by the Parliament simplified political parties' registration and reduced the threshold for parties to enter Parliament from 7% to 5%. To promote a wider involvement of citizens in governance, there is now a mandatory 30% quota for women and young people in electoral party lists. To make local administration more accountable, local mayors are now directly elected. To foster a more open culture between society and government, we have changed the law on peaceful assembly. Government authorization is no longer required. Following its international commitments on the fundamental right to life and human dignity, Kazakhstan abolished the death penalty. A just Kazakhstan depends on our multi-ethnic and multi-confessional solidarity. The unity in diversity principle will be preserved at all costs. Last week, the 7th Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions was successfully held in Kazakhstan. The Congress once again highlighted the importance of religious tolerance, dialogue, and mediation. We are ready to build bridges and provide platforms for dialogue wherever needed. Dear friends, this year marks 30 years of Kazakhstan-United Nations partnership. The organization has contributed strongly to the formation and strengthening of independent Kazakhstan. Over that period, we have worked for the aims of the Charter in all major UN organs, from ECOSOC to the Human Rights Council and to the Security Council. Kazakhstan will remain at the forefront of advancing a more modern, efficient, transparent, and accountable organization. Never in history have we had such a need for responsible leadership for the next generations. Remembering our past makes us responsible for our future. Together with you, we will spare no effort toward building a safer, more sustainable, and prosperous global community. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made and request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And before proceeding, may I just kindly remind delegations that the agreed time limits for the national interventions are 15 minutes, and you are kindly requested to adhere to this agreement. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request the protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank, and on behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of State of Qatar, and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة رئيس الجمعية العامة، سعادة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة. يسرني بداية أن يهنئ سعادة السيد كاسابا كوروشي على توليه رئاسة الدورة 77 للجمعية العامة، متمنيا له النجاح. كما أعرب عن تقديرنا لسعادة السيد عبد الله شاهد رئيس الدورة 76 لما بذله من جهود، ونثمن الجهود التي يبذلها سعادة السيد أنتونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة من أجل تعزيز دور الأمم المتحدة وتحقيق أهدافها. السيد الرئيس، تحول عالمنا إلى قرية عالمية تتداخل فيها همومنا وتتشابك قضايانا، ومع أن عالمنا تغير بوتيرة سريعة لناحية انتشار آثار أي حدث بيئي أو أزمة اقتصادية أو مواجهة عسكرية على المستوى العالمي، إلا أن مقاربتنا وأساليبنا لم تتطور بالوتيرة ذاتها لتواكب هذه التغيرات الثورية. وسواء كان الرأي أن العالم أحادي القطب أو متعدد الأقطاب، فإن السياسة الدولية ما زالت تدار بمنطق الدول المتفاوتة القدرات والمصالح والأولويات، وليس بمنطق العالم الواحد والإنسانية الواحدة. وأقصد تحديدا إدارة الأزمات العالمية من منظور مصالح ضيقة قصيرة المدى، وتهميش القانون الدولي، وإدارة الاختلاف بموجب توازنات القوى، وليس على أساس ميثاق الأمم المتحدة واحترام سيادة الدول. كما أقصد عدم توفر آليات كافية للردع ومعاقبة المعتدين على سيادة الدول، وعجز المجتمع الدولي عن فرض التسويات حين يرفضها الطرف القوي في أي نزاع. في هذه الظروف تبرز أهمية الحكمة والعقلانية في سلوك القادة والتمسك بمبادئ العدالة والإنصاف في العلاقات بين الدول. السيد الرئيس، ندرك تماما تعقيدات الصراع بين روسيا وأوكرانيا والبعد الدولي له، ومع ذلك ندعو إلى وقف إطلاق النار ومباشرة السعي إلى حل سلمي للنزاع، فهذا ما سوف ينتهي إليه الأمر على كل حال مهما استمرت الحرب. ودوامها لن يغير هذه النتيجة، بل سوف يزيد من عدد الضحايا، كما يضاعف آثارها الوخيمة على أوروبا وروسيا والاقتصاد العالمي عموما. وعلى صعيد آخر، لا أعتقد أن مندوبي الدول الحاضرين يحتاجون إلى التذكير بأن القضية الفلسطينية ما زالت دون حل، وأنه في ظل عدم تطبيق قرارات الشرعية الدولية ومع التغير المتواصل للواقع على الأرض، أصبح الاحتلال الاستيطاني يتخذ سياسة فرض الأمر الواقع، مما قد يغير قواعد الصراع وكذلك شكل التضامن العالمي مستقبلا. ومن هنا أجدد التأكيد على تضامننا الكامل مع الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في تطلعه للعدالة، كما أكرر التأكيد على ضرورة تحمل مجلس الأمن لمسؤوليته بإلزام إسرائيل بإنهاء احتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية وإقامة دولة فلسطينية على حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. وفي منطقتنا أيضا عجز المجتمع الدولي عن محاسبة مجرمي الحرب في سوريا على ما ارتكبت أيديهم، وإمعانا في الخذلان أصبح البعض يسعى لطي صفحة مأساة الشعب السوري دون مقابل، ويتجاهل التضحيات الكبيرة التي قدمها هذا الشعب المنكوب دون حل يحقق تطلعاته ووحدة سوريا والسلم والاستقرار فيها. ولا يجوز أن تقبل الأمم المتحدة أن يتلخص المسار السياسي فيما يسمى اللجنة الدستورية تحت رعايتها. تقدم القضية السورية درسا مهما بشأن عواقب غياب الرؤية البعيدة المدى لدى قوى المجتمع الدولي الفاعلة حين يتعلق الأمر بمعالجة معاناة الشعوب من الطغيان اللامحدود والفقر المدقع والحروب الأهلية، أن تصبح ظواهر مرافقة لها مثل اللجوء هي المشكلة التي تحتاج إلى حل. نحن نقدر عاليا دور الدول التي استقبلت اللاجئين السوريين ولكن لا يسعنا إلا أن نذكر أن علينا الالتفاف إلى جذور القضايا قبل أن تطرق أثارها أبواب بلادنا. وفي ليبيا نطالب باتخاذ إجراء دولي وفوري لاستكمال العملية السياسية والاتفاق على القاعدة الدستورية للانتخابات وتوحيد مؤسسات الدولة. والجميع بات يدرك أنه لا يمكن استعادة الدولة دون توحيد القوى العسكرية وإعادة تأهيل الفصائل المسلحة في جيش وطني واحد ونبذ من يرفض هذا الحل ومحاسبته. وفي اليمن نرى بصيص أمل في توافق الأطراف على هدنة مؤقتة ونتطلع إلى وقف شامل ودائم لإطلاق النار تمهيدا للتفاوض بين الأطراف اليمنية على أساس مخرجات الحوار الوطني والمبادرة الخليجية وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة وخاصة القرار 2216. إننا نأمل أن يتحقق التوافق الوطني في كل من العراق ولبنان والسودان من خلال ارتقاء النخب السياسية إلى مستوى المهام المطلوبة والمعروفة اللازمة ليكون ممكنا تحقيق تطلعات المواطنين والتي تضمن وحدة الشعب والوطن وتحفظ تنوعه في الوقت ذاته. ليس الأمر ممكنا فحسب بل هو واقعي للغاية لو توفرت الإرادة والاستعداد لتغليب التنازلات للتوصل إلى تسويات والتخلي عن نهج المحاصصة الحزبية الطائفية التي ترفضها الأجيال الشابة. السيد الرئيس، نحن في قطر نؤمن بضرورة التوصل إلى اتفاق عادل حول البرنامج النووي الإيراني يأخذ بالاعتبار مخاوف الأطراف كافة ويضمن خلو المنطقة من السلاح النووي وحق الشعب الإيراني في الاستفادة من الطاقة النووية للأغراض السلمية. ليس لدى أحد بديلا عن مثل هذا الاتفاق وسوف يكون التوصل إليه في صالح أمن واستقرار المنطقة وسيفتح الباب لحوار أوسع على مستوى الأمن الإقليمي. أما في أفغانستان فإننا ندعو جميع الأطراف إلى الحفاظ على مكتسبات اتفاق الدوحة للسلام والبناء عليه ومنها أن لا تكون أفغانستان ملاذا للأفراد والجماعات الإرهابية والمتطرفة حتى يحظى الشعب الأفغاني بالاستقرار والازدهار الذي طال انتظاره. لقد أكدنا مرارا على ضرورة حماية المدنيين في أفغانستان واحترام حقوق الإنسان والمواطن بما في ذلك حقوق المرأة وحق الفتيات في التعليم وتحقيق المصالحة الوطنية بين فئات الشعب الأفغاني كما حذرنا من خطورة عزل أفغانستان وما يمكن أن يترتب عليه محاصرتها من نتائج عكسية. الحضور الكرام، بسبب الافتقار إلى التنسيق العالمي والتخطيط الرشيد والمتوازن للسياسات المتعلقة بالطاقة على مدى عقود عديدة، فإننا جميعا نواجه اليوم أزمة طاقة غير مسبوقة، إذ يعيش ما يقرب من مليار شخص في العالم دون مصدر أساسي موثوق به للطاقة. ربما كانت أزمة الحرب في أوكرانيا جديدة، ولكن الأوضاع التي تتحول فيها الأزمات السياسية إلى أزمة طاقة ليست جديدة، فقد كانت تتفاقم بصمت حتى قبل الحرب في أوكرانيا. لقد تسببت في نقص إمدادات الطاقة عقود من الضغط لوقف استثمارات الطاقة الأحفورية قبل توفير البدائل المستدامة والصديقة للبيئة التي يجب أن نسعى إلى تطويرها. ولا شك أن التغير المناخي وحماية البيئة عموما يفرضان علينا تنويع مصادر الطاقة في أسرع وقت، لكن علينا أن نوفر الطاقة في هذه الأثناء وأن ندرك بواقعية أن مستقبل الطاقة سيشمل مزيجا متنوعا من مصادرها المستدامة مثل الطاقة الشمسية والهيدروجين وطاقة الرياح والمصادر الهيدروكربونية.
hydrogen, wind energy, and also hydrocarbons.
وبفضل استثمار قطر في الغاز الطبيعي المسال منذ عقود خلت تمكنا الآن من الشروع في توسعة حقل غاز الشمال والذي سيلعب دورا محوريا في التخفيف من أزمة نقص إمدادات الطاقة في أجزاء مهمة في العالم. ثمة سلع مثل الطاقة والغذاء والدواء تحمل مصدريها مسؤولية تتجاوز المسؤولية التجارية وذلك بدءا بالموثوقية واحترام العهود ومن ناحية أخرى لا يجوز حظر المرور مثل هذه السلع أو منع تصديرها أو استيرادها في مراحل الأزمات السياسية وفرض الحصار على الدول وبالدرجة ذاتها لا يجوز استخدامها أداة النزاعات فهي ليست سلاحا تماما مثل ما لا يجوز التحكم بمصادر المياه كأنها أدوات سياسية. السيد الرئيس
water sources as if they were political tools. Mr. President, maybe the situation of the world today paints a very bleak picture of the future of humanity, but we believe in dialogue and joint action. And all parties attempt to understand each other, putting ourselves in each other's shoes, to see things from the other's perspective. Medium-sized and small countries are most in need of rules that govern international relations. Relying on major powers should not be a reason to abandon communication among each other. We all have a role to play. What appears today to be impossible will be a reality if we have the vision, the will, and the good intentions.
إن النهج الذي اتخذناه في قطر هو التركيز على التنمية الوطنية والتنمية الإنسانية وعلى السياسة الخارجية القائمة على الموازنة بين المصالح والمبادئ والوساطة في حل النزاعات بالطرق السلمية وإدراك مسؤوليتنا كمصدر للطاقة وهو ما مكننا من ترسيخ سمعتنا كشريك موثوق به دوليا. وسوف ترحب قطر بالعالم في نوفمبر من هذا العام عندما نستضيف بطولة كأس العالم. لقد تطلب التحدي الذي قدمنا عليه منذ 12 عاما تصميما وعزما حقيقيين والكثير من التخطيط والعمل الجاد. وها نحن اليوم نقف على اعتاب استضافة منتخبات العالم وجماهيرها ونفتح أبوابنا لهم جميعا دون تمييز ليستمتعوا بكرة القدم وأجواء البطولة المفعمة بالحماس وليشهدوا النهضة الاقتصادية والحضارية في بلادنا. في هذه البطولة التي تقام لأول مرة في دولة عربية ومسلمة ولأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط عموما سيرى العالم أن أحد الدول الصغيرة والمتوسطة قادرة على استضافة أحداث عالمية بنجاح استثنائي كما أنها قادرة على أن تقدم فضاء مريحا للتنوع والتفاعل البناء بين الشعوب. ونحن نلاحظ مؤشرات أثر الإيجابي لهذا الحدث في منطقتنا. فقد قامت دول عربية شقيقة باعتبار بطاقة هيئة التي تشمل
Brotherly Arab nations have welcomed the so-called Haya card, which offers a visa to enter Qatar and also to enter other Arab countries. This card was welcomed by the public as well, and it has also incentivized Arab nations to look forward to a future where there are no barriers among the peoples.
يقول تعالى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا ومهما تنوعت قومياتنا وأدياننا وأفكارنا واجبنا هو أن نتجاوز العوائق وأن نمد يد الصداقة ونبني جسور التفاهم ونحتفي بإنسانيتنا المشتركة ونيابة عن شعبي وبالأصالة عن نفسي أدعوكم جميعا للحضور إلى قطر والاستمتاع بهذه البطولة الفريدة.
To Qatar and to enjoy this unique World Cup. I welcome you all. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for his statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Highness. The Assembly we are here and addressed by His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
의장님,
Mr.
사무총장님,
President, Mr. Secretary
각국 대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
처벅 허러쉬
I offer my
총회
sincere
의장님의
congratulations to
취임을
His
축하합니다.
Excellency Mr. Choba
의장님의
Koroshi for
리더십
assuming the
하에
presidency of the
이번
UN General Assembly.
제77차
I hope that the
유엔총회가
77th session of the
더 나은
UNGA under
세계를
your
향해
leadership will bring together
회원국들의
the
지혜를
wisdom of
모으는
each member state
계기가
so
되기를
as to
바랍니다.
shape a better world.
특히 올해
I
두
also
번째
express my
임기를
deepest
시작한
respect to Mr.
안토니우
Secretary
구테흐스
General Antonio
사무총장님의
Guterres for his
헌신과
tireless
노력에
devotion as
경의를
he
표합니다.
embarks upon his second term.
유엔 헌장은
Under the United
더 많은
Nations
자유
Charter, we are
속에서
called upon to endeavor
사회적
to
진보와
promote social progress
생활
and
수준의
better standards
향상을
of life in
촉진할
larger
것을
freedom,
천명하고 있습니다. 또한
and to
국제
unite
평화와
our strength
안전을
to
유지하기
maintain
위한
international peace
인류의
and
연대를
security.
촉구하고 있습니다. 한 국가
When
내에서
freedom of any
어느
individual
개인의
in a
자유가
nation comes under
위협받을 때
threat, members of the
공동체
community
구성원들이
must join
연대해서
hands to remove
그
the
위협을
threat and
제거하고
defend freedom.
자유를 지켜야 하듯이 국제사회에서도
Likewise, when
어느
freedom
세계
of any
시민이나
citizen or nation in
국가의
the global
자유가
community
위협받을
is
때
in peril, it is the
국제사회가
community of nations
연대하여
that must stand
그
together
자유를
in
지켜야
solidarity
합니다.
to defend that freedom.
우리들의 현대사는
Our modern history
이렇게
testifies to the
힘을
process of
합쳐
our solidarity and
자유를
unity
지키고
in safeguarding freedom
문명적 진보를
and pushing
이룩해온
our
과정을
civilization
보여주고
forward.
있습니다. 오늘날 국제사회는
Today,
힘에 의한
plagued by the
현상
attempts to
변경과
alter the status quo by
핵무기를
force,
비롯한
nuclear
대량
and other weapons of
살상무기,
mass destruction, and
인권의
systemic
집단적
violations
유린으로
of human rights,
또다시
the global
세계
community
시민의
is yet
자유와
again witnessing
평화가
freedom and
위협받고
peace of its
있습니다.
citizens put in jeopardy.
이러한 자유와 평화에
Such
대한
threats
위협은
to freedom and peace
유엔과
must be overcome
국제사회가
through solidarity
그동안
and
축적해온
fearless commitment
보편적
to the
국제
framework
규범
of
체계를
universal global
강력히
norms
지지하고
consolidated over the
연대함으로써
years
극복해
within the
나아가야
United
합니다.
Nations system.
이번 유엔
The
총회의
theme of the
주제인
UNGA session this
분수령의
year,
시점은
the watershed
우리가
moment,
직면한 글로벌
encapsulates
위기의
the gravity
심각성을
of the
대변함과
global
동시에
crisis confronting us,
유엔의 역할이
which
그 어느
underscores
때보다
the solemn
막중하다는
role
것을
of the
의미합니다.
United Nations.
우리가 직면한
The
위기를
first
극복하고
step in our journey
해결책을
to seek
모색하는
answers
출발점은
that will help us through
우리가
these
그동안
turbulent
보편적으로
times
받아들이고
begins with
축적해온
solidarity and
국제
deference
규범
to the
체계와
universally accepted
UN
global
시스템을
norms as well
존중하고
as the UN
연대하는
system
것입니다.
established over the past decades.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr. Secretary
각국
General,
대표 여러분,
and honorable delegates.
인류가
As humanity
진정한 자유와
strives to
평화에
defend
다가가기
freedom
위해서도
and build
유엔의
lasting
역할이
peace,
매우
the
중요합니다.
UN's role is indispensable.
진정한 자유는
Genuine
속박에서
freedom is
벗어나는
not
것만이
just being
아니라
free from the shackles,
자아를
but
인간답게
having
실현할 수
opportunities to
있는
live
기회를
life
갖는
to the
것이고
fullest with
진정한
dignity.
평화는
Genuine peace
단지
is not
전쟁이
an
없는
absence
상태가
of
아니라
war,
인류
but
공동
removing
번영의
conflict
발목을
and
잡는
enmity that hold
갈등과
back shared
반목을
progress of
해소하고
humanity
인류가
and
더
building
번영할 수
the
있는
foundation
토대를
for
갖추는
greater
것입니다.
prosperity of humanity.
진정한 자유와 평화는
Genuine freedom and peace
질병과
can turn
기아로부터의
into
자유,
reality when we are
문맹으로부터의
free
자유,
from disease and hunger,
에너지와 문화의
free from
결핍으로부터의
illiteracy,
자유를
and
통해
free from want
실현될
of
수
energy
있습니다.
and culture.
유엔은
In
이러한
this
문제의
regard,
해결을 위해
the United
유엔
Nations
경제사회
has been
이사회,
exerting great
유네스코 등을
endeavors
통해
through the UN
많은
ECOSOC
노력을
and UNESCO, among
해왔습니다만
others.
이제
Yet,
더 폭넓은
it is now
역할과
urged
책임을
to take on
요구받고
a
있습니다.
broader role and responsibility.
팬데믹 문제의
To
해결을
tackle the
위해서는
challenges brought on by the
유엔을 중심으로
pandemic,
한
The UN must play a central role in bringing the community of nations together to decisively step up their support for countries with limited fiscal space and technical expertise. In pursuit of the global agenda for decarbonization, countries with leading green technologies must work to unsparingly share new and renewable energy technologies with other countries. In the era of digital sophistication, one of the most urgent tasks for the global community and the UN is promoting global cooperation to narrow the digital divide, which exacerbates polarization between nations. Countries at the forefront of digital innovation must offer broader assistance for digital education, technology transfer, and investment, while the UN must redouble its efforts to mobilize support to that end.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, notwithstanding the recent fiscal consolidation, scaled up support for those who are in need with resources secured through expenditure restructuring. At home, we're offering more assistance to socially vulnerable groups, and abroad, we increase our official development assistance budget. Just as broadening support for the socially disadvantaged groups lays the groundwork for sustainable prosperity, support for nations of the world facing challenges will render global freedom and peace more sustainable. As a responsible member of the international community, Korea is committed to playing its due responsibility and role for the freedom of global citizens and prosperity of the global community. Korea has accelerated research development for COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines, pledging $300 million toward the Act A initiative and $30 million to the Financial Intermediary Fund of the World Bank, among others, thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom.
자유와
In this
연대의
vein,
정신에 입각한
we must more
유엔의
firmly support
시스템과
the system of
그동안
the UN
보편적으로
anchored in a spirit
국제사회에서
of freedom and
인정받아온
solidarity,
규범
as
체계가
well as the normative
더욱 강력하게
frameworks that have
지지되어야
thus been
합니다.
universally
유엔
recognized in the
시스템과
international
보편적
community.
규범
Any
체계에
attempt to
등을
turn
돌리고
away from the
이탈하게
UN system
된다면
and universal norms
국제사회는
will
블록화되고
divide the global
그
community
위기와
into blocks,
혼란은
further
더욱 가중될
compounding
것입니다.
the crisis and turmoil.
우리가 직면하고 있는 문제의
We
본질과
must more
원인에
rigorously
대해서
identify the nature
더욱
and the
치열하게
roots of the
고민하고
problems that lie before us.
국제사회가 그
The
해결을 위해
international community
역할을
must
분담하고
vigorously
힘을
endeavor
합치는
to share
노력들이
responsibility
더욱
and join whenever
강력하게
necessary
실행되어야
forces
합니다.
to resolve the challenges we
이러한
face.
전환기적
Once
위기의
again,
해결책으로서
I call upon global
세계
citizens and
시민과
leaders of the world
국제사회의
for
리더
their
여러분들께
resolute and
유엔
enduring
시스템과
support for the
보편적
UN
국제
system
규범 체계에
and
대한
universal global norms
확신에 찬 지지를
as we seek
다시
answers
한번
in this
호소합니다.
watershed moment.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr.
각국
Secretary
대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
돌이켜보면 유엔이
the
창립된
very
직후
first mission of the
세계
United
평화를
Nations
위한
after its
첫
founding
번째 의미 있는 미션은
was
대한민국을
to approve the
한반도의
Republic
유일한
of Korea as
합법적으로
the sole
승인하고
legitimate government
유엔군을
on the Korean
파견하여
Peninsula and to
대한민국의
defend
자유를
the freedom
수호하는
of my
것이었습니다.
country by sending over
이러한
UN
유엔의 노력
forces
덕분에
during the Korean War.
대한민국은
Thanks to
이렇게
such efforts
성장할
by the
수
United
있었습니다.
Nations, Korea was able to
그러므로
become what it is
대한민국은
today.
세계
As such,
시민의 자유
the Republic
수호와
of Korea
확대
will protect
그리고
and expand the
평화와
freedom of
번영을
global
위해
citizens.
유엔과
And
함께
together with the United
책임을
Nations,
다하겠습니다.
we will fulfill our
감사합니다.
responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General,
President of the General
Señor
Assembly,
Secretario General,
Secretary General,
Excelencias, Jefes de Estado,
Excellencies,
Señoras y
Heads of
Señores,
State, ladies and gentlemen,
este tradicional
this
encuentro
traditional meeting
nos convoca con la enorme
brings us together
responsabilidad
with the great
de
responsibility
intercambiar
of
ideas y
exchanging
generar
ideas and
compromisos
generating
para
commitments
afianzar
to secure
esta esfera pública intergubernamental
intergovernmental public
tan
sphere, which
necesaria
is so necessary
para dar respuestas
to provide
a las
responses
urgencias
to the
comunes de
shared
nuestras naciones.
crises facing our nations.
En esta última intervención como jefe
At
de
this,
Estado,
my final appearance
en este
here as
recinto,
head of state,
quiero remarcar
I wish
el
to
compromiso que
underscore
tiene
the
la
commitment
República
of
del
the Republic
Paraguay
of Paraguay
como integrante de la
as a
comunidad
member of the international
internacional
community
de seguir contribuyendo
to continue
en la construcción
contributing
de
to
un
building
mundo
a world
con pleno respeto a las
which fully
libertades
upholds
fundamentales,
fundamental freedoms,
a la resolución pacífica
peaceful
de los
conflict
conflictos,
resolution.
To invite him to address the Assembly.
의장님,
Mr.
사무총장님,
President, Mr. Secretary
각국 대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
처벅 허러쉬
I offer my
총회
sincere
의장님의
congratulations to
취임을
His
축하합니다.
Excellency Mr. Chobak
의장님의
Karoshi, assuming the
리더십하에
presidency of the
이번
UN General Assembly.
제77차
I hope that the
유엔총회가
77th session of the
더 나은
UNGA, under
세계를
your
향해
leadership, will bring together
회원국들의
the
지혜를
wisdom of
모으는
each member
계기가
state so
되길
as to
바랍니다.
shape a better world.
특히 올해
I
두
also
번째
express my
임기를
deepest
시작한
respect to Mr.
안토니우
Secretary
구테흐스
General Antonio
사무총장님의
Guterres for his
헌신과
tireless
노력에
devotion as
경의를
he
표합니다.
embarks upon his second term.
유엔 헌장은
Under the United
더
Nations
많은 자유
Charter, we are
속에서
called upon to endeavor
사회적
to
진보와
promote social progress
생활
and
수준의
better standards of
향상을
life in
촉진할
larger
것을
freedom,
천명하고 있습니다. 또한
and to
국제
unite
평화와
our strength
안전을
to
유지하기
maintain
위한
international peace
인류의
and
연대를
security.
촉구하고 있습니다. 한 국가
When
내에서
freedom of any
어느
individual
개인의
in a
자유가
nation comes
위협받을
under
때
threat,
Members of the
공동체
community
구성원들이
must join
연대해서
hands to remove
그
the
위협을
threat and
제거하고
defend freedom.
자유를 지켜야 하듯이 국제사회에서도
Likewise, when
어느
freedom
세계
of any
시민이나
citizen or nation in
국가의
the global
자유가
community
위협받을
is
때
in peril, it is the
국제사회가
community of nations
연대하여
that must stand
그
together
자유를
in
지켜야
solidarity
합니다.
to defend that freedom.
우리들의 현대사는
Our modern history
이렇게
testifies to the
힘을
process
합쳐
of our solidarity and
자유를
unity
지키고
in safeguarding freedom
문명적 진보를
and pushing
이룩해온
our
과정을
civilization
보여주고
forward.
있습니다. 오늘날 국제사회는
Today,
힘에 의한
plagued by the
현상
attempts to
변경과
alter the status quo by
핵무기를
force,
비롯한
nuclear
대량
and other weapons of
살상무기,
mass destruction,
인권의
and systemic
집단적
violations
유린으로
of human rights,
또다시
the global
세계
community
시민의
is yet
자유와
again witnessing
평화가
freedom and peace
위협받고
of its
있습니다.
citizens put in jeopardy.
이러한 자유와 평화에 대한
Such
위협은
threats to freedom and peace
유엔과
must be overcome
국제사회가
through solidarity
그동안
and
축적해온
fearless commitment
보편적
to the
국제
framework
규범
of
체계를
universal global
강력히
norms
지지하고
consolidated over the
연대함으로써
years
극복해
within the
나아가야
United
합니다.
Nations system.
이번
The
유엔총회의
theme of the
주제인
UNGA session this
분수령의
year,
시점은
the watershed
우리가
moment,
직면한 글로벌
encapsulates
위기의
the gravity
심각성을
of the global
대변함과 동시에
crisis confronting us,
유엔의 역할이
which
그
underscores
어느 때보다
the solemn
막중하다는
role
것을
of the
의미합니다.
United Nations.
우리가 직면한
The
위기를
first
극복하고
step in our journey
해결책을
to seek
모색하는
answers
출발점은
that will help us through
우리가
these
그동안
turbulent
보편적으로
times begins
받아들이고
with
축적해온
solidarity and
국제
deference
규범
to the
체계와
universally accepted
UN
global
시스템을
norms as well
존중하고
as the UN
연대하는
system
것입니다.
established over the past decades.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr. Secretary
각국
General,
대표 여러분,
and honorable delegates.
인류가
As humanity
진정한 자유와
strives to
평화에
defend
다가가기
freedom
위해서도
and build
유엔의
lasting
역할이
peace,
매우
the
중요합니다.
UN's role is indispensable.
진정한 자유는
Genuine
속박에서
freedom is
벗어나는
not
것만이
just being
아니라
free from the shackles,
자아를
but
인간답게
having
실현할 수
opportunities to
있는
live
기회를
life
갖는
to the
것이고
fullest with
진정한
dignity.
평화는
Genuine peace
단지
is not
전쟁이
an
없는
absence
상태가
of
아니라
war,
인류
but
공동
removing
번영의
conflict
발목을
and
잡는
enmity that hold back
갈등과
shared
반목을
progress of
해소하고
humanity
인류가
and
더
building
번영할 수
the
있는
foundation
토대를
for
갖추는
greater
것입니다.
prosperity of humanity.
진정한 자유와 평화는
Genuine freedom and peace
질병과
can turn
기아로부터의
into
자유,
reality when we are
문맹으로부터의
free
자유,
from disease and hunger,
에너지와 문화의
free from
결핍으로부터의
illiteracy,
자유를
and
통해
free from want
실현될
of
수
energy
있습니다.
and culture.
유엔은 이러한
this
문제의
regard,
해결을 위해
The United
유엔
Nations
경제사회
has been
이사회,
exerting great
유네스코 등을
endeavors
통해
through the UN,
많은
ECOSOC,
노력을
and UNESCO, among
해왔습니다만
others.
이제
Yet,
더 폭넓은
it is now
역할과
urged
책임을
to take on
요구받고
a
있습니다.
broader role and responsibility.
팬데믹 문제의
To
해결을
tackle the
위해서는
challenges brought on by the
유엔을 중심으로
pandemic,
한
the UN
국제사회의
must play a
협력으로
central role
재정
in bringing the
여건과
community of
기술력이
nations together
미흡한 나라에
to decisively step
지원이
up
더욱
their support
과감하게
for countries
이루어져야
with limited fiscal space and technical
탈탄소라는
expertise.
지구적
In
과제를
pursuit of the global
추진함에
agenda
있어
for
녹색
decarbonization,
기술의
countries with
선도국가는
leading green technologies
신재생
must
에너지
work
기술 등을
to
더
unsparingly share
많은
new
국가들과
and renewable energy
공유하도록
technologies
노력하고
with other
지원을 아끼지
countries.
않아야 합니다. 특히
In the era
디지털
of
심화
digital
시대에
sophistication,
디지털 격차는
one of the most
국가 간의
urgent
양극화를
tasks for the
가중시키기
global
때문에
community and the
유엔을
UN
중심으로
is
한
promoting global
국제사회의
cooperation
협력이
to narrow the
매우
digital
중요한
divide, which
과제가
exacerbates polarization between
디지털
nations.
기술 선도국가는
Countries at the forefront
대도국의
of digital
디지털
innovation
교육과
must offer
기술
broader
전수,
assistance for digital
투자에
education, technology
더욱 많은
transfer,
지원을 해야 하고
and investment.
유엔은
While
이를
the
이끄는
UN
노력을
must redouble its
배가하여야
efforts
합니다.
to mobilize support to that end.
의장님, 사무총장님,
Mr. President,
각국
Mr.
대표
Secretary
여러분,
General, and distinguished delegates.
대한민국은
The Republic of Korea, notwithstanding the recent fiscal consolidation, scaled up support for those who are in need with resources secured through expenditure restructuring. At home, we're offering more assistance to socially vulnerable groups, and abroad, we increase our official development assistance budget. Just as broadening support for the socially disadvantaged groups lays the groundwork for sustainable prosperity, support for nations of the world facing challenges will render global freedom and peace more sustainable. As a responsible member of the international community, Korea is committed to playing its due responsibility and role for the freedom of global citizens and prosperity of the global community. Korea has accelerated research development for COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines, pledging $300 million toward the ACT-A initiative and $30 million to the Financial Intermediary Fund of the World Bank, among others, thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom. In this vein, we must more firmly support the system of the UN anchored in a spirit of freedom and solidarity, as well as the normative frameworks that have thus been universally recognized in the international community. Any attempt to turn away from the UN system and universal norms will divide the global community into blocks, further compounding the crisis and turmoil. We must more rigorously identify the nature and the roots of the problems that lie before us. The international community must vigorously endeavor to share responsibility and join whenever necessary forces to resolve the challenges we face. Once again, I call upon global citizens and leaders of the world for their resolute and enduring support for the UN system and universal global norms as we seek answers in this watershed moment. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the very first mission of the United Nations after its founding was
대한민국을
to approve the
한반도의
Republic
유일한
of Korea
합법
as
정부로
the sole
승인하고
legitimate government on the Korean
파견하여
Peninsula and to
대한민국의
defend
자유를
the
수호하는
freedom of my
것이었습니다.
country by sending over
이러한
UN
유엔의 노력
forces
덕분에
during the Korean War.
대한민국은
Thanks to
이렇게
such
성장할
efforts by the
수
United
있었습니다.
Nations, Korea was able to
그러므로
become what it is
대한민국은
today.
세계
As such,
시민의
the
자유
Republic
수호와
of Korea
확대
will protect
그리고
and expand the
평화와
freedom of
번영을
global
위해
citizens.
유엔과
And
함께
together with the United
책임을
Nations,
다하겠습니다.
we will fulfill our
감사합니다.
responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President
of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
의장님,
Mr.
사무총장님,
President, Mr. Secretary
각국 대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
처벅 허러쉬
I offer my
총회
sincere
의장님의
congratulations to
취임을
His
축하합니다.
Excellency Mr. Choba
의장님의
Karoshi,
리더십
assuming the
하에
presidency of the
이번
UN General Assembly.
제77차
I hope that the
유엔총회가
77th session of the
더 나은
UNGA, under
세계를
your
향해
leadership, will bring together
회원국들의
the
지혜를
wisdom of
모으는
each member
계기가
state so
되기를
as to
바랍니다.
shape a better world.
특히 올해
I
두
also
번째
express my
임기를
deepest
시작한
respect to Mr.
안토니우
Secretary
구테흐스
General Antonio
사무총장님의
Guterres for his
헌신과
tireless
노력에
devotion as
경의를
he
표합니다.
embarks upon his second term.
유엔 헌장은
Under the United
더
Nations
많은 자유
Charter, we are
속에서
called upon to endeavor
사회적
to
진보와
promote social progress
생활
and better
수준의
standards
향상을
of life in
촉진할
larger
것을
freedom,
천명하고 있습니다. 또한
and to
국제
unite
평화와
our strength
안전을
to
유지하기
maintain
위한
international peace
인류의
and
연대를
security.
촉구하고 있습니다. 한 국가
When
내에서
freedom of any
어느
individual
개인의
in a
자유가
nation comes
위협받을
under
때
threat, members of the
공동체
community
구성원들이
must join
연대해서
hands to remove
그
the
위협을
threat and
제거하고
defend freedom.
자유를 지켜야 하듯이 국제사회에서도
Likewise, when
어느
freedom
세계
of any
시민이나
citizen or nation in
국가의
the global
자유가
community
위협받을
is
때
in peril, it is the
국제사회가
community of nations
연대하여
that must
그
stand together
자유를
in
지켜야
solidarity
합니다.
to defend that freedom.
우리들의 현대사는
Our modern history
이렇게
testifies to the
힘을
process of
합쳐
our solidarity and
자유를
unity
지키고
in safeguarding freedom
문명적 진보를
and pushing
이룩해온
our
과정을
civilization
보여주고
forward.
있습니다. 오늘날 국제사회는
Today,
힘에 의한
plagued by the
현상
attempts to
변경과
alter the status quo by
핵무기를
force,
비롯한
nuclear and
대량
other weapons of
살상무기,
mass destruction,
인권의
and systemic
집단적
violations
유린으로
of human rights,
또다시
the global
세계
community
시민의
is yet
자유와
again witnessing
평화가
freedom and peace
위협받고
of its
있습니다.
citizens put in jeopardy.
이러한 자유와 평화에 대한
Such
위협은
threats to freedom and peace
유엔과
must be overcome
국제사회가
through solidarity
그동안
and
축적해온
fearless commitment
보편적
to the
국제
framework
규범
of
체계를
universal global
강력히
norms
지지하고
consolidated over the
연대함으로써
years
극복해
within the
나아가야
United
합니다.
Nations system.
이번 유엔
The
총회의
theme of the
주제인
UNGA session this
분수령의
year,
시점은
the watershed
우리가
moment,
직면한 글로벌
encapsulates
위기의
the gravity
심각성을
of the global
대변함과 동시에
crisis confronting us,
유엔의 역할이
which
그 어느
underscores
때보다
the solemn
막중하다는
role
것을
of
의미합니다.
the United Nations.
우리가 직면한
The
위기를
first
극복하고
step in our journey
해결책을
to seek
모색하는
answers
출발점은
that will help us through
우리가
these
그동안
turbulent
보편적으로
times
받아들이고
begins with
축적해온
solidarity and
국제
deference
규범
to the
체계와
universally accepted
UN
global
시스템을
norms as well
존중하고
as the UN
연대하는
system
것입니다.
established over the past decades.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr. Secretary
각국
General,
대표 여러분,
and honorable delegates.
인류가
As humanity
진정한 자유와
strives to
평화에
defend
다가가기
freedom
위해서도
and build
유엔의
lasting
역할이
peace,
매우
the
중요합니다.
UN's role is indispensable.
진정한 자유는
Genuine
속박에서
freedom is
벗어나는
not just
것만이
being
아니라
free from the shackles,
자아를
but
인간답게
having
실현할 수
opportunities to
있는
live
기회를
life
갖는
to the
것이고
fullest with
진정한
dignity.
평화는
Genuine peace
단지
is not
전쟁이
an
없는
absence
상태가
of
아니라
war,
인류
but
공동
removing
번영의
conflict
발목을
and
잡는
enmity that hold back
갈등과
shared
반목을
progress of
해소하고
humanity
인류가
and
더
building
번영할 수
the
있는
foundation
토대를
for
갖추는
greater
것입니다.
prosperity of humanity.
진정한 자유와 평화는
Genuine freedom and peace
질병과
can turn
기아로부터의
into
자유,
reality
when we are free from disease and hunger,
에너지와 문화의
free from
결핍으로부터의
illiteracy,
자유를
and
통해
free from want
실현될
of
수
energy
있습니다.
and culture.
유엔은
In
이러한
this
문제의
regard,
해결을 위해
the United
유엔
Nations
경제사회
has been
이사회,
exerting great
유네스코 등을
endeavors
통해
through the UN
많은
ECOSOC
노력을
and UNESCO, among
해왔습니다만
others.
이제
Yet,
더 폭넓은
it is now
역할과
urged
책임을
to take on
요구받고
a
있습니다.
broader role and responsibility.
팬데믹 문제의
To
해결을
tackle
위해서는
the challenges brought on by the
유엔을 중심으로
pandemic,
한
the UN must play a central role in bringing the community of nations together to decisively step up their support for countries with limited fiscal space and technical expertise. In pursuit of the global agenda for decarbonization, countries with leading green technologies must work to unsparingly share new and renewable energy technologies with other countries.
특히
In the era
디지털
of
심화
digital
시대에
sophistication,
디지털 격차는
one of the most
국가 간의
urgent
양극화를
tasks for the global
가중시키기 때문에
community and the
유엔을
UN
중심으로
is
한
promoting global
국제사회의
cooperation
협력이
to narrow the digital
매우 중요한
divide, which
과제가
exacerbates polarization between
디지털
nations.
기술 선도국가는
Countries at the forefront
대도국의
of digital
디지털
innovation
교육과
must offer
기술
broader
전수,
assistance for digital
투자에
education, technology
더욱 많은
transfer,
지원을 해야 하고
and investment.
유엔은
While
이를
the
이끄는
UN
노력을
must redouble its
배가하여야
efforts
합니다.
to mobilize support to that end.
의장님, 사무총장님,
Mr. President,
각국
Mr.
대표
Secretary
여러분,
General, and distinguished delegates.
대한민국은
The Republic of
최근
Korea,
긴축 재정에도
notwithstanding the
불구하고
recent fiscal
지출
consolidation,
구조 조정을
scaled up
통해
support for
마련한
those who are
재원으로
in need with resources
사회적
secured
약자에
through
대한
expenditure
지원과
restructuring.
ODA
At home, we're offering more
예산을
assistance to
늘렸습니다.
socially vulnerable groups, and abroad,
사회적
we
약자에
increase our
대한
official
지원
development
확대가
assistance budget.
지속
Just as
가능한
broadening
번영의
support for
기반이
the
되는
socially
것과
disadvantaged
마찬가지로
groups lays the groundwork for sustainable
국제사회에서
prosperity.
어려운 나라에 대한
Support for
지원은
nations of the world facing
세계의
challenges
자유와
will
평화를
render global
지속
freedom and
가능하게
peace
만들
more
것입니다.
sustainable.
대한민국은
As a
국제사회의 책임
responsible
있는
member of the
일원으로서
international community,
세계
Korea
시민의
is
자유와
committed to playing its due
국제사회의
responsibility
번영을
and role
위해
for the freedom
책임과
of global
역할을
citizens
다할 것입니다.
and prosperity of the global community.
대한민국은 코로나
Korea
치료제와
has
백신의
accelerated
연구
research
개발에
development for
박차를 가하는
COVID-19
동시에
therapeutics and
액트의
vaccines,
이니셔티브에
pledging
$3억 달러,
$300 million toward
세계은행의
the Act A initiative and $30
금융중개기금에
billion to the Financial Intermediary
글로벌
Fund of the World
보건체계
Bank, among
강화를
others,
위한
thereby
기여를
expanding its contributions
확대하고
to building a
있습니다.
more robust global health architecture.
세계보건기구의 팬데믹
We're also
협약
taking part
체결을
in
위한
negotiations to
협상에도
reach a
참여
pandemic
중이며
accord under the
오늘
World
11월
Health Organization.
미래 감염병
To
대응을
ensure a
위한
more effective
글로벌
response to
보건
future
안보
infectious disease
부상 강요
outbreaks,
회의를
Korea will host
서울에서
a ministerial
개최할
meeting of the
것입니다.
Global Health Security Agenda
아울러
in Seoul this
대한민국은
November.
글로벌
In addition,
감염병
Korea will
대응이라는
remarkably
인류
increase its
공동과제
contribution
해결을
to the global
적극
fund,
동참하기
joining
위해
forces with our
글로벌
partners
펀드에
in
대한
our fight
기여를
against infectious
획기적으로
diseases,
확대하기로
including
했습니다.
AIDS, tuberculosis, and
기후변화
malaria.
문제에 관해서도
Turning to the issue of climate
대한민국은
change,
그린
Korea
ODA를
will scale up
확대하고
its green ODA,
개발도상국의
help developing countries
저탄소 에너지
transition to a
전환을
low-carbon
도울
future,
것이며 혁신적
and share
녹색
its
기술을
innovative green
모든
technologies
인류와
with
공유하기
the
위해
entire
노력할 것입니다.
humanity.
대한민국은 이미 오래전부터
Over the years,
전자,
Korea has
정부,
been
디지털 기술을
transferring and sharing
대도국을 비롯한
its
많은 나라에
e-government digital technology
이전하고
with
공유해
developing countries
왔습니다.
and many others.
대한민국은 지금
The
디지털
Korean government
플랫폼
is
정부를
pushing
추진하고
forward
있습니다.
with its plan to transform
디지털
itself
기술로
into a digital platform government.
민주주의와
It is an
행정
ambitious
서비스,
initiative to
그리고
remarkably
복지
upgrade our
서비스를
democracy, public
획기적으로
service,
업그레이드
and
시키는
welfare through
원대한
digital
시도입니다.
technology.
앞으로 이러한 디지털
We will
기술과
continue to
데이터를
more widely
더 많이
share our advanced
공유하고
digital technology
지원과
and data
교육 투자에
and spare no
노력을
effort in
아끼지
providing support
않겠습니다.
and in investing in education.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr.
각국
Secretary
대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished
우리가
delegates,
직면하고 있는 글로벌
as we
위기에
seek
대한
answers to the global
해결책으로
crisis we're
유엔
faced with,
시스템과
the viability of the
보편적
UN
국제
system
규범 체계가
and the universal global
과연
norms
유용한 것인지에
architecture
관해
is now
지금 현재
under
시험대에 올라
test.
있다고 할 수 있습니다. 그러나 우리가 현재
The
직면하고
crisis
있는 이
confronting
위기는
us will only be
자유라는
resolved
보편적 가치를
when we stand
공유하고
firmly in
자유를
solidarity
지키고 확장하기
to share
위해
the universal
함께
value of
노력해야
freedom
한다는
and work together
확고한
to uphold
연대의
and
정신으로
spread
해결할
our
수
freedom.
있습니다. 그러므로 자유와
In this
연대의
vein,
정신에 입각한
we must more
유엔의
firmly support
시스템과
the system
그동안
of the UN
보편적으로
anchored in a spirit
국제사회에서
of freedom
인정받아온
and solidarity,
규범
as
체계가
well as the normative
더욱
frameworks
강력하게
that have
지지되어야
thus been
합니다.
universally
유엔
recognized in the
시스템과
international
보편적
community.
규범
Any
체계에
attempt to
등을
turn away
돌리고
from the
이탈하게
UN system
된다면
and universal norms
국제사회는
will
블록화되고
divide the global
그
community
위기와
into blocks,
혼란은
further
더욱 가중될
compounding
것입니다.
the crisis and turmoil.
우리가 직면하고 있는 문제의
We
본질과
must more
원인에
rigorously
대해서
identify the nature
더욱
and the
치열하게
roots of the
고민하고
problems that lie before us.
국제사회가 그
The
해결을 위해
international community
역할을
must
분담하고
vigorously
힘을
endeavor
합치는
to share
노력들이
responsibility
더욱
and join whenever
강력하게
necessary
실행되어야
forces
합니다.
to resolve the challenges we
이러한
face.
전환기적
Once
위기의
again,
해결책으로서
I call upon global
세계
citizens and
시민과
leaders of the world
국제사회의
for
리더
their
여러분들께
resolute and
유엔
enduring
시스템과
support for the
보편적
UN
국제
system
규범 체계에
and
대한
universal global norms
확신에 찬 지지를
as we seek
다시
answers
한번
in this
호소합니다.
watershed moment.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr.
각국
Secretary
대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
돌이켜보면 유엔이
the
창립된
very
이후
first mission of the
세계
United
평화를
Nations
위한
after its
첫
founding
번째 의미 있는 미션은
was
대한민국을
to approve the
한반도의
Republic
유일한
of Korea as
합법정부로
the sole
승인하고
legitimate government
유엔군을
on the Korean
파견하여
Peninsula and to
대한민국의
defend
자유를
the freedom
수호하는
of my
것이었습니다.
country by sending over
이러한
UN
유엔의 노력
forces
덕분에
during the Korean War.
대한민국은
Thanks to
이렇게
such efforts
성장할
by the
수
United
있었습니다.
Nations, Korea was able to
그러므로
become what it is
대한민국은
today.
세계
As such,
시민의 자유
the Republic
수호와
of
확대
Korea will protect
그리고
and expand the
평화와
freedom of
번영을
global
위해
citizens.
유엔과
And
함께
together with the United
책임을
Nations,
다하겠습니다.
we will fulfill our
감사합니다.
responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President
of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
의장님,
Mr.
사무총장님,
President, Mr. Secretary
각국 대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
처버 커러쉬
I offer my
총회
sincere
의장님의
congratulations to
취임을
His
축하합니다.
Excellency Mr. Choba
의장님의
Karashi,
리더십
assuming the
하에
presidency of the
이번
UN General Assembly.
제77차
I hope that the
유엔 총회가
77th session of the
더 나은
UNGA, under
세계를
your
향해
leadership, will bring together
회원국들의
the
지혜를
wisdom of
모으는
each member
계기가
state so
되기를
as to
바랍니다.
shape a better world.
특히 올해
I
두
also
번째
express my
임기를
deepest
시작한
respect to Mr.
안토니우
Secretary
구테흐스
General Antonio
사무총장님의
Guterres for his
헌신과
tireless
노력에
devotion as
경의를
he
표합니다.
embarks upon his second term.
유엔 헌장은
Under the United
더
Nations
많은 자유
Charter, we are
속에서
called upon to endeavor
사회적
to
진보와
promote social progress
생활
and better
수준의
standards
향상을
of life in
촉진할
larger
것을
freedom,
천명하고 있습니다. 또한
and to
국제
unite
평화와
our strength
안전을
to
유지하기
maintain
위한
international peace
인류의
and
연대를
security.
촉구하고 있습니다. 한 국가
When
내에서
freedom of any
어느
individual
개인의
in a
자유가
nation comes under
위협받을 때
threat, members of the
공동체
community
구성원들이
must join
연대해서
hands to remove
그
the
위협을
threat and
제거하고
defend freedom.
자유를 지켜야 하듯이 국제사회에서도
Likewise, when
어느
freedom
세계
of any
시민이나
citizen or nation
국가의
in the global
자유가
community
위협받을
is
때
in peril, it is the
국제사회가
community of nations
연대하여
that must
그
stand together
자유를
in
지켜야
solidarity
합니다.
to defend that freedom.
우리들의 현대사는
Our modern history
이렇게
testifies to the
연대하고 힘을
process of
합쳐
our solidarity and
자유를
unity
지키고
in safeguarding freedom
문명적 진보를
and pushing
이룩해온
our
과정을
civilization
보여주고
forward.
있습니다. 오늘날 국제사회는
Today,
힘에 의한
plagued by the
현상
attempts to
변경과
alter the status quo by
핵무기를
force,
비롯한
nuclear
대량
and other weapons of
살상무기,
mass destruction,
인권의
and systemic
집단적
violations
유린으로
of human rights,
또다시
the global
세계
community
시민의
is yet
자유와
again witnessing
평화가
freedom and peace of its
있습니다.
citizens put in jeopardy.
이러한 자유와 평화에
Such
대한 위협은
threats to freedom and peace
유엔과
must be overcome
국제사회가
through solidarity
그동안
and
축적해온
fearless commitment
보편적
to the
국제
framework
규범
of
체계를
universal global
강력히
norms
지지하고
consolidated over the
연대함으로써
years
극복해
within the
나아가야
United
합니다.
Nations system.
이번
The
유엔총회의
theme of the
주제인
UNGA session this
분수령의
year,
시점은
the watershed
우리가
moment,
직면한 글로벌
encapsulates
위기의
the gravity
심각성을
of the global
대변함과 동시에
crisis confronting us,
유엔의 역할이
which
그 어느
underscores
때보다
the solemn
막중하다는
role
것을
of
의미합니다.
the United Nations.
우리가 직면한
The
위기를
first
극복하고
step in our journey
해결책을
to seek
모색하는
answers
출발점은
that will help us through
우리가
these
그동안
turbulent
보편적으로
times
받아들이고
begins with
축적해온
solidarity and
국제
deference
규범
to the
체계와
universally accepted
UN
global
시스템을
norms as well
존중하고
as the UN
연대하는
system
것입니다.
established over the past decades.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr. Secretary
각국
General,
대표 여러분,
and honorable delegates.
인류가
As humanity
진정한 자유와
strives to
평화에
defend
다가가기
freedom
위해서도
and build
유엔의
lasting
역할이
peace,
매우
the
중요합니다.
UN's role is indispensable.
진정한 자유는
Genuine
속박에서
freedom is
벗어나는
not just
것만이
being
아니라
free from the shackles,
자아를
but
인간답게
having
실현할 수
opportunities to
있는
live
기회를
life
갖는
to the
것이고
fullest with
진정한
dignity.
평화는
Genuine peace
단지
is not
전쟁이
an
없는
absence
상태가
of
아니라
war,
인류
but
공동
removing
번영의
conflict
발목을
and
잡는
enmity that hold back
갈등과
shared
반목을
progress of
해소하고
humanity
인류가
and
더
building
번영할 수
the
있는
foundation
토대를
for
갖추는
greater
것입니다.
prosperity of humanity.
진정한 자유와 평화는
Genuine freedom and peace
질병과
can turn
기아로부터의
into
자유,
reality when we are
문맹으로부터의
free
자유,
from disease and hunger,
에너지와 문화의
free from
결핍으로부터의
illiteracy,
자유를
and
통해
free from want
실현될
of
수
energy
있습니다.
and culture.
유엔은 이러한
In this
문제의
regard,
해결을 위해
The United
유엔
Nations
경제사회
has been
이사회,
exerting great
유네스코 등을
endeavors
통해
through the UN
많은
ECOSOC
노력을
and UNESCO, among
해왔습니다만
others.
이제
Yet,
더 폭넓은
it is now
역할과
urged
책임을
to take on
요구받고
a
있습니다.
broader role and responsibility.
팬데믹 문제
To
해결을
tackle the
위해서는
challenges brought on by the
유엔을 중심으로
pandemic,
한
the UN
국제사회의
must play
협력으로
a central role
재정
in bringing the
여건과
community of
기술력이
nations together
미흡한 나라에
to decisively step
지원이
up
더욱
their support
과감하게
for countries
이루어져야
with limited fiscal space and technical
탈탄소라는
expertise.
지구적
In
과제를
pursuit of the global
추진함에
agenda
있어
for
녹색
decarbonization,
기술의
countries with
선도국가는
leading green technologies
신재생
must
에너지
work
기술 등을
to
더
unsparingly
많은
share new
국가들과
and renewable energy
공유하도록
technologies
노력하고
with other
지원을 아끼지
countries.
않아야 합니다. 특히
In the era
디지털
of
심화
digital
시대에
sophistication,
디지털 격차는
one of the most
국가 간의
urgent
양극화를
tasks for the
가중시키기
global
때문에
community and the
유엔을
UN
중심으로
is
한
promoting global
국제사회의
cooperation
협력이
to narrow the digital
매우 중요한
divide, which
과제가
exacerbates polarization between
디지털
nations.
기술 선도국가는
Countries at the forefront
대도국의
of digital
디지털
innovation
교육과
must offer
기술
broader
전수,
assistance for digital
투자에
education, technology
더욱 많은
transfer,
지원을 해야 하고
and investment.
유엔은
While
이를
the
이끄는
UN
노력을
must redouble its
배가하여야
efforts
합니다.
to mobilize support to that end.
의장님, 사무총장님,
Mr. President,
각국
Mr.
대표
Secretary
여러분,
General, and distinguished delegates.
대한민국은
The Republic of
최근
Korea,
긴축 재정에도
notwithstanding the
불구하고
recent fiscal
지출
consolidation,
구조 조정을
scaled up
통해
support for
마련한
those who are
재원으로
in need with resources
사회적
secured
약자에
through
대한
expenditure
지원과
restructuring.
ODA
At home, we're offering
예산을
more assistance to
늘렸습니다.
socially vulnerable groups, and abroad,
사회적
we
약자에
increase our
대한
official
지원
development
확대가
assistance budget.
지속
Just as
가능한
broadening
번영의
support for
기반이
the
되는
socially
것과
disadvantaged
마찬가지로
groups lays the groundwork for sustainable
국제사회에서
prosperity.
어려운 나라에
Support
대한
for
지원은
nations of the world facing
세계의
challenges
자유와
will
평화를
render global
지속
freedom and
가능하게
peace
만들
more
것입니다.
sustainable.
대한민국은
As a
국제사회의
responsible
책임 있는
member of the
일원으로서
international community,
세계
Korea
시민의
is committed
자유와
to playing its due
국제사회의
responsibility
번영을
and
위해
role for the freedom of
책임과
global
역할을
citizens
다할
and
것입니다.
prosperity of the global community.
대한민국은 코로나
Korea
치료제와
has
백신의
accelerated
연구
research
개발에
development for
박차를 가하는
COVID-19
동시에
therapeutics and
액트의
vaccines,
이니셔티브에
pledging
$3억 달러,
$300 million toward
세계은행의
the ACT A initiative
금융중개기금에
and $30
$3천만
billion
달러를
to
공약하는
the
등
Financial Intermediary
글로벌
Fund of the World
보건체계
Bank, among
강화를
others,
위한
thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom. In this vein, we must more firmly support the system of the UN anchored in a spirit of freedom and solidarity, as well as the normative frameworks that have thus been universally recognized in the international community. Any attempt to turn away from the UN system and universal norms will divide the global community into blocks, further compounding the crisis and turmoil. We must more rigorously identify the nature and the roots of the problems that lie before us. The international community must vigorously endeavor to share responsibility and join whenever necessary forces to resolve the challenges we face. Once again, I call upon global citizens and leaders of the world for their resolute and enduring support for the UN system and universal global norms as we seek answers in this watershed moment. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the very first mission of the United Nations after its founding was to approve the Republic of Korea as the sole legitimate government on the Korean Peninsula and to defend the freedom of my country by sending over UN forces during the Korean War. Thanks to such efforts by the United Nations, Korea was able to become what it is today. As such, the Republic of Korea will protect and expand the freedom of global citizens. And together with the United Nations, we will fulfill our responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President
of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
의장님,
사무총장님, 각국 대표 여러분, 처버 커러쉬 총회 의장님의 취임을 축하합니다. 의장님의 리더십 하에 이번 제77차 유엔총회가 더 나은 세계를 향해 회원국들의 지혜를 모으는 계기가 되기를 바랍니다. 특히 올해 두 번째 임기를 시작한 안토니우 구테흐스 사무총장님의 헌신과 노력에 경의를 표합니다. 유엔 헌장은 더 많은 자유 속에서 사회적 진보와 생활 수준의 향상을 촉진할 것을 천명하고 있습니다. 또한 국제 평화와 안전을 유지하기 위한 인류의 연대를 촉구하고 있습니다. 한 국가 내에서 어느 개인의 자유가 위협받을 때 공동체 구성원들이 연대해서 그 위협을 제거하고 자유를 지켜야 하듯이 국제사회에서도 어느 세계 시민이나 국가의 자유가 위협받을 때 국제사회가 연대하여 그 자유를 지켜야 합니다. 우리들의 현대사는 이렇게 연대하고 힘을 합쳐 자유를 지키고 문명적 진보를 이룩해온 과정을 보여주고 있습니다. 오늘날 국제사회는 힘에 의한 현상 변경과 핵무기를 비롯한 대량 살상무기, 인권의 집단적 유린으로 또다시 세계 시민의 자유와 평화가 위협받고 있습니다. 이러한 자유와 평화에 대한 위협은 유엔과 국제사회가 그동안 축적해온 보편적 국제규범체계를 강력히 지지하고 연대함으로써 극복해 나아가야 합니다. 이번 유엔 총회의 주제인 군수령의 시점은 우리가 직면한 글로벌 위기의 심각성을 대변함과 동시에 유엔의 역할이 그 어느 때보다 막중하다는 것을 의미합니다. 우리가 직면한 위기를 극복하고 해결책을 모색하는 출발점은 우리가 그동안 보편적으로 받아들이고 축적해온
and deference to the universally accepted global norms as well as the UN system established over the past decades.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr. Secretary General, and honorable delegates, as humanity strives to defend freedom and build lasting peace, the UN's role is indispensable. Genuine freedom is not just being free from the shackles, but having opportunities to live life to the fullest with dignity. Genuine peace is not an absence of war, but removing conflict and enmity that hold back shared progress of humanity and building the foundation for greater prosperity of humanity.
진정한 자유와 평화는
Genuine freedom and peace can turn into reality when we are free from disease and hunger, free from illiteracy, and free from want of energy and culture.
유엔은 이러한 문제의 해결을 위해
The United Nations has been exerting great endeavors through the UN ECOSOC and UNESCO, among others. Yet, it is now urged to take on a broader role and responsibility. To tackle the challenges brought on by the pandemic, the UN must play a central role in bringing the community of nations together to decisively step up their support for countries with limited fiscal space and technical expertise. In pursuit of the global agenda for decarbonization, countries with leading green technologies must work to unsparingly share new and renewable energy technologies with other countries. 특히 디지털 심화 시대에 디지털 격차는 국가 간의 양극화를 가중시키기 때문에 유엔을 중심으로 한 국제사회의 협력이 매우 중요한 과제가 되었습니다. Polarization between nations. Countries at the forefront of digital innovation must offer broader assistance for digital education, technology transfer, and investments, while the UN must redouble its efforts to mobilize support to that end.
의장님, 사무총장님, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. The Republic of Korea, notwithstanding the recent fiscal consolidation, scaled up support for those who are in need with resources secured through expenditure restructuring. At home, we're offering more assistance to socially vulnerable groups, and abroad, we increased our official development assistance budget. Just as broadening support for the socially disadvantaged groups lays the groundwork for sustainable prosperity, support for nations of the world facing challenges will render global freedom and peace more sustainable. As a responsible member of the international community, Korea is committed to playing its due responsibility and role for the freedom of global citizens and prosperity of the global community. Korea has accelerated research development for COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines, pledging $300 million toward the Act A initiative and $30 million to the Financial Intermediary Fund of the World Bank, among others, thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its Green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom. In this vein, we must more firmly support the system of the UN anchored in a spirit of freedom and solidarity, as well as the normative frameworks that have thus been universally recognized in the international community. Any attempt to turn away from the UN system and universal norms will divide the global community into blocs, further compounding the crisis and turmoil.
우리가 직면하고 있는 문제의
We
본질과
must more
원인에
rigorously
대해서
identify the nature
더욱
and the
치열하게
roots of the
고민하고
problems that lie before us.
국제사회가 그
The
해결을 위해
international community
역할을
must
분담하고
vigorously endeavor
힘을 합치는
to share
노력들이
responsibility
더욱
and join whenever
강력하게
necessary
실행되어야
forces
합니다.
to resolve the challenges we
이러한
face.
전환기적
Once
위기의
again,
해결책으로서
I call upon global
세계
citizens and
시민과
leaders of the world
국제사회의
for
리더
their
여러분들께
resolute and
유엔
enduring
시스템과
support for the
보편적
UN
국제
system
규범 체계에
and
대한
universal global norms
확신에 찬 지지를
as we seek
다시
answers
한번
in this
호소합니다.
watershed moment.
의장님,
Mr. President,
사무총장님,
Mr.
각국
Secretary
대표
General,
여러분,
distinguished delegates,
돌이켜보면 유엔이
the
창립된
very
시후
first mission of the
세계
United
평화를
Nations
위한
after its
첫
founding
번째 의미 있는 미션은
was
대한민국을
to approve the
한반도의
Republic
유일한
of Korea as
합법정부로
the sole
승인하고
legitimate government
유엔군을
on the Korean
파견하여
Peninsula and to
대한민국의
defend
자유를
the freedom
수호하는
of my
것이었습니다.
country by sending over
이러한
UN
유엔의 노력
forces
덕분에
during the Korean War.
대한민국은
Thanks to
이렇게
such efforts
성장할
by the
수
United
있었습니다.
Nations, Korea was able to
그러므로
become what it is
대한민국은
today.
세계
As such,
시민의
the
자유
Republic
수호와
of Korea will protect
그리고
and expand
평화와
the freedom of
번영을
global
위해
citizens.
유엔과
And
함께
together with the United
책임을
Nations,
다하겠습니다.
we will fulfill our
감사합니다.
responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the
Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Zuzana Čaputová, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Zuzana Čaputová, President of the Slovak Republic, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this organization has a clear purpose, as spelled out in Article 1 of the UN Charter, to maintain international peace and security, to develop friendly relations among nations, and to achieve international cooperation. Today, most of you would probably agree that we are still far from achieving this goal. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Each and every member of the UN has a responsibility